Chapter 1499. Dragon Fifth was originally much stronger than Ling Xiao, but he was also kind. He was afraid that he would torture Ling Xiao to death with his main body's strength, so he transformed into a human form, which was equivalent to reducing his strength by 3 levels. Dragons also had the ability to increase their strength, so if they went all out, their strength would be even more terrifying. However, he did not double his strength against Ling Xiao. This was also because he did not want to take too much advantage of Ling Xiao. Even with this kind of strength, Ling Xiao's main body and clone combined still could not take any advantage. This showed how terrifying Dragon Fifth was. However, when Ling Xiao's clone unleashed all his power, it was already no different from a mid-level supreme martial artist. Furthermore, the power of his origin of the universe was even more valiant. Finally, Dragon Fifth realized that he was in big trouble. Rumble! Thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, as if they were going to blast the sky down, and the surroundings were shaking. Dragon Fifth punched continuously, scattering most of the power, but he was still forced back thousands of meters by this power. Cracks also appeared on the golden defensive barrier on his body. Obviously, this move by Ling Xiao had finally made him suffer some losses. However, this move wasn't over yet. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers launched another wave of attacks. They wanted to catch Dragon Fifth off guard. Dragon Fifth finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a dragon's roar, and that terrifying sound wave was like a natural disaster. It directly destroyed more than half of Ling Xiao's origin of the heavens, and the power was greatly reduced. His figure surged, and in an instant, he punched 2 more times, directly smashing Ling Xiao's power. Another punch went straight for Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's clone was shocked, and he quickly retreated, not daring to fight Dragon Fifth head-on. Otherwise, his divine body would definitely be smashed. Dragon Fifth shouted in shock, 6 attacks, for more to go. If you can take it, you win. After saying that, his strength increased a lot, and his speed increased a lot. He had already caught up to Ling Xiao, and the majestic fist energy once again smashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's clone had nowhere to retreat, and could only choose to defend. 7th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique, Twin Lotus Flowers. A snow lotus king formed in front of Ling Xiao, wrapping around the dragon fist. Bang! However, the powerful fist energy instantly shattered the snow lotus king, and the fist energy continued towards Ling Xiao's divine body. Ice turned to water, water turned to wood, and 2 layers of defensive power appeared again, dissipating most of the power of the dragon fist energy. Finally, a burst of flames burst out, completely burning this power of metal. Dragon Fifth's dragon eyes twitched. He did not expect Ling Xiao's move to be so powerful, and he could actually block his fist energy that had increased a lot. 3 more attacks, take this. Dragon Fifth roared, and once again attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the power of this move increased a lot. However, when he made the 8th attack, a finger light shot towards him at high speed. Dragon Fifth reacted quickly, and as if he had eyes on the back of his head, his body flew up, and he dodged the finger light's sneak attack. However, just when it thought that it had dodged Ling Xiao's attack, another ray of light shot over from a different direction, and the ray of light that it had dodged earlier was reflected back on its own accord. The power of these 2 finger lights was very strange. 1 red and 1 gold intertwined with each other, and their speed was extremely fast, faintly revealing a strong power of destruction. The 6th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Technique, Double Dragon Wind Fiend. The wind helped the fire, and the fire melted the power of metal. The boiling fiery gold liquid was definitely the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. This time, the speed of the 2 finger lights was extremely fast. If Dragon Fifth did not completely increase his power, it would not be easy to dodge again. Dragon Fifth looked at these 2 powers and could sense their threat, but blindly dodging was not the style of dragons. He roared in shock and attacked the 2 finger lights from both sides. However, at this time, the 2 finger lights actually split into countless small finger lights, which exploded like fireworks and enveloped him in countless directions. This was the characteristic of the 3 parting divine fingers' extreme urgency, and Ling Xiao had also integrated it into the Twin Dragon Wind Fiend. It could be said that Ling Xiao had a new understanding of every move and style of the Imperial Dragon sky-destroying technique. There were many changes when he used them, and his attack power was more flexible and powerful. Faced with this move, Dragon Fifth could not completely destroy them one by one. He could only use a defensive shield to completely isolate these powers. He firmly believed that these powers could not hurt him at all. However, these powers were extremely terrifying. The Golden Light defense was destroyed by these powers in an instant, and the attacks were directed at its physical body. However, he was still not afraid. Even if the defensive shield was broken, he still had the dragon scales for defense. Even human ancient celestial weapons could not hurt him, let alone these elemental powers. However, this time he was gravely mistaken. The power of Ling Xiao's fire-melted gold was the most boiling power when gold was melted by fire. It contained the two most terrifying powers of destruction in the world. Ling Xiao's power was not what it used to be, and the flames of the heavenly fire pearl were also not what they used to be. The destructive power of his finger lights was needless to say. When these powers came into contact with the thickest dragon scales in the world, there was a sizzling sound. Then, these powers forcibly seeped into the dragon scales and hurt Dragon Fifth's physical body. When these powers seeped into Dragon Fifth's body, he finally let out an earth-shattering scream. He could not help but transform into his original form. His dragon body kept rolling in the sky, and the traces of flames on his body began to burn. It was like a prairie fire. If it were not for the fact that his dragon scales were the thickest divine objects in the world, he would have been burned to ashes by these heavenly flames. Dragon King was shocked by this scene. He quickly shouted, "Guest, hurry up and get rid of the flames on my brother's body. Otherwise, he will die." Ling Xiao's body trembled. He did not expect the flames of the heavenly fire pearl to be so terrifying. It made these powers of destruction even more powerful. It was actually able to threaten a mid-tier 11th tier true dragon divine beast. This was really beyond his expectations. However, this was not the time for him to be proud. The flames on Dragon Fifth's body had already begun to rise, and he was already screaming in pain. Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed a few steps closer. With a wave of his hand, he completely sucked back the flames on Dragon Fifth's body. As long as the power of destruction lost the power of the fire, the power of metal would not have much effect. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao withdrew the fire, the remaining power was immediately shaken away by Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's body also gradually stabilized. At this time, the eyes that it looked at Ling Xiao were indeed filled with fear. The power that tormented him just now had practically taken half his life. He did not dare to try it again. Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth, "I didn't hurt you, did I?" This was obviously nonsense. Many parts of Dragon Fifth's body had been burnt black. How could he not have been hurt? Dragon Fifth, on the other hand, was unyielding. "It's just a small fire. How could it hurt me?" That's good, Ling Xiao answered twice. Then he asked, "Does that count as me passing the test?" Before Dragon Fifth could say anything, Dragon King said, "Yeah, honored guest, your fighting competence isn't ordinary. From now on, Dragon Fifth will accompany you." Dragon Fifth didn't dare to go against Dragon King's words. At the same time, he thought that Ling Xiao was worth following. At least, this human wasn't as weak as he had imagined. Ling Xiao's face lit up with joy. With the help of this level 11 true dragon, there was no place in the heaven territory that he couldn't go. To him, the chances of him exterminating the Winged Men clan had increased. However, before that, he thought that it was necessary to upgrade his God Soul clone to another level. Then he would be more confident. When his real body was at half incipient God realm, his God Soul clone already had the power of a low-level supreme expert. However, at his current realm, his God Soul clone was stuck at the peak of low level. He just needed a little bit more to advance to the next level. This little bit of energy seemed easy to pass, but he couldn't break through. Unless he could increase a lot of soul energy at once, he might be able to break through. If he had a supreme level divine herb of the God Soul class, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, divine herbs of the God Soul class were the rarest, and he didn't have any in his collection. Another way was to kill a supreme expert at incipient God realm and absorb their God Soul energy. That way, his clone could advance to the next level. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became more determined. He had to improve this God Soul clone as soon as possible. He took Dragon Fifth out of the dragon nest and returned to the clan's land. Ling Xiao didn't go back to the sect immediately. Instead, he entered his special alchemy cave to refine a special divine pellet for Ding Gudu to help him return to his peak or even further. It wasn't difficult to help Ding Gudu condense his Dantian again. The difficult part was how to restore his power. Even ordinary divine apothecaries wouldn't be able to do the latter. However, Ling Xiao had inherited all the pellet recipes of the first alchemist in the obsidian cauldron. Among them, there was a pellet called Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet. It could help any god king to condense his Dantian and return to his peak even if his pellet was destroyed and his cultivation base destroyed. The reason why this divine pellet was called the Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet was that it needed the blood of the phoenix and the phoenix crown bloodgrass, which had the magical effect of nirvana, as the main material. It was refined with other divine materials. It was a top-grade divine pellet. The phoenix crown bloodgrass was a top-grade divine material. It was nourished by the blood of the phoenix when it was undergoing nirvana. It could only be found in the place where the phoenix lived. It had a strong magical effect of replenishing blood and also a powerful nirvana effect. It could bring people back from the dead and restore their power. It could also condense a phoenix phantom to increase their fighting power. Its effect was just a little bit less than the parasol tree fruit. The reason why Ling Xiao could have it was because he had obtained 2 phoenix crown bloodgrass from the Vermilion Birdland in the Nirvana space when he was in the Heaven Sparrow territory. He had eaten one of them before he broke through to the incipient god realm. It was because his ancestor had sucked a lot of his blood twice, and the phoenix crown bloodgrass was the divine material that could replenish his blood. Now he had another one. He could use it to refine the Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet to help Ding Gudu get out of his current predicament. Chapter 1500. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to reach the alchemy god realm today was largely related to his obsidian cauldron. Without the help of the obsidian cauldron, he could forget about creating history and creating miracles. Of course, this was inseparable from the many fortuitous encounters he had experienced in his life. After all, if his strength did not increase, he could forget about improving his alchemist rank. In the pill refinement cave, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. His figure was elegant, revealing the demeanor of a grandmaster. A blood-red divine herb that looked like a phoenix crown flew out. When it came in contact with the high temperature, it actually turned into a phoenix shadow and struggled to fly away. This was a top-grade phoenix crown blood herb that was infinitely close to the sovereign grade. Any divine herb had already begun to develop a divine spirit and knew how to avoid misfortune. Moreover, those that could transform into human form were the best among the divine herbs. It was not an exaggeration to call this phoenix crown blood herb an ordinary sovereign grade divine material. Just as the phoenix crest bloodgrass was about to fly away from the medicinal cauldron, an invisible restriction light appeared on the medicinal cauldron, sealing it in place. Even if it wanted to struggle, it wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, a fiery snake of fire instantly appeared and immediately burned it. The phoenix crown blood herb was not like other spiritual herbs that would immediately wither upon contact. Instead, it used its divine power to maintain itself for a while before gradually withering away. Bits of scarlet essence floated into the cauldron. If one did not have the ability to refine pills above the divine grade and panicked when encountering the current situation, it would be very easy for a cauldron of pills to be destroyed just like that. Moreover, refining a sovereign-grade divine pill required many sovereign-grade divine materials as the main ingredients. Their strength was even more powerful. If the alchemist's methods were insufficient, it would not be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, becoming a divine alchemist or sovereign alchemy god was not an easy task. Ling Xiao was already used to this feeling of pill refinement. His methods became more and more adept, and he became more and more free to do as he pleased. With the refinement of the beast cores and the injection of the divine spring, a cauldron of divine pills was naturally condensed. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 god-tier pills that he could only condense once and thought to himself, the divine nirvana pill really is a peak god-tier pill after all. I've actually only managed to condense 2 with my methods. It must be much more powerful than God King pills. Ling Xiao put them away and left the cave. Ling Xiao went to see if Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had come out of their closed-door cultivation. Unfortunately, both of them wanted to reach the incipient god realm. If they didn't have several years of cultivation, they wouldn't be able to get out of seclusion. They did not immediately go into seclusion to take the pill. Instead, they had to raise all of their strength to the most perfect realm of the low level before taking the pill and striving to break through in one go. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the clan and return to the outer sect, Ling Chen suddenly came to find him. "Brother Xiao, are you looking for the chief?" Ling Chen asked. Now that Ling Chen had been promoted to the Great Elder, he had swept away the decline and became more glorious. "Brother, I want to find the chief. I want to ask him when he will attack the Winged Men clan and take the primordial stone of light. However, he and the Great Elder have gone to close it. It seems that we will have to wait for several years." Ling Xiao replied. Ling Chen nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Brother Xiao, I understand how you feel. But do you know how powerful the Winged Men clan is?" After pausing for a while, he said, "Come to my place and have a chat. Your sister-in-law hasn't seen you for a long time." Ling Xiao nodded and followed Ling Chen to his place. He hadn't seen Xiao Jinsai for a long time. Her strength had increased to the high-level God King realm. It seemed that if she didn't stay in the outer sect and cultivated peacefully in the clan, her strength would increase steadily. "Brother Xiao, you are here. You are a busy man now. But if you have time, you should come to sister-in-law's place." Xiao Jinsai greeted Ling Xiao. "Hee, sister-in-law, I have a lot of things to do. But I will definitely come to see sister-in-law in the future. If sister-in-law feels bored, I can ask sister-in-law and the others to come and play with you." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. "That's good. Otherwise, I don't know what sister-in-law will do all day." Xiao Jinsai smiled and said, "You 2 brothers talk, I will make some tea for you." After saying that, she walked out and made room for Ling Chen and Ling Xiao to chat. Then Ling Chen told Ling Xiao about the situation of the Winged Men clan, so that Ling Xiao could understand the more powerful side of the Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan's territory was located in the Light Divine City. It was a place where all humans and holy beasts were forbidden to enter. It was the exclusive city of the Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan was self-sufficient. They rarely married or traded with other clans. They were called the God Clan. They were nobler than the Human Clan and the Beast Clan. They disdained to associate with others. The Light Divine City was just a place where some ordinary members of the Winged Men clan lived. They had built a territory entrance that led to outer space. Surprisingly, the real territory of the Winged Men clan was on a piece of land in outer space. It was their ancestral land. They were a race that had been passed down from the antiquity time. Just like the Demon Tiger sect, they were the top ancient clans in the Heaven territory. In the history, they had fought with the Demon Tiger sect many times. However, after the rise of the Kim people, the Winged Men clans suddenly restrained themselves. They didn't continue to fight against the Demon Tiger sect. At the same time, they didn't swagger in the Heaven territory anymore. They seemed to focus on outer space. Recently, the Supreme Experts and Incipient God Realm experts who had traveled in outer space all knew that the Winged Men clan's competence didn't decline. Quite the contrary, their reputation had spread far and wide. Ordinary Supreme Experts and Incipient God Realm experts didn't dare to approach them. Otherwise, with their arrogant characters, they would have a conflict with them. Eventually, the Winged Men clan would kill them. And Ling Wei had gone to the Winged Men clan to ask for the incipient God Stone of Light. Of course, he wasn't welcomed. Fortunately, the reputation of the Kim people had made the Winged Men clan afraid. If Prince Jet hadn't met him, the Winged Men clan wouldn't have made up their mind to kill Ling Wei. Ling Chen told Ling Xiao these things mainly to remind Ling Xiao not to act rashly. If their clan wanted to deal with the Winged Men clan, they had to plan slowly. They couldn't confront them directly. Otherwise, the Kim people couldn't destroy the Winged Men clan. Instead, they would be killed. It would be a big loss. It wasn't worth it. Although the Kim people had the Golden Dragon to rely on, the Golden Dragon would only guard this dragon-gazing mountain range. It wouldn't go with the Kim people to attack the Winged Men clan. It was because many golden dragons had died in the ancient times. Moreover, their reproduction rate was low. They couldn't withstand any war. Therefore, before they recovered a large amount of vitality, they would not rashly go to war with each other. Big brother, are we going to let go of my great-grandfather's grudge? Ling Xiao frowned after listening to him. Ling Chun could see Ling Xiao's discontentment. He immediately said, I, the Kim people, am not a coward. If there is a grudge, of course, I will take revenge. But it's not the right time. When is the right time? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Ling Chun answered, at least 100 years later. You can refine some Supreme God pellets for our clan. Then we can train more than 10 Supreme God realm experts to increase the foundation of our clan. At that time, even if we die in the battle, there will be people who can support our clan. We won't be in chaos. Ling Chen was worthy of being the former leader of the clan. He could see things further than Ling Xiao. After listening to him, Ling Xiao's face became serious. Ling Chen was prepared to die. It showed that the Winged Men clan was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Ling Xiao recalled the Winged Men he had met. They did have a unique divine power. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Although the Kim people had the ancient emperor's divine technique to increase their fighting power, the Winged Men clan also had their secret techniques. They also had the speed of the wind attribute. Everyone had their own advantages. It was hard to say who would be the winner. Ling Xiao also understood that the battle with the Winged Men clan wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Big brother is right, I was too reckless. If the family and the outer sect still have more supreme divine materials, I will definitely do my best to refine more supreme divine pills for the family and the outer sect, Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. Once they attacked the Winged Men clan, of course, it would be better if they had more Supreme God realm experts. Moreover, their realms were one level higher than the Winged Men clan. Then, the Kim people would have a greater chance of winning. Even if some of them died, they would have a new Supreme God realm expert to inherit their legacy. They didn't need to worry about the shortage of successors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if they ended up destroying the Gold Clan just to annihilate the Winged Clan. Thus, they had to consider everything carefully to make up their mind to declare war against the Winged Men clan. Yeah, all the elders in our clan know this. Many of them have gone to outer space to find the Genesis Stone and the divine materials. The outer space will also increase their purchasing power. At that time, we will have to trouble you to contribute to our clan and the outer space, Ling Chen said. Then, he continued, today, I called you here to discuss with you about finding a wood-class Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao looked happy. Do you know where to find the wood-class Genesis Stone? As far as he knew, the Wood Grain clan also had the wood-class Genesis Stone. However, the elders who had gone there to exchange for it had returned empty-handed. They didn't even see the Wood Grain clan. Now, from what Ling Chen had said, it seemed like he knew where to find the wood-class Genesis Stone. Of course, he was so happy. I'm not sure if it's there or not, but it's worth a try. Perhaps we will get something. Ling Chen answered. Ling Xiao asked, where is it? It's in the Demon Forest. Ling Chen said in a low voice. Ling Xiao was a little bit moved. He knew something about the Demon Forest. Although it wasn't one of the 8 great forbidden areas, it was more intimidating than the 8 great forbidden areas. If it weren't on the Heaven territory, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it one of the 8 great forbidden areas. It was outside the Sky Dragon area and the Sky Sparrow area. It was the head of all the ancient mountain ranges. Among all the ancient mountain ranges, it had the most number of level 11 holy beasts and the strangest spirit beast, the illusory demon. If it was just a low-level illusory demon, it wouldn't make the incipient God realm experts change their faces. However, a level 11 illusory demon king was definitely a disaster for all creatures. Chapter 1501. Of course, The myriad demon forest was not just because of the existence of the level 11 illusory demon king. After all, this level of illusory demon would not attack anyone who stepped into the myriad demon forest. Other than the illusory demon, there were 3 other rare demons that were not inferior to the illusory demon. One was the soul-chasing demon, the other was the fierce blood demon, and the last was the ghost tree demon. The soul-chasing demon was a strange spirit beast that could turn invisible. It was interested in any creature with a soul. Once it was discovered, it would hunt and devour its soul. Generally, those who had seen the soul-chasing demon were already dead, because they only saw what the soul-chasing demon looked like at the last moment. The fierce blood demon was the most ferocious spirit beast in the myriad demon forest. Its blood energy carried a strong evil intent. Once it touched someone, its evil side would be aroused, and it would become incomparably vicious and cruel. In the end, it would definitely kill itself. The illusory demon liked to eat human brains, but the fierce blood demon liked to suck blood. Those who were targeted by it would die after being sucked dry of every drop of blood in their bodies. As for the ghost tree demon, it looked no different from an ordinary tree. However, it was an innate demon spirit that liked to take the initiative to attack any living creature. It would tie them up and suck their vitality to strengthen its demon spirit. Ordinary people could not distinguish the existence of the ghost tree demon, and it was easy to fall into its trap. It was also because of the existence of the illusory demon, the soul-chasing demon, the fierce blood demon, and the ghost tree demon in the myriad demon forest that it was called the myriad demon forest. Although it was not one of the 8 great forbidden areas, it was better than the 8 great forbidden areas, and it made people fear and stay away. However, in such a dangerous place, there were divine treasures that made people jealous. Sometimes, people risked their lives to intrude the myriad demon forest to find the demonic flower, the illusory demon crystal, the soul demon grass, the blood pond, and even the wood genesis stone. There were many divine items there, and most people had obtained them before and could bring them out. However, those who could come out all died mysteriously in the end. Those who dared to enter the myriad demon forest were all brave people, people with extraordinary strength, or people who had already disregarded life and death. Ling Chen's suggestion to Ling Xiao to go to the demon forest was not to let Ling Xiao take the risk alone. Instead, he planned to go with Ling Xiao. According to the legends, the wood-class Genesis stone could be found in the gathering place of the ghost tree monsters. They could try to achieve this goal. However, it was so dangerous. Even incipient God realm experts didn't dare to enter that place. Therefore, Ling Chen's suggestion was definitely very risky. It was no wonder that he only asked Ling Xiao to discuss it with him. He was afraid that the other clansmen would stop him. He thought that with his current competence at incipient God realm, it was impossible for those monsters to approach him. Ling Chen had unparalleled confidence. "What do you think, Brother Xiao? Do you have the guts to come with me?" Ling Chen used to be defeated by Ling Xiao, so he had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao's competence. If he could go with Ling Xiao, his chance of winning would be bigger. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's identity wasn't the same as before. If the other clansmen knew about it, they wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to go with him to take this risk. Ling Xiao beamed a happy smile. "If Big Brother is confident, of course, I don't dare to disobey." When others heard that they were going to the demon forest, they would be so scared that their legs would become jelly. However, Ling Xiao was so happy that people thought that his head was broken. Of course, Ling Xiao's head wasn't broken. He suddenly thought of a way to advance his god soul. It was in the demon forest, above the soul-chasing demon grass and the soul-chasing demon grass. These soul-chasing demons like to absorb all kinds of souls. They themselves had extremely rich soul power, which was a great tonic for Ling Xiao. The soul demon grass was also a divine-level soul-type divine grass, which was of great use to him. If he could find a soul-chasing demon grass at the supreme level, he would have to advance even if he didn't want to. Moreover, he had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head, which could defend against any soul energy attack and any illusions. In other words, the soul-chasing demon and the illusion demon, which were the most intimidating creatures, weren't a threat to him. Regarding the fierce blood demons and the tree monsters, they weren't worth mentioning. No matter how many of them came, he would kill them all. I didn't misjudge you. Then, we should depart immediately and find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Ling Chen said excitedly. After he had reached the incipient god realm, he had only fought with Ling Xiao once. He really wanted to go to the demon forest and show his power to those monsters. In his current state, Ling Chen just wanted to find a monster to test his skills. Of course, he also wanted to help his family to find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. We shouldn't rush. After I'm done with my business, I will come to find you. Anyway, a few more days won't make any difference. Ling Xiao said. Then, he thought of something and said, the illusion demon knows the illusions, and the soul-chasing demon knows the invisible soul attack. There are many fierce blood demons and tree monsters. You have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, you will encounter trouble. We have to guard against these things. You're right. I'm going to prepare some defensive divine treasures. We must get out of the demon forest and find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Ling Chen replied. After Ling Xiao and Ling Chen talked about some matters, they returned to Dragon Gate. When he returned to Dragon Gate, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga hadn't left yet. Yang Hai seemed to regard Ling Xiao as his master. He went around to have a good relationship with the people on the mountain peaks. He even lowered his status to fawn on Changhaoyou and asked about Ling Xiao's hobbies. Pang Tonga seemed to be in a hurry. He wanted to see Ling Xiao again before he left. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then met with the two of them again. Master Alchemy God, long time no see. Yang Hai missed you so much. Yang Hai bowed and tried to flatter him. Ling Xiao got goosebumps when he heard that. He cursed under his breath. Is that bastard really at the incipient god realm? He's a motherf asterisk cur. This was definitely the most undignified incipient god realm expert that Ling Xiao had ever seen. Pang Tonga, who was standing to the side, was more straightforward. He very seriously asked Ling Xiao, Alchemist Ling, let's get straight to the point. What do you want me to do in order to refine the sovereign god pill for me? Could it be that you really want me to follow you by your side? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I've already said it clearly. Either you gather 3 sets of supreme god materials or you stay in Dragon Gate as an elder. As long as you contribute enough, I will try my best to satisfy your request. However, as long as the two of you agree to one thing, I will immediately refine the supreme god pellets for you. How about it? Really? Yang Hai and Pang Tonga asked in unison. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Really? Just as Pang Tonga was about to eagerly agree, Yang Hai's eyes flashed and he asked, Master of the Divine Alchemist, as long as you give the order, Yang Hai will do his best to do it for you. He left some leeway in his words. He would only do it for Ling Xiao if he could do it. If he couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Pang Tonga wasn't stupid. After hearing Yang Hai's words, he wanted to do what Ling Xiao wanted them to do. It wouldn't be easy. What does alchemy god Ling want us to do? Pang Tonga asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, It's not difficult. I'm going to the 1,000 Demon Forest to look for something. I wonder if you dare to go with me? The moment Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, Yang Hai's cheeky smile froze on his face, and his body trembled. Pang Tongji's expression turned cold, and his brows furrowed tightly. Master Alchemy God? You're right? You really want to go to the 1,000 Demon Forest? Yang Hai asked. Ling Xiao said solemnly again, That's right, I want to go to the 1,000 Demon Forest. I wonder if you dare to go with me? It's not too late to regret. Yang Hai hesitated and was in a dilemma. Who didn't know that the 1,000 Demon Forest was a terrifying place? Even incipient god realm experts only dared to walk around the periphery and didn't dare to go deeper. Once they encountered those monsters, they could only run for their lives. What made them feel the most terrifying was that they would die before they could even see what the monsters looked like. Compared to the supreme god pellets, keeping their lives was much more important. On the other hand, Pang Tonga, who was next to Yang Hai, said in a sonorous voice, All right, I will accompany you on this trip. When we come out, you must help me refine the supreme god pill. You must not regret it. Ling Xiao glanced at Pang Tonga, nodded deeply, and said, Of course, but you have to provide me with the divine materials you have. Alright, deal. Pang Tonga replied. In order to fulfill his partner's needs, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Moreover, although the Thousand Demon Forest was terrifying, for a mid-level supreme master like him, he could escape at any time. Ling Xiao nodded at Pang Tonga and said, I admire Elder Pang's character. Then he cast a meaningful look at Yang Hai. Yang Hai was a little scared by Ling Xiao's gaze, but it also aroused his fighting spirit. Back then, he was also called the King of Mercenaries. He had seen all kinds of dangers. A mere Thousand Demon Forest was nothing to him. Alright, if old Pang dares to go, how can I, Yang Hai, run away? Yang Hai replied. Then he added, but I don't have many Supreme God pellets. Alright, don't worry. As long as we can get out of the Thousand Demon Forest and follow me for another 500 years, I'll definitely give you a Supreme God pellet. Ling Xiao said very seriously. As for Yang Hai, he wouldn't immediately agree to refine Supreme Divine Pills for him, so he would just have to deal with him. 500 years isn't long. When the time comes, I'll find a place to cultivate in seclusion. It'll be over soon. Yang Hai calculated in his heart and agreed to Ling Xiao's request. Alright, then you guys go and wait for 2 days. When the time comes, I'll send someone to inform you to set off together. Ling Xiao said and let them go first. Then he went to find Ding Gudu and gave him the Divine Phoenix Pellet. Chapter 1502. In fact, with Ling Xiao's status, he could have directly asked someone to bring Ding Gudu to see him. But he was not a person who cared about trifles, and at the same time wanted to win people's hearts, so there was nothing unusual about going directly to Ding Gudu. Only in this way could he show the importance and care he attached to his own people. The place that Ding Gudu was arranged was a separate courtyard. Although it was a little small, the environment was quiet and secluded. It was a rare place to meditate and recuperate. In the courtyard, Ding Gudu was brandishing an ordinary sword, seemingly practicing some kind of sword technique. Unfortunately, he was just like an ordinary person now. The sword technique that he used only had the form but no spirit. There was no power at all, and it was completely just for show. However, there was not the slightest hint of sadness on his face. Instead, there was a look of concentration. The sword technique that he brandished became more and more elegant, faintly containing a kind of inexplicable sword power. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a bit of admiration. He had destroyed his own cultivation base, but now he did not have the slightest look of abandonment, which made Ling Xiao feel that he was a rare genius. To be able to subdue such a person was definitely a kind of luck for him. Brother Ding is able to practice diligently every day and become one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. It is indeed not by chance. Ling Xiao said, appearing not far from Ding Gudu. Ding Gudu sheathed his sword, bowed slightly to Ling Xiao, and said, Greetings, Lord Divine Medicine. I've let you see a joke. Ling Xiao looked at Ding Gudu's indifferent appearance, as though he was not worried at all whether he had refined a divine pill that could restore his divine power. This kind of temperament, this kind of calmness was really rare. In the future, you should just call me by my name, there is no need to be so polite. Ling Xiao said. Ding Dugu insisted, No, since I have chosen to follow you, you are my master from now on. I, Ding Dugu, will not be disloyal or disrespectful. Ling Xiao knew of Ding Gudu's faith and said, Then you can call me the Peak Lord like everyone else, or Young Master. He paused for a moment and handed the Nirvana of the Phoenix Pill to Ding Gudu. This is the Nirvana of the Phoenix Pill. It's made with the blood grass of the Phoenix tribe as the main ingredient. Not only can it help you reform your dantian, it can also help you recover your cultivation. Take it. Ding Gudu could no longer remain calm. His trembling hands betrayed the excitement in his heart. For the past few days, he had been pretending to be calm and collected. He wanted to reach the point where he was neither sad nor happy, and forget his identity as Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Now that he had obtained the divine pill that Ling Xiao had refined for him, all his disguise had been revealed. In fact, he was so eager to recover his strength, to recover his confidence and pride. He took the nirvana of the phoenix pill, and with a shake of his body, he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, young master, for the pill." This kneel was very thorough, and it also proved that he would see Ling Xiao as the most worthy person in his life. Ling Xiao did not stop him, and calmly accepted his kneel, because he had indeed saved his life, so he deserved this kneel. Ling Xiao helped him up. "I will ask Haoyou to arrange a room for you to go into seclusion. When I see you next time, I hope that you have returned to your peak, or even a level higher." "Don't worry, young master, I will not let you down," Ding Gudu said solemnly. "And you don't need to practice the death calamity divine technique anymore. After taking the pill, it is best to practice a new divine technique. Otherwise, if something strange happens again, I'm afraid you will not be able to recover," Ling Xiao said. Ding Gudu nodded and remembered Ling Xiao's words. He already had a new divine technique in his spatial ring for him to practice in the future. After Ling Xiao talked with him for a while, he returned to his courtyard. After spending a few days with the women, he sent someone back to the clan to invite Ling Chen out, and prepared to go to the demon forest. After Ling Chen came out, he set off with Dragon Fifth, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. As for the prodigal, Hu Yu and Rock Moving Gao, they were naturally left in the medicine cauldron. "Big brother, is everything ready?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Chen. "No problem, we just need to find the land of the ghost tree demons. We'll avoid the other demons if we can. I believe they won't be able to do anything to us," Ling Chen replied, but when he looked at Yang Hai and Pang Tonga beside Ling Xiao, a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Ling Xiao had no choice but to introduce Yang Hai and Pang Tonga to him. Ling Chen felt that Ling Xiao had found these two supreme being experts for help, so he was even more confident. The Myriad Demon Forest was located at the border between the Heavenly Dragon Domain and the Heavenly Sparrow Domain. That area was separated by many spatial barriers, and the Myriad Demon Forest was isolated from the rest of the world. It was not allowed to have any contact with human settlements, so as to prevent more people from being harmed. This was the spatial barrier that the Supreme Being from the Antiquity time had specially set up. Because of the existence of this spatial barrier, the demons had to hide in the demon forest and couldn't harm the human world. At the same time, this spatial barrier could only be entered by experts at the King God realm and above. Anyone below the King God realm couldn't enter, and if the demons wanted to come out, they would be attacked by this formation. This spatial barrier did have a unique, heaven-defying power. Ling Xiao, Ling Chen, and the others had already quietly arrived in front of this spatial barrier. They looked down at the desolate land with no signs of human habitation and felt a strange demonic aura shooting up into the sky. Their faces became stern. Yang Hai, who was following behind Ling Xiao, slightly shrunk his body. In his heart, he regretted following Ling Xiao to this place. After all, the demon forest was infamous. Although many people could come out alive, most of them had gone crazy and died. Although he was at the incipient God realm, he still felt so chilled. An unknown fear rose from the bottom of his feet to the top of his heart. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Hai. He could sense the other's strange situation. He chuckled and said, "Old Yang, if you're afraid, you can leave now." If Ling Xiao had said this to him alone, he would have turned around and left immediately without a word. However, there were quite a few people here now. If he were to leave now, wouldn't his reputation be completely ruined? Since he had already come this far, he couldn't back down anymore. "Master Alchemy God, you must be joking. It's just the demon forest. Why should I be afraid? I've entered the Heaven's Eye Sea and survived," Yang Hai said confidently. The Heaven's Eye Sea, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, ranked 7th. It was a deep sea area between the mysterious sky region and the heaven source region. There was a Heaven's Eye vortex there. Once this vortex sucked people in, they would definitely die. Yang Hai had been sucked in by the Heaven's Eye Sea when he was at the King God realm. Later on, he had a lucky encounter that gave him the foundation to break through to the incipient God realm. And this was also a glorious deed that he was proud of in his life. However, no one present would believe it when it came from his mouth. Everybody could see his cowardly appearance. If he had entered the Heaven's Eye Sea, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, Who would be such a coward? In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Yang Hai. Back then, he could say that he had entered the Heaven's Eye Sea by mistake and he had almost died there. He had gone through a lot of luck to get the chance to leave. He paled at the mention of those forbidden lands. His courage was already scared out of his wits. He swore that he would never enter those forbidden lands again. Just as Yang Hai was about to explain, Ling Chen had already taken the lead and shouted, "Let's go in. With our strength, I don't believe that we can't deal with the monsters here." Ling Chen activated the shield and directly rushed into the barrier. Ling Xiao also rushed in, followed by Dragon Fifth and Pang Tonga. Yang Hai hesitated for a while before murmuring, "I've entered the Heaven's Eye Sea before. This demon forest can't deal with me." After saying that, he also rushed into the demon forest. The few of them stopped above the myriad demon forest and looked at the endless ancient mountains and forests. A strange demonic wind blew past, and the woo-woo sound was like the sound of demons and ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. The primordial aura of this primordial forest assaulted one's nostrils, making one feel as if they had returned to the primordial era. What a dense demonic aura and desolate aura. No wonder people's expressions change when they talk about it. Ling Chen murmured to himself. Ling Xiao also thought so and said, "Only a place like this can preserve ancient beasts. It seems that there are definitely countless 11th rank beasts here." As the most complete and largest ancient mountain range, the demon forest naturally had some advantages that other ancient mountain ranges couldn't compare to. According to the records, the ghost tree demons exist in the ghost tree ridge in the depths of the southeast. Let's go. Once we find what we need, we'll immediately return, Ling Chen said. At this time, Pang Tonga asked, "What kind of divine item are you looking for that you actually have to deal with those ghost tree demons?" The ghost tree demons were the easiest to deal with among the many monsters. As long as they had divine weapons, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with them. However, Pang Tonga and Yang Hai still didn't know what Ling Chen, Ling Xiao, and the others were looking for. Ling Xiao said, "We're looking for the wood element Genesis stone." As soon as he said that, Pang Tonga and Yang Hai's expressions slightly shrank. Their old eyes were filled with astonishment. It was obvious that they were very surprised by what Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were after. If the Ghost Tree Ridge had the Genesis stone, then it would most likely be the place where the highest level Ghost Tree demons lived. If they wanted to snatch it from the hands of those monsters, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It must be known that monsters that had reached the peak, even if they were of the wood element, had incomparably terrifying attack power. As far as I know, no one has ever found the Genesis stone from this place, Yang Hai said with some concern. Others can't find it, but that doesn't mean we can't find it. If we don't go take a look, how will we know? Ling Chen said and took the lead to fly in a direction. The others immediately followed. At this time, a strange demonic wind quietly blew in the direction they had just left. Chapter 1503. Above the thick forest, some figures were moving as fast as lightning. They were shuttling through the space, covering 100,000 miles in one step. Their speed was extremely fast. The spirit beasts and holy beasts in the forest couldn't sense their auras, but they had already disappeared. Those figures didn't seem to have time to care about the high-level spiritual treasures or the divine treasures that even the holy emperor or the king god wanted. They just passed by hurriedly. In this boundless demon forest, there were many level 11 holy beasts. Suddenly, some outsiders dared to step over their territory, which had enraged them. They stormed out and wanted to swallow those outsiders. Several beasts' roars reverberated. A commotion arose in the forest. Several giant creatures stormed out. They didn't stop. They directly swallowed Ling Chen and Ling Zhao's group. The bloodthirsty aura it exuded was so strong that even the saint beasts of the other ancient mountain ranges couldn't compare to it. "Ha, good timing." Ling Chen laughed loudly. The Dragon King, who had almost turned into a dragon, stormed out from behind him. The aura of a supreme incipient god realm expert was released. Several golden fists bombarded the holy beasts. Ling Chen came to the Thousand Demon Forest to find the Genesis Stone. He also wanted to fight with the level 11 sacred beasts here. He wanted to show off the power of his new power. Yang Hai said, "Don't tangle with them. Otherwise, more holy beasts will come out. We won't be able to escape then." Yang Hai had lived in many ancient mountain ranges for many years and was extremely experienced. In such a dangerous mountain range, he maintained the highest level of vigilance. He knew that they could not start a battle here early, or else they would attract even more sacred beasts. They would be surrounded and killed before they could even reach their destination. After all, this was the most ancient mountain range with the most level 11 holy beasts. How could they kill all of them? If those level 11 holy beasts came out, they wouldn't even know how to write the word death. However, Ling Chen had forgotten about this. He just wanted to enjoy the moment and ignored everything else. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Time war strategy." As soon as Ling Xiao finished, Dragon Fifth, who was next to Ling Xiao, moved first. "Let me deal with them." Dragon Fifth's fighting spirit was high. He had just left the dragon nest, so it was time for him to show his power. Dragon Fifth roared at the holy beasts. The powerful dragon roar shook the holy beasts, causing them to let out strange cries. Their huge bodies were smashed into the forest by the pressure. Ling Chen, who hadn't exchanged a few blows, was also affected. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The dragon might was inviolable. To ordinary holy beasts, it was enough to suppress them and make them not dare to act rashly. However, these holy beasts were left behind from the ancient era or even the primordial era. Their desolate chi was extremely dense and their tempers were extremely fiery. They were not very afraid of the true dragon race. Although they were temporarily suppressed, they quickly rushed up again and roared at Dragon Fifth in provocation. Dragon Fifth laughed sinisterly. "You still dare to provoke me when you see me?" Dragon Fifth did not transform into his original body and directly rushed towards them. He brandished his dragon fist and the powerful fist force surpassed the might of an ancient god artifact, directly causing two of the holy beasts to explode in blood. The other two wanted to bite it, but it dodged them. When it turned around, it fiercely stomped on them with its feet, creating huge bloody holes on their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. Dragon Fifth's battle prowess was like the heavens. After a few attacks, he directly tortured and killed these holy beasts. Large amounts of blood splattered incessantly, appearing extremely glaring and ferocious. The smell of blood was extremely strong. "Dragon Fifth, keep their beast cores for me. Don't swallow them." Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Fifth, who was slaughtering in all directions, and shouted. "All right, I'll keep them for you," Dragon Fifth said disapprovingly. After a pause, it said, "Their bodies are all rotten. It's not bad to leave them for you humans. It's a pity that I don't have a big appetite recently. Otherwise, I'll eat them all." Yang Hai and Pang Tonga, who were beside Ling Xiao, were shocked. They did not expect the mighty man beside Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. At the same time, they felt that with such a powerful existence, they would be much safer. They were all thinking, this guy can't be a true dragon divine beast, right? That should be the sound wave of a dragon's roar. Ling Chen had a look of deep envy. He knew that this was a level 11 true dragon divine beast. This kind of battle prowess was most likely at the mid-stage of the level 11. In their race, only 2 or 3 people could have such a high-level true dragon divine beast to protect them. Just as Dragon Fifth put away the beast core and handed it over to Ling Xiao, a series of beast roars rang out in the distance, causing the entire area to shake. Huge holy beasts that covered the sky rushed out from different directions. There were so many of them that it was frightening. Among them, there were quite a few terrifying level 11 existences. Their might made people's legs turn to jelly. That's a thunder eagle. My mother is so fast, let's run. Yang Hai could not help but exclaim when he saw one of the level 11 holy beasts. The desolate thunder eagle was a desolate ancient species, and this purple eagle with the power of wind and thunder was as mighty as the heavens. The thunder energy it carried was extremely terrifying, and it was at least in existence at the intermediate stage of the 11th rank. It was no wonder that Yang Hai was so shocked. Pang Tonga also saw a few holy beasts in another direction that made his scalp go numb. Those were the mutated blood leopard, the primordial serpent king, and the aurora lion. It was not just the two of them. Even Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were panicking. They all knew that this place had the most groups of level 11 holy beasts. Now that they were here, they felt that they had underestimated this desolate ancient forest. This was like a paradise for holy beasts. There were so many terrifying holy beasts, and even some extinct ones could be seen here. No wonder those who came in all died. This place was really much more dangerous than the other ancient mountain ranges. Only Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. His dragon eyes were still emitting a thick, ferocious aura. He wanted to transform into his original form and fight with them first. Yang Hai came back to his senses and shouted, "Quick! Go to the bottom of the forest and hide your aura. Don't reveal any hostility. Only then will they reduce their killing intent." Immediately after, he was the first to descend into the forest. The others didn't even think about it and immediately rushed down. Only Dragon Fifth followed behind unwillingly. A few of the nearby holy beasts chased after them. The others circled in the sky for a while. After some conflict, they gradually dispersed. They did not have much appetite for these humans. They were too small, not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They would not attack unless they trespassed into their territory. Yang Hai was undoubtedly the most familiar with the rules of the forest. He did this to avoid being surrounded by holy beasts. However, there were still a few holy beasts chasing after them. They kept releasing elemental attacks, bombarding the surroundings into chaos. Dragon Fifth could not hold it in any longer. He was the great royal uncle of the dragons. How could he be frightened by these low-level holy beasts? He stopped and directly swung his fists at these holy beasts that were not even at the 11th level. "All right, Dragon Fifth, now is not the time to fight." Ling Xiao called out to Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao were only equals. However, he had already received the Dragon King's instructions before coming out. He had also acknowledged Ling Xiao, so he still had to listen to Ling Xiao's words. The group concealed their auras and began to quickly travel through the forest. At the same time, they looked around vigilantly, paying attention to any movement. They were already deep into the demon forest. Those evil creatures could appear at any time. They could not let their guard down. The group had no time to look for the many holy treasures here. They headed northeast. During this period of time, with Yang Hai, the former king of mercenaries, they were able to avoid the attacks of many holy beasts. They only occasionally encountered one or two holy beasts, and with their strength, they were able to finish them off quickly without causing too much of a commotion. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the trees in the forest were. Waves of unknown toxic gas arose. The pungent smell and the corrosive gas were enough to make people sick and die instantly. Surprisingly, it was the toxic gas of the origin. Once they touched it, it was not easy to expel it. Even King God Realm experts would be tortured to death. Yang Hai grew even more worried. Are we in the ghost tree demon's territory? It should be green tumor poison. Don't breathe it in. Otherwise, you will die of tumors. Ling Chen said. At the incipient God Realm, their protective light cages weren't affected by the toxic gas. However, they could see that the light cages were corroded and turned dark green. It seemed like they could get into their bodies at any minute. The deeper they went into this dark forest, the thicker the toxic gas became. Moreover, they saw a swamp area with strange noises. It made the incipient God Realm experts more vigilant. This poison is so terrifying. Even half-incipient God Realm experts can't resist it. Ling Xiao thought. At this moment, Yang Hai said, "This place is covered by toxic gas. We should get out of here. Otherwise, if the poisonous creatures come out, we will be in big trouble." Pang Tonga also agreed. That's right. This place has a natural advantage against the poisonous creatures. We should leave first. They all recognized that this place could be the territory of some poisonous creatures. If they could avoid provoking them, they would try their best not to provoke them. Just as they were about to charge out of the poison barrier, there was finally a change in the swamp. Those swamps churned and surged, and poisonous gas continuously swept out. A huge mouth rapidly pounced out from there, catching people off guard. Chapter 1504. A huge mouth revealed 2 rows of deep and sharp fangs. Those black hole-like deep holes emitted an incomparably dense poisonous gas. Before the mouth even reached, the poisonous gas had already rolled out. It was enough to corrode everything in the world. Everybody was so scared that they retreated immediately. They soared up into the sky. However, among them, Ling Chen was the slowest. He had to face the corrosive toxic air and the fate of being swallowed by the mouth. However, he was worthy of being one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Today he had reached incipient god realm, so he wasn't afraid in the face of danger. He released all of his energy, punching out a golden fist. His fist aura was torrential, and the power was so fierce. It was like a dragon king storming out. Rumble! Rumble! The poisonous miasma that was pouncing over was blasted back by this punch, directly exploding in the middle of the huge opening. Ling Chen did not take the opportunity to retreat quickly. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit and threw out a few punches consecutively, directly overturning the swamp, causing many poisonous barriers to surge. At this time, the roars of many beasts arose. Then, giant crocodiles with green scales appeared in the swamp area. Green tumbled poisonous crocodiles. Yang Hai's hair stood on end as he screamed in surprise. He knew that this kind of poisonous crocodile was extremely brutal. Their toxic air was so thick that people couldn't wait to avoid them. If it was an ordinary level 9 or 10 green tumbled poisonous crocodile, it wouldn't have made him lose his composure like this. It was because he saw several level 11 green tumbled poisonous crocodiles storming out. Among them was a green tumbled poisonous crocodile king, an existence at the peak of middle level 11. Surrounding them were hundreds of stage 9 to stage 10 green tumbled poisonous crocodiles, surrounding them layer by layer. Go! Go! Don't tangle with them! Yang Hai screamed at Ling Chen. He already had a blue triangular shield in his hand to defend himself. He was prepared for the worst. However, it was too late for them to retreat. The green tumbled poisonous crocodile king roared and sent a signal to attack the other green tumbled poisonous crocodiles. Almost 100 blue tumor poisonous crocodiles spurted out a terrifying toxic mist that dyed the entire place dark green. That toxic power was enough to corrode any half-incipient god realm warrior to death. Fortunately, Yang Hai had already taken out a low-grade ancient god artifact to defend himself, and he was able to isolate the poison. As for Ling Chen, he was currently locked in combat with one of the type 11 green tumor poisonous crocodiles. He was completely enveloped by the poisonous gas, which constantly seeped into his defensive barrier, causing him to feel dizzy. Not good, these poisons are too terrifying. I have to get rid of them as soon as possible, Ling Chen thought to himself. However, just as he was about to rush out, the green tumbled poisonous crocodile swung its iron tail that was like an ancient artifact towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen could not dodge, so he could only bite the bullet and punch out, sending the iron tail flying back. However, the strength of the iron tail was not any weaker than his. It directly sent his body flying far away, causing his internal organs to churn and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the toxic gas seized the chance to corrode his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! Fortunately, Ling Chen's physical body was also extremely tough. Although he was touched by the poisonous gas, his copper-like skin withstood the poisonous gas and didn't let it directly enter his body. Not good! Ling Chen hissed and immediately urged his energy to expel the toxic gas from his body. He didn't want to let it corrode his body further. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. However, at this moment, 2 level 10 green tumor poisonous crocodiles near him suddenly pounced on him. As a supreme incipient god realm expert, Ling Chen had fast reflexes. However, he was affected by the toxic gas, so his movement was a little slower. When the 2 green tumor poisonous crocodiles were about to attack him, he killed them directly. At this moment, the level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile attacked again. Its mouth was already in front of Ling Chen, but the thick toxic gas still swept over. Ling Chen felt that he couldn't endure it anymore. He wanted to dodge, but he still felt that his movement was a lot slower. Just as he was about to fall into the green tumor poisonous crocodile's mouth, a figure swooped down from above and directly stepped on the giant crocodile's mouth. Boom! The giant mouth was directly stomped shut. Then, a fiery sword light flashed, and the sword light slashed the green tumor poisonous crocodile's body. It was an ancient god weapon. Each slash was enough to cut gold and jade, and split the mountain and the ground. However, when it slashed on the level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile, it could only cut off a few pieces of its thick green scale armor. There was only a shallow sword mark on its body. Ling Xiao screamed, "Mother f*** Kerr, such a strong body." Ling Xiao couldn't care so much. He immediately used all of his strength to slash down. Many sword lights descended, and the heaven flames burned the toxic gas nearby. The level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile roared crazily. Its body flipped, and its tail twisted, sweeping towards Ling Xiao on its back. Ling Xiao couldn't care about anything else. He immediately bounced off its body and swept towards Ling Chen. He pulled Ling Chen up, and many flames burned with him as the center. These heaven flames were the poison barrier's nemesis. They immediately burned and dispersed the toxic gas. The green tumor poisonous crocodiles also seemed to be very afraid of this kind of fire. They didn't dare to come close. They all chased after Yang Hai and Pang Tonga, while the green tumor poisonous crocodile king fought with Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth was suppressing the green tumor poisonous crocodile king completely. His punches caused its body to fester. There were many level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodiles nearby who wanted to help, but they all returned in vain. Their toxic gas couldn't do anything to Dragon Fifth at all. They wanted to bite or charge at Dragon Fifth, but their speed couldn't keep up. As for Yang Hai, with the help of the ancient god weapon, he escaped the fastest. He killed several green tumor poisonous crocodiles below level 11 and escaped far away. Pang Tonga's strength was extraordinary, and he dealt with it very calmly. He didn't fight these level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodiles head-on, but he kept an eye on Ling Xiao's movements. As long as Ling Xiao was in danger, he would help. Seeing Ling Xiao's decisive actions and his calm expression, he knew that the poisonous barrier and the green-tumbled poisonous crocodiles couldn't do anything to him. Ling Xiao threw Ling Chen towards Pang Tonga and said, "Elder Pang, protect my big brother and leave this place first. I'll leave later." Ling Chen turned around and cried out to Ling Xiao, "Brother Xiao, what are you doing?" At this time, Pang Tonga had already grabbed Ling Chen with one hand and forcefully pulled Ling Chen away from the area enveloped by the poison barrier. Ling Xiao returned, not showing the slightest bit of fear in the face of these green tumor poisonous crocodiles. Those green tumor poisonous crocodiles didn't dare to approach Ling Xiao. They only spat out mouthfuls of thick poisonous mist towards Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao saw that Dragon Fifth had already forced the green tumor poisonous crocodile king into the swamp, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without a high-level level 11 holy beast, don't even think about forcing Dragon Fifth to transform into his original form to fight. Ling Xiao didn't stay behind to kill these green tumor poisonous crocodiles, but to obtain the green tumor poisonous ivy, the source of the poison here. Even divine kings wouldn't dare to easily capture this poison source. Others would usually stay far away from it, so why did Ling Xiao want it? He naturally couldn't use it, but that didn't mean his people couldn't. The people by his side, Feng Xianyun and Poison Scorpion, were both poison masters, and his son was even a little poisonous creature, a demon king who often played with poison. This kind of high-level poison was a great tonic for them, and it was just the right time for them to play with this poison to strengthen their killing methods. Ling Xiao's body was like a swallow, weaving through these green tumor poisonous crocodiles, and he directly swept towards the edge of the swamp. Those green tumor poisonous crocodiles that came to stop him were all killed by him, and their bodies were even kept by Ling Xiao. Their blood essence had the miraculous effect of resisting poison, so he let Feng Xianyun and Poison Scorpion refine these poisonous creatures before they refined them. This was a layer of protection, and they wouldn't have to worry about being devoured. Just as Ling Xiao was about to get those green tumor poisonous ivy, a level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile opened its mouth wide and pounced towards Ling Xiao with no regard for anything else. Ling Xiao had no choice but to swiftly avoid its bite, but its iron tail followed him like a shadow and attacked again. As Ling Xiao retreated, he sneered and said, "Even if you have an iron wall, I will still burn you to ashes." He pointed a finger, and the finger beam of the twin dragon wind directly attacked the green tumor poisonous crocodile's iron tail. Boom! The might of Ling Xiao's finger contained the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. Even dragon scales couldn't withstand it, so how could the scales of this green tumor poisonous crocodile withstand it? Roar, roar. The iron tail of the green tumor poisonous crocodile was directly pierced by this finger, and the power of destruction immediately burned its body, causing it to scream in pain. In the end, it had no choice but to rush into the swamp. Sizzle, sizzle. Even after it rushed in, it still couldn't extinguish the power of destruction. Instead, the poisonous creatures spurred the flames to burn even faster. A huge flame ignited in the swamp, and the green tumor poisonous crocodile writhed incessantly as its body was gradually burned to ashes. Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to collect a few poisonous vines with green tumors growing on them. At this time, Ling Xiao turned around and called out to Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, let's go." Just as Ling Xiao was about to rush out of this place, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several green tumor poisonous crocodiles guarding the shore not far away. His eyes flashed, and to his surprise, he discovered that there were actually a few eggs of the green tumor poisonous crocodile there. Although this kind of poisonous creature is disgusting, it is a high-grade saint beast. If I take it out, I can sell it for a lot of divine crystals. With a thought, Ling Xiao swept in that direction, and with a flash of his dragon claws, he directly passed through the green tumor poisonous crocodiles and collected the eggs. Roar, roar. Chapter 1505. When Ling Xiao took away the eggs of the cyan-tumbled poisonous crocodiles, the nearby cyan-tumbled poisonous crocodiles charged towards him in a frenzy. Countless poisonous barriers surged forth, all of them blasting towards Ling Xiao. Even a low-level supreme martial artist's expression changed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's supreme yang fire was able to restrain these poisonous sources, preventing them from getting close to his body at all. As for Dragon Fifth, he had already ruthlessly beaten the two mid-stage rank 11 green-tumbled poisonous crocodiles into the swamp. One of them was directly killed, while the green-tumbled poisonous crocodile king's flesh was smashed, blood splattering everywhere. Dragon Fifth soared into the air and opened his dragon mouth towards the cyan-tumbled poisonous crocodiles that were chasing after Ling Xiao, letting out a dragon roar. It was as if a real golden true dragon was roaring and wreaking havoc here, directly causing them to fly back from the shock. Several below the 11th rank directly exploded and died, while two 11th rank ones were so frightened that their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this moment, Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao had already quickly fled far away. Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga had already reached another place. They had originally wanted to wait for Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth to come over before leaving together, but unexpectedly, dozens of sacred poison beasts suddenly appeared, forcing them to flee again. When Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth followed in the direction they had gone, they had already lost sight of them. Poisonous snakes, black ants, million-legged centipedes. These sacred beasts that had reached the 11th rank had appeared one after another, simply frightening them to no end. Damn it, where did Big Brother and the others go? Ling Xiao cursed and hurriedly let Dragon Fifth transform into his original form, immediately causing these poisonous creatures to retreat one by one. He had originally thought that Dragon Fifth's original form was enough to suppress all the insensible sacred beasts to scram, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the opposite, causing even more high-level sacred beasts to appear one after another to challenge Dragon Fifth, as if they were not suppressed by Dragon Fifth's source power at all. Roar, roar. Dragon 5 roared in dissatisfaction. His dragon roar shook hundreds of thousands of miles, and his dragon's might became more and more terrifying. He wanted to suppress the holy beasts that were clamoring with him. No matter what, the true dragon divine beasts were the strongest of the beast emperors. Although these sacred beasts had been isolated from the world for a very long time, and were mutated beasts that had been passed down from ancient times, or even the primordial era, under the pressure of such a powerful dragon's might, they actually felt fear that they had not felt for a long time. Just as Dragon Fifth was about to start a massacre, Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted at him, "What are you waiting for? I don't have time to waste here." Dragon Fifth roared at the holy beasts with some unwillingness. He charged towards one of the holy beasts. His dragon body fiercely knocked the holy beast of the same rank to the side. He then took Ling Xiao and fled into the distance. The other holy beasts roared in alarm, but they didn't chase after Dragon Fifth. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the direction Dragon Fifth was taking him to was different from Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. Just like that, the few of them split up in two different directions. The danger they would face would be different again. After leaving the poisonous area, Ling Xiao immediately took out the sound transmission stone to search for the whereabouts of Ling Qin and the others. However, there was no response from the sound transmission stone. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He began to sense if he could find the whereabouts of Ling Qin and the others within 1,000,000 miles. However, the ancient trees here towered into the sky, and the powerful magnetic field had already blocked his divine scan. It was impossible for him to sense far away, and he was unable to find the whereabouts of Ling Qin and the others. This is bad. What if they run into those monsters? Ling Xiao murmured. He wasn't afraid of those monsters, but the others didn't have the ability to do so. Thinking to this point, Ling Xiao had to speed up to search for Ling Qin and the others. Oh right, Big Brother and the others might be heading to the Ghost Tree Ridge. We can meet them then, Ling Xiao said, and then directed Dragon Fifth to fly in that direction. However, after flying for a short distance, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had to land again and move through the forest. Because there were too many overlords in the sky, even he and Dragon Fifth had to avoid them. He found that he had just seen the peak of medium level 11 Thunder Eagle that had come out before. Although Dragon Fifth could fight against it, it was better not to. Their target was just the wood-class source stone. This demon forest is already so intimidating without seeing any monsters. No wonder why the incipient God Realm experts don't want to come here. It's so scary, Ling Xiao thought. Shi Yen and Dragon Fifth were moving fast through the mountain ridges. Occasionally, they encountered some holy beasts, but they weren't a big threat to them. Ling Xiao seized the chance to collect some rare divine materials to fill his collection. Ling Xiao wanted to find some wild beasts or the cubs of ancient beasts to take with him. However, he didn't find any along the way. It was mainly because he didn't have the time to find them. This demon forest was really vast. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had walked for 3 days, but they still hadn't reached the Ghost Tree Ridge. During this time, they had seen some man-eating flowers and some strange plant monsters. Their levels weren't high, so they weren't a big obstacle for Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth. On this day, they arrived at a mountain range that was filled with a bloody aura. The stench of blood constantly drifted in the air, and occasionally, they would see the complete bodies of holy beasts. They didn't have any vitality. Their bodies were shriveled like a layer of skin covering a layer of bones. The beast cores on their foreheads were still intact. Apart from that, there were many messy, deep white bones. They were all the bones of various spirit beasts. This scene was like a land of death, and it sent chills down their spines. Ling Xiao smelled a different aura. It was a thick demonic aura. At the same time, a few words flashed in his mind. Could this be the territory of the blood-fierce demons? He bent down to examine the holy beasts. Sure enough, he found that not a single drop of their blood essence was left. There was a wound on their bodies, and it seemed that their blood essence had been sucked dry from that wound. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then put away all the beast cores in the vicinity. At this time, Dragon Fifth let out a vigilant voice. There are some annoying fellows here. Dragon Fifth's aura was already rising. If they encountered holy beasts that they weren't a match for, they wouldn't dare to act rashly unless they thought they had the ability to challenge Dragon Fifth. Ling Xiao also sensed that something was wrong. The stench of blood was getting closer and closer. Whiz! A shadow flashed in front of him and instantly disappeared into the deep bushes. Even Ling Xiao couldn't see what it looked like. Dragon Fifth roared and threw a punch in that direction. That direction was instantly turned into dust, revealing an empty space. A corrosive smell of blood assaulted him. What the hell? I didn't even hit it. Dragon Fifth muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao looked in that direction and became more and more vigilant. He felt a little scared from the bottom of his heart. He had already guessed that this was definitely the territory of the blood-fierce demons. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to be entangled with them. This was definitely a type of evil and unlucky thing. Touching it would cause endless trouble, and it would undoubtedly lead to death. Ling Xiao wasn't very afraid. He had the heavenly fire that could restrain all of this. He was just afraid that something would happen to Dragon Fifth. Although Dragon Fifth was a true dragon, the strongest fighting race in the world, he was powerless against these monsters. After all, he was of the metal attribute. Dragon Fifth, let's... Ling Xiao called out to Dragon Fifth. However, before he could finish his sentence, he found that there was something like a bloody palm under Dragon Fifth's feet. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and was momentarily speechless. The bloody palm quickly grabbed Dragon Fifth and instantly turned into a bloody mist. It actually wanted to directly wrap Dragon Fifth up. Dragon Fifth! Ling Xiao shouted in shock, wanting to help Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth took the lead and coldly roared. His aura instantly soared and forcibly shook off the bloody mist. However, the blood mist was extremely strange. Sure enough, it turned into many blood snakes and pounced towards Dragon Fifth to bite him. Get out of here! Dragon Fifth shouted with his dragon voice and forcefully shook the bloody mist into nothingness. At the same time, he swept in one direction and spat out a golden light from his mouth. He rushed towards the place where the bloody palm came from. Rumble! The powerful sound of the explosion destroyed the giant trees. Shi Yen kept splashing, and a shadow bullet shot into the air. Ling Xiao finally saw its face clearly. This was truly a monster. Its body was like a snake or scorpion, but its head was like a straw, constantly opening and closing its small mouth. There were a total of 18 bloody mouths, which seemed to be its head. There were no other organs, and its entire body was covered in red flesh. It looked extremely disgusting and ugly. Its entire body wasn't big, and it seemed as if it could constantly shrink and shrink, giving people a very strange feeling. It shook its 18 bloody mouths, and at the same time, 2 of the bloody mouths flew towards Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao. Its speed was like that of a sharp arrow, and it was impossible for them to defend themselves. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth could still dodge if they wanted to, but they both chose to pinch the 2 bloody mouths that extended over. They thought that it would be easy to crush them, but they didn't expect that the sucking mouth could change its shape. In an instant, it wrapped around their arms and quickly bit them. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth were caught off guard by this turn of events. Their powerful bodies were actually bitten through by the blood-sucking mouth, and the blood vessels in their bodies were actually forcefully sucked out by it to the point of involuntarily moving. Bastard! Ling Xiao scolded, and a flame instantly appeared on his arm. The sucking mouth let out a strange cry, and immediately shrank back after being burned. On the other side, Dragon Fifth had another layer of dragon scales on him, isolating him from the rest of his body. The sucking mouth was stuck to his dragon scales, unable to go any further. Dragon Fifth also took the opportunity to ripple a powerful golden light, which shook the sucking mouth away, and then turned into a claw, which smashed the sucking mouth. Chapter 1506. The fierce blood demon was also known as a demon. It was a species that was different from many other beasts and had an extremely evil ability. In this 1,000-demon forest, there were several kinds of demonic evil beings that were rarely seen in ancient times. It was indeed a primeval forest that people rarely set foot in. This fierce blood demon's flesh was bright red, and its appearance was so strange and ugly. Anyone who saw it would feel extremely disgusted and want to vomit. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was also an experienced and knowledgeable person, and Dragon Fifth was a divine beast, so he was able to endure it. If it was anyone else, they would have fainted from seeing it. Ling Xiao burned the bloody mouth. He originally wanted to let the heavenly fire directly burn the flesh tube along with the fierce blood demon. However, that guy's reaction was incomparably fast. It actually directly cut off the flesh tube, and at the same time, it avoided the misfortune of being burned by the heavenly fire. On the other side, after Dragon Fifth exploded the bloody mouth, the blood actually turned into a lively little fierce blood demon, directly sucking its body, wanting to suck its blood from the cracks of the dragon's scales. Dragon Fifth frowned and shook. Golden light constantly flashed around his body, and golden blades that seemed to have taken shape completely destroyed those little fierce blood demons. It was also the moment it was stopped. The fierce blood demon had already turned into a shadow and disappeared in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's hands were fast, and a flame palm slapped over. The thick flames burned all the nearby trees into a raging fire. Ling Xiao did not know whether or not the fierce blood demon was burned, but this kind of thing was extremely fast, and this was their territory. It would not be easy to take it down. Unless he really destroyed the hundreds of giant peaks in the vicinity with a fire, he would not be able to force them to appear. However, now that he had seen this fierce blood demon, he knew how powerful it was, and his heart became calm and confident. His heavenly fire was the best divine item to restrain evil beings. With it on his body, those things would not be able to get close to his body. However, Dragon Fifth's situation was a little strange. He was still releasing the golden aura, as if he could not get rid of the little dire beast. Or maybe it was really living in his body. How is Dragon Fifth? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. For the first time, Dragon Fifth revealed a look of unwillingness and said, "It seems that something has entered my body and I can't force it out for a while. It's slowly devouring my blood, this damned thing." Ling Xiao realized that things were getting out of hand. Every single drop of blood from these fierce blood demons could be used by him. Now, he was afraid that the fierce blood demons were trying to suck Dragon Fifth's blood dry. Even if Dragon Fifth was a true dragon divine beast, he was helpless against these parasites. Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth, "Relax your body and mind, Dragon Fifth. I will use heaven fire to help you." After saying that, he didn't care whether Dragon Fifth refused or not. One of his hands was already pressed on Dragon Fifth's body, and the flames quickly burned a circle around Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth did not dare to move. He hated the flames very much, but he also knew that Ling Xiao was helping him and would not hurt his body. "Ling Xiao, it is in my blood. I will force it to my wrist. Use the power of the flames to burn it. You must force it out." Under the flames, the little dire beast in Dragon Fifth's body began to move. Dragon Fifth immediately used his power to force the little dire beast to his left hand. He was ready to let Ling Xiao help him kill it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He grabbed Dragon Fifth with one hand and sent a wave of supreme yang fire into Dragon Fifth's wrist. Sure enough, under the expulsion of the flames, the tiny drop of blood bounced out and turned into a little dire beast. It quickly fled into the distance. This time, Ling Xiao was prepared. He naturally would not let it escape. He flicked his finger and a little flame shot towards the little dire beast. The little dire beast was instantly burned into nothingness. It no longer existed. Dragon Fifth revealed a ferocious expression and said, "What the hell are these things? They are simply parasites." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right, it really is a parasite. As long as there's a drop of blood, it can continue to grow and resurrect. It can lurk in the body and suck the blood of humans and beasts until they die. The carcasses we saw just now were the work of these things." Dragon Fifth couldn't help but shiver. Although dragons were known as the world's most powerful fighting race, they were helpless against these little things. "Let's quickly leave this place. These things are too disgusting. It's an insult to my precious body," Dragon Fifth said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There's no need to do this. Why don't you take a rest? I'll go into the dire beast territory and see if there's really no way out." After seeing this thing, Ling Xiao didn't want to run anymore. It was rumored that there was a blood pond in the heart of the dire beast territory. It was a divine pond. The blood pond was formed by gathering the excess blood of the dire beast. After countless years of accumulation, it was said that it could condense into divine blood beads. Each divine blood bead was enough to replenish the blood essence of a god monarch. It could also increase the blood essence of any god monarch, making their flesh and blood more vigorous. It was a great benefit for advancement. Even if a god monarch lost too much blood essence, the divine blood beads could help them recover. This showed how precious these divine blood beads were. Apart from that, it also had the ability to activate the power of the bloodline and strengthen it. For example, if a child of a certain clan was born, but because the power of his bloodline wasn't strong enough, he couldn't activate his bloodline and thus became a collateral descendant, then if he could soak in the blood pool once, the power of his bloodline would be magically activated, and it would be strengthened to a greater extent. Or if the child was already able to activate the power of the bloodline, but the concentration of the tenbin was not high enough, then after soaking in the blood pond once, the bloodline would definitely be strengthened, making the power of the bloodline even more perfect, allowing them to cultivate with a stronger tenbin. It could be said that the blood pond was definitely the second time for the Aboriginals to activate their bloodline and strengthen their bloodline. Over the years, the Supremes of the Aboriginals would occasionally come here in search of the blood pond, but to no avail. They would either die in the stomachs of the saint beasts or be mysteriously killed by the demons. As a result, only 2 or 3 people in history had the opportunity to enter the blood pond. However, those people had long since passed away and no longer existed in this world. This time, Ling Xiao relied on his incomparable heavenly fire to break into the territory of the ferocious blood demons. Even if he had to return empty-handed, he still wanted to try. As for Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga, he believed that they would definitely survive. Dragon Fifth didn't force it. It also knew that it was impossible to walk through this place, so it was better to listen to Ling Xiao and rest for a while. Ling Xiao kept Dragon Fifth and walked forward. He could feel the strong aura of demon blood coming from the depths of the blood pond. The territory of the ferocious blood demons must be there, and this was only the periphery. Flames appeared around Ling Xiao's body to prevent the ferocious blood demons from taking advantage of the situation. As Ling Xiao walked, his divine sense constantly swept the area. Occasionally, he would find some bones and corpses, but no more ferocious blood demons appeared. Did I scare them all away? Ling Xiao asked skeptically. Indeed, Ling Xiao was so ostentatious, with the extreme yang flame burning on his body. Naturally, those evil beings didn't dare to come close. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly felt the existence of a human soul. This existence! Ling Xiao frowned and extinguished these wisps of souls. Then, he glanced in a direction and found a human corpse there. Ling Xiao quickly walked over and found that this person had died a long time ago. However, after he had obtained the god body, his corpse didn't rot or decompose. Although his blood was sucked dry, his body was still intact, but it was much shriveled. Those who can come here must be at least at the incipient god realm. This person must be an extremely powerful existence, but I don't know which era he came from. Ling Xiao murmured as his eyes fell on the corpse's finger, discovering that there was still a space ring on it that was still intact. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You have become an ancient, so you should also return to the earth. I will take care of everything for you. Ling Xiao sighed softly before sucking the space ring into his hand. At the same time, he sent a star fire over to the corpse and cremated it. Ling Xiao used his soul consciousness to scan the items in the space ring and was immediately stunned by the things inside. There were actually all kinds of divine materials here, and there were even quite a few supreme divine materials, causing him to be dazzled. Moreover, there were also some unknown beast eggs, some strange divine objects, and even 3 ancient divine artifacts, all of which were existences that could possess great divine abilities. Could he be a high-level supreme martial artist? I can't believe he collected so many divine objects. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There were indeed many godly items in the Thousand Demon Forest. However, it was extremely dangerous and not just anyone could go and collect them. If he were to encounter a mid-level or high-level existence, he would definitely die. Since the other party could find so many divine items, he must have wandered here for a long time, breaking through obstacles along the way to collect so many treasures. Unfortunately, in the end, he died in this fierce blood demon land. It was really not worth it. However, although Ling Xiao felt emotional, he was still very happy to pick up the ready-made ping yi. Just with the divine items here, it was enough for him to refine several more supreme god pills. The value of this space ring was too great. After Ling Xiao obtained peace, he started to search around the area, hoping to encounter other supreme martial artists who had fallen here and collect their belongings. But at this moment, there was a gust of blood qi near him. Several shadows were floating behind him, but they didn't make any noise. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice them at all. A huge sense of danger quietly shrouded him. Chapter 1507. Ling Xiao's nose was not that of a dog's, but it was much more sensitive than that of a dog's. After all, for someone at his level, all of his senses were extremely perfect, and his perception was extremely strong. He looked around vigilantly and saw that there seemed to be some movement in the grassy forest. Just as he was about to attack in a certain direction, he found that the bit of blood qi had disappeared. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that they have nothing to worry about when I retracted my heavenly fire just now? Looks like I'll have to use myself as bait to lure them to me. Ling Xiao retracted his heavenly fire and walked on foot in the wilderness. He had already expanded all of his divine thoughts to the maximum. If there was any movement, he would definitely destroy the demon that was entangled with him with the force of a thunderbolt. However, although his divine thoughts were extremely powerful, there were times when he was not so perceptive. He saw that under his feet, a blood-red color was silently spreading and surging towards him. Ling Xiao only felt that there was something strange under his feet. He looked down and found that 2 flesh tubes had wrapped around his feet and immediately turned into 2 bloody mouths that were biting down on Ling Xiao's legs. These were the bloody mouths of the fierce blood demon, which were also its 2 heads. It was lurking not far behind Ling Xiao. This kind of trick is really hard to defend against, but it's useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered. Flames automatically appeared under his feet and instantly burned the 2 bloody mouths. The flames continued to spread along the 2 flesh tubes. However, the ferocious blood demon was always able to quickly determine that the burning tube was not going to spread to its body. This time, Ling Xiao would not let it escape. He instantly grabbed in that direction with his dragon claw. The fleshy bright red demon was grabbed by Ling Xiao's powerful energy. Its flesh tubes swayed, looking extremely hideous and disgusting. It actually used those flesh tubes to pounce on Ling Xiao. Explode! Ling Xiao shouted as he clenched his fist and crushed the fierce blood demon into pieces. Bang! The fierce blood demon instantly turned into a pool of blood that splashed in all directions. However, Ling Xiao was wrong. After the fierce blood demon was destroyed, the blood turned into smaller fierce blood demons that gathered together and reformed their bodies. Then, they quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. However, a few of the smaller fierce blood demons shot towards Ling Xiao's face. Sure enough, I forgot that this thing can come back to life. No wonder so many holy beasts and experts are terrified of it. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as a fiery light appeared in front of him. The small fierce blood beasts were immediately incinerated into nothingness the moment they came into contact with it. I can't go on like this. I have to find the blood pool as soon as possible so that I can meet up with Big Brother and the others. Ling Xiao said as he shot towards the direction where the blood qi was the thickest. As Ling Xiao went all out, the powerful fierce blood demons in the nearby mountains began to gather together. They absolutely would not allow any creature to get close to the center of their territory. Bloody shadows floated and human figures appeared. A few human silhouettes actually appeared before Ling Xiao. They were already corpses without any signs of life. What was left was only a thick corrosive aura of death, as well as a strange demonic aura. Their eyes shone with an intense baleful aura and a blood-red light. These human figures split into several directions and attacked Ling Xiao. The weapons in their hands were ancient divine weapons, and the power they brought was no less than the power of a low-level supreme master. What's going on? Ling Xiao was puzzled as he retreated quite a distance. He did not understand what was controlling these human figures. He suspected that it was the fierce blood demons, but how could they make their corpses display such powerful combat power after sucking the blood of humans dry? Could it be that these fierce blood demons were intelligent enough to control all of this? Ling Xiao was right. The reason why the fierce blood demons were called demons was because they already had their own demonic spirits. When they reached a higher level, they could also control dead objects and use them as their fighting bodies. They could also replace the souls of those people and receive their memories from when they were alive, so that they could fight. However, they could not reproduce the attributes of those people when they were alive. They could only use the surging power of their blood qi to fight. When they attacked at the same time, balls of blood-red light appeared with a strong evil qi. It was incomparably stinky and disgusting. Puppets were puppets after all. They used the combat skills of those experts when they were alive, but they only had the form but not the spirit. They could not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed 2 fingers on his left and right. Several flaming finger lights directly bombarded the fierce blood demons. As soon as the flames started burning, the fierce blood demons immediately let out strange cries and escaped from the corpses one after another. On the other hand, Ling Xiao collected all the divine artifacts and spatial rings on the corpses. It seems that with the heavenly fire, these fierce blood demons are really not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao smiled and continued forward. However, the real giant blood dire beast had just appeared, and there were many more dire beasts coming at him from all directions. It was a real fierce blood demon, an existence that had reached the peak of the mid-11th rank. It actually had hundreds of heads that looked like bloody mouths, and those heads were constantly shrinking and roaring. Waves of terrifying blood qi were constantly surging, and its body was also as large as a mountain. Everywhere it went, there would be thick and dazzling scarlet blood stains, as if it had blood that would never dry up. It was extremely strange. There were hundreds of fierce blood demons appearing on its left and right sides, and it seemed that the number was still increasing. Anyone who saw such a disgusting monster would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly and they would faint. Even if Ling Xiao was skilled and courageous, he still felt extremely disgusted and wanted to vomit. Good, let's kill them all in one go. Ling Xiao shouted and punched out with the 9 Suns heaven-burning fist. A series of fiery fists with monstrous fist intent blasted toward the largest fierce blood demon. Ling Xiao felt that with the power of his heavenly fire, he would definitely be able to kill them in one blow. He was extremely confident. However, something unexpected happened this time. Just as his fiery fists were about to land on the fierce blood demon, a bloody light suddenly appeared and directly suppressed his fists. It was as if a tidal wave of blood had fallen. The bloody light was incomparably dazzling and stinky. Sizzle, sizzle. Ling Xiao's powerful fiery fists were completely extinguished by this bloody light. What? Ling Xiao exclaimed with an extremely horrified look on his face. The heavenly fire could burn anything. Unless it was something of a higher rank than it or something that was its nemesis, it would not be able to do anything about it. The blood in front of him actually had the strange magical effect of extinguishing the heavenly fire. This was really unexpected. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, the Colossus blood ferocious demon unleashed its might once again. Its hundreds of bloody mouths spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood towards Ling Xiao and enveloped him. Its strength was even greater than Ling Xiao's, and the speed at which it sprayed out was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Ling Xiao's head. How could Ling Xiao just sit and wait for death? He immediately exploded with all his strength. The 9 Suns heaven-burning fist continuously blasted upwards in an attempt to evaporate the strange blood. Boom boom boom. The blood waves were indeed dispersed, but not all of them were evaporated. The drops of blood turned into countless small fierce blood demons that attached themselves to his body. They were like hungry parasites, trying their best to devour Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's flame surged, but they were still unable to incinerate these small fierce blood demons. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Could it be that this is formed from extremely dense essence blood? Just as he increased his firepower, the fierce blood demons sprayed out another wave of blood. This scared Ling Xiao so much that he had no choice but to retreat. However, it was too late for him to retreat now. The surrounding fierce blood demons all extended their blood vessels to surround Ling Xiao, forcefully blocking all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. When Ling Xiao wanted to kill his way out, the blood waves were already pressing down on him, directly smashing him to the ground. The impact of this blood wave was extremely strong, and it also carried an incomparably dense aura of death. This was the existence that extinguished his flames. Right now, his entire body was wrapped in blood, and at the same time, layers of death aura were suppressing the flames. This caused him to be stuck to the ground, unable to escape. Just as he used all of his strength to fly more than 10 meters high, another wave of blood came crashing down. The blood waves turned into countless fierce blood demons and sucked him in. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt a bloody mouth biting his flesh and sucking his blood. Not good. Ling Xiao shouted. The heavenly fire bead quickly operated, and the powerful firepower incinerated the fierce blood demons. The innate chilling wind bead finally played its role, sweeping away the dense aura of death within the blood, causing them to be unable to suppress the heavenly fire. At the same time, it strengthened the innate chilling wind bead. Ping ping. The purple-scarlet flames started burning the sky and the sea. With Ling Xiao as the center, the blood and the fierce blood demons were all incinerated. The colossal bloodline ferocious demon let out a strange cry. Its flesh tubes finally wrapped around Ling Xiao, and its bloody mouths were trying to swallow Ling Xiao's head. This colossal bloodline ferocious demon was a mid-level 11th grade king, and its strength and flesh were not something an ordinary fierce blood demon could compare to. The flames were unable to make it retreat. One of the flesh tubes wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, and the other was trying to swallow Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao wanted to struggle and escape, but he was temporarily unable to do so. Just like that, he was captured by the colossal bloodline ferocious demon. Chapter 1508. Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable being tied up, and there was a bloody hole on top of his head. A disgusting smell made his stomach churn several times. But before he threw up, he had to think of a way to deal with the crisis in front of him. This giant ferocious demon was too powerful. No wonder so many supreme experts were killed when they came here. Their blood waves could even extinguish fire, so what other power could restrain them? Ling Xiao couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had to fight back immediately, or he would die. The meat tube that was strangling him was already biting his body and sucking out his essence blood. However, the wound on his head still had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop which bounced him up, preventing him from suffocating completely. Fortunately, his heaven fire bead had advanced and could even burn a supreme incipient god realm expert into ashes. The innate Yin wind bead could suck out the murderous aura. First, the innate Yin wind bead sucked out the murderous aura of the giant ferocious demon. Then, the heaven fire bead started burning and turned into a flaming bird that flew towards the surrounding ferocious blood demons. The flaming feathers burned all of them into ashes. And Ling Xiao's divine soul clone also appeared at this moment. This was not the time to hide his strength. If he was careless, he could be sucked dry of blood and die. The giant ferocious demon, under the power of the two jewels, quickly broke free from the restraint on Ling Xiao, but it was still unwilling to give up. It spat out blood waves at Ling Xiao, determined to suck this human's blood dry. When Ling Xiao was able to break free, the 9 sun-burning sky fists smashed towards the lower-level ferocious blood demons, creating a bloody path. He couldn't let the giant ferocious blood demon entangle him anymore. At this time, his divine soul clone finally started to attack. The fourth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Burning Sun, directly landed on the body of the giant ferocious blood demon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was so angry that he almost puked out all of his internal organs from this disgusting thing. his divine soul clone immediately unleashed its strongest battle prowess, which was close to the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Coupled with the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art to attack the giant blood-ferocious demon, its power was terrifying. The mountains in this part of the world were all destroyed, and the colossal blood-ferocious demon was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless traces of blood splattered, and a bottomless pit was revealed on the ground. Countless flames splattered in all directions, burning this place into a sea of fire. The surrounding ferocious blood demons were also burned to death. Only a few took the opportunity to escape. Ling Xiao had also sensed the direction in which they had escaped. The faint aura of demonic blood they had left behind was still lingering. The giant blood-ferocious demon didn't die in this one move. It just turned into countless giant blood-ferocious demons and fled, its strength greatly reduced. Ling Xiao did not give chase immediately. He had to think of a way to deal with it. He could not afford to be caught off guard like before. Seems like ferocious blood demons that have reached the 11th level and above are really dangerous. If not for the 2 rare pearls, I would definitely be dead today. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He paused for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, "How could I forget about that guy?" As his voice fell, a figure appeared beside Ling Xiao. Wasn't this the prodigal? Who was he? "Boss, you finally let me out for some fresh air," the prodigal said excitedly. Obviously, he was bored in the medicine cauldron. The prodigal's Qilin divine fire was also very powerful. With its help, he could solve some small problems. Sometimes, it could even play a complementary role. "I didn't let you out for some fresh air. We still have to help boss destroy some ferocious beasts later. Don't get killed by them," Ling Xiao reminded. The prodigal looked around and said, "There's an evil aura here. But my Fire Qilin clan is least afraid of these things. With me here, you don't have to worry." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I hope you don't make me worry later." Then, Ling Xiao summoned some immortals' corpses. He had brought these immortals' corpses from the chaotic burial space. There were dozens of them, and each of them had the strength of a peak low-level divine king. Some of them had even reached the half-incipient god realm. They were already corpses without any life energy, so he didn't have to worry about being devoured by the ferocious blood demons. It was best to use them to deal with the fierce blood demons that were everywhere. After all, they still had a very strong battle strength. Ling Xiao didn't expect them to help him kill all the ferocious blood demons. He just wanted them to distract a lot of ferocious blood demons so that he could deal with the stronger ones. At the same time, he wanted to use them to explore the way ahead. Under Ling Xiao's command, the 8 immortals' corpses flew in the direction that the ferocious blood demons had retreated to. Ling Xiao and the prodigal followed them closely. They had to find the blood pond as soon as possible. On the way, Ling Xiao found many strange flowers and plants that were made from the essence of blood. They were divine items that could replenish blood, so he collected them one by one. During this time, there weren't any stronger ferocious blood demons. Only some small demons wanted to mix in with the blood, but they were all burned to death by the prodigal's flames. The immortals' corpses were entangled by some ferocious blood demons. However, they found that these immortals' corpses didn't have any blood for them to devour. Instead, the immortals' corpses bombarded them and turned them into drops of blood. Their powers were greatly reduced. Is there only one strong ferocious blood demon? It's impossible. Ling Xiao was skeptical. On his way here, he didn't encounter any strong ferocious blood demons. In fact, the ferocious blood demons he had encountered before were strong enough to kill any incipient god realm expert. The fact that Shi Yan could come here made the ferocious blood demons afraid of him. However, this was the territory of the ferocious blood demons. They wouldn't give up on killing Ling Xiao just because of some misgivings. They were already waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival in full force. 2 days later, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the place with the thickest blood qi. This place was surrounded by mountains, and there were countless exotic flowers and herbs that nourished blood growing in the hinterland. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to divine herbs, and there were even many that had reached the divine rank. It was truly a rare sacred ground. Ling Zhao's eyes reddened when he saw these holy grasses and plants. They were the best materials to refine healing pellets. He wanted to put them all into his cauldron. He could let the low-level ones grow in there while he could use the high-level ones to refine pellets. Moreover, there was a pool that flickered with a wisp of a devilish and scarlet-red pool before these strange flowers and herbs, and strands of dense blood energy floated within it. It was truly an extremely shocking sight. Surprisingly, it was the legendary blood pond. Ling Xiao could see the pool from afar. A smear of blood-red light constantly flickered and swayed. The thick blood qi soared into the sky, causing the blood in his body to flow along with it. This kind of divine pond was unique in this world. It was the dream of all people. They wanted to go there and soak in it. Ling Xiao also had a feeling that he couldn't wait. However, he knew that the real danger had only just begun. Many fierce blood demons finally appeared again. They surrounded him and the prodigal in layers. The disgusting smell kept spreading and permeated the mountain where Ling Xiao was. There were at least thousands of these fierce blood demons, and there were more than 10 of them that had reached the 11th level. One of them even had a head with thousands of bloody mouths and flesh tubes. They kept swaying in and out, looking very scary. It should be the king of these fierce blood demons. Its huge body and thick blood qi exuded a bloodthirsty aura. This fierce blood demon king was quite domineering. It didn't attack by itself but let its subordinates attack Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Zizai, watch out. Don't let them swallow you alive. Ling Xiao already had the ice and fire sword in his hand. His divine soul doppelganger was also secretly making its move. The prodigal was not afraid at all. He instantly transformed into his original form and said, "Boss, don't worry. I'll tear them apart." The prodigal roared and swallowed a mouthful of flames, which directly attacked the fierce blood demon king. However, before the flames could reach the ferocious blood demon king, a wave of blood came crashing down and instantly extinguished the flames. This time, the prodigal was even more motivated to fight. He was about to fly up and pounce on them. However, countless bloody hands suddenly appeared under his and Ling Zhao's feet. They were like ghosts from a blood prison and looked extremely terrifying. Endless death qi accompanied these bloody hands and grabbed at them. Ling Xiao reacted quickly. The ice and fire sword in his hand immediately slashed out countless waves of fire and completely cut them off. However, these bloody hands seemed to be endless and could stretch out continuously. They quickly pulled Ling Xiao and the prodigal and quickly wrapped them into a blood cocoon, trying to trap them to death. The celestial corpses and demons suffered the same fate. They were not strong enough to escape from the bloody hands and were tightly bound. Ling Xiao used the flames to defend his last line of defense, continuously evaporating the blood that was covering him. The innate Yin wind bead also began to play its role, sucking away all the baleful death qi on the blood. The connate cold wind bead was obviously very excited. The demon heavenly fire bead had already left it far behind. It did not want to be weaker than it at all. Now that there was a large amount of death qi for it to absorb and strengthen, it was naturally more than happy. Without the death qi in the blood, they could not suppress the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire bead was completely burned up. Ling Xiao waved the ice and fire sword. One sword cut open the blood, and the other sword completely froze the blood on the other side. With the help of the level 11 heavenly fire and the connate cold wind bead, it was enough for Ling Xiao to temporarily not lose. Chapter 1509. If it were any other supreme being, they would definitely die. After all, the blood could turn into ferocious blood demons and suck their blood essence at any time. Ling Zhao's aura surged. He first went over to save the prodigal. Luckily, his divine fire could protect him from any harm. It was just that he was still lacking in strength and could only be used in aerial battles. Ling Xiao and the prodigal escaped into the air, but the 11th level ferocious blood demons attacked again. Their flesh tubes extended towards them, trying to suck them down completely. Their flesh tubes were like a spider's web, intertwining with each other and trapping Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Their bloody mouths kept attacking their vitals. Ling Xiao was no longer courteous. His ice and fire swords rose and fell, cutting their flesh tubes into pieces. Their blood wanted to turn into fierce blood demons and absorb them to his body, but he casually slapped them with a flame and completely burned and evaporated them. On the other side, the prodigal's flames were also burning so much that the flesh tubes kept breaking. However, his strength was only at the advanced 10th level. He was still beaten by the flesh tubes until he was dizzy and disoriented. Only now did he realize that these demons were extremely powerful and not something he could not deal with. Previously, he had vowed to help Ling Xiao. Now, he had become Ling Xiao's burden. Soon, he was swallowed by those bloody mouths that could expand infinitely. He finally started hissing nonstop, sending a signal to Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn around and attack the prodigal. The flesh tubes were all destroyed by him, and the bloody mouths kept shrinking as they were burned by his flames. Get lost! Ling Xiao's figure surged and his sword swept across, cutting off the flesh tubes that were swallowing the prodigal. Luckily, these ferocious blood demons' bodies were not very strong. If their flesh tubes were as tough as ancient divine weapons, the prodigal would definitely be dead. Damn monster, look at the light of my holy flame. After the prodigal broke free, he was finally infuriated. The single horn on his forehead finally unleashed its strongest source energy. Swoosh! The prodigal's horn source energy was definitely its strongest existence, and the flames were also abnormally terrifying. They directly hit those flesh tubes, causing them to break apart. The ferocious blood demons didn't dare to get close to the prodigal, but the prodigal didn't want to let them go. His fire went straight for their real bodies. The ferocious blood demons spat out a large amount of blood from their mouths, forcefully blocking the flames. After all, the prodigal's strength was limited. Even if it used its origin energy, it could only incinerate the blood waves. It was unable to reach the fierce blood demon's body. Ling Xiao shouted at the prodigal, "Zizai, come back first." Ling Xiao knew that the prodigal was unable to deal with these ferocious blood demons. There was no need to let it continue. The prodigal didn't dare to show off anymore. He could only listen to Ling Xiao's call and return to the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't care anymore. He raised the ice and fire sword and slashed out an extremely fierce sword force towards the ferocious blood demons. Today, he was going to kill this ferocious blood demon king and take the blood pool for himself. However, he had underestimated these ferocious blood demons. They no longer used the blood waves to attack. Instead, they all released a strong suction force, trying to absorb all of Ling Xiao's blood through the air. Ling Xiao felt that the blood in his body was surging uncontrollably, trying to burst out of his blood vessels. The swelling pain almost made him fall from the sky. At this moment, the divine soul doppelganger that had been hiding for a long time finally showed its power. He had already closed in on the ferocious blood demons, and the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art's fiery fist force bombarded the 11th level ferocious blood demons. Boom boom boom. The ferocious blood demons didn't know what was going on. They were directly destroyed by Ling Xiao's devastating bombardment. Ling Xiao's real body's suction force was greatly reduced. He immediately got rid of that feeling. He raised his sword and slashed it down, creating several tens of thousands of meters long spatial cracks. Countless flaming meteorites fell from the sky and bombarded the ferocious blood demons. Even if he couldn't exterminate all of them, he would at least make them flee for their lives. Both the real body and the doppelganger gave their all. The fire raged and burned. Most of the low-level ferocious blood demons were completely burned to death. Many of them fled as far as they could. Only those who had reached the 11th level could use the blood waves to extinguish the flames. However, the ferocious blood demons were already defeated. They were in chaos, and the advantage was back to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao had a doppelganger that could conceal his aura. This kind of sudden attack would definitely have an unexpected effect. This was also the biggest reason why Ling Xiao was able to catch these ferocious blood demons off guard. However, it was impossible for him to kill these ferocious blood demons just like that. The advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king was finally angry. It let out a strange cry, and the thousands of mouths finally moved at the same time. The pillar-like flesh tubes ignored the flames and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. The enlarged mouths carried a strong smell of blood and looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Ling Xiao dodged left and right, trying to avoid these attacks. However, there were too many of these flesh tubes, and they tightly trapped him in a narrow space. It was impossible for him to dodge even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao used all his strength to cut off these flesh tubes. However, his ice and fire swords could only leave shallow sword marks on the flesh tubes and could not cut them off. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt powerless. This ferocious blood demon king was indeed terrifying. In just a few moments, these meat tubes intertwined with each other and tightly tied Ling Xiao up into a dead knot, strangling him to death. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was about to break. The binding force was too strong. At this time, his doppelganger could no longer care about killing the other ferocious blood demons. Instead, it directly attacked the ferocious blood demon king. Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique, 6th Form, Double Dragon Wind. Ling Xiao's doppelganger immediately attacked. Even though this was an advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king, it could not withstand this world's most powerful destructive force. When the terrifying finger radiance landed on the ferocious blood demon king's body, the force instantly made the ferocious blood demon king roar wildly. The flesh tubes that were strangling Ling Xiao's real body quickly contracted. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger once again used the same move, intending to kill this ferocious blood demon king once and for all. However, this triggered the ferocious blood demon king's most powerful force. Towering waves of blood came crashing down from the sky. The advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king was not easy to deal with. It was terrifying when it went all out. This part of the world seemed to have been dyed into a curtain of blood. Blood rolled down like waves, and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was impossible for Ling Xiao and his doppelganger to escape. They were both sent flying by the waves of blood. Their entire bodies felt like their bones were broken. The power was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a low-grade ancient celestial weapon, but he could not withstand it. His divine body began to crack, and the ferocious blood demon king rapidly absorbed his blood essence. His divine soul doppelganger could not hide even if it wanted to. The blood had already smeared his divine soul, and at the same time, it was being attacked by the ferocious blood demon king. Ling Xiao's situation was critical. At this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger immediately turned invisible and quickly submerged into his knowledge sea. He was able to preserve a large amount of soul power so that he would not completely collapse and the ferocious blood demon king would not be able to absorb his flesh and blood. However, the small ferocious blood demons were also brought into his knowledge sea. However, they died even faster here. The heavenly fire pearl quickly destroyed them. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body wanted to repair its divine body and retreat at the same time. The flesh tubes of the ferocious blood demon king once again wrapped around Ling Xiao. Its bloody mouth bit him, and a strong suction force instantly sucked the blood essence out of his body. Ling Xiao felt his life force rapidly diminishing, and his blood essence was flowing out. It was just like when his ancestor had sucked his blood essence out of him in the past. The blood essence that he had painstakingly regained over the years was now more than half being sucked out. If this continued, he would definitely die. Ling Xiao desperately tried to suppress it, and he also pushed the power of the heavenly fire to the limit. A flaming bird rushed out and directly burned the flesh tube. However, the flesh tube of the ferocious blood demon king was incomparably tough. Even though it was being burned and twisted, it did not shrink back. It was as if it was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao became more and more anxious. Suddenly, he thought of a way to save the ferocious blood demon king. His divine soul doppelganger appeared again, and at the same time, the divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hands. In an instant, he knocked an arrow and shot towards the ferocious blood demon king. Shio! This time, the arrow he shot out was a true divine Bodhi arrow, fully displaying the might of the divine Bodhi bow. A green light illuminated half the sky, and its power was incomparably ferocious, as if it could even shoot down the sun. The ferocious Blood Demon King's intellect was extremely high. It recognized the terrifying power of this arrow, and it planned to use its flesh tube to send it flying. However, this arrow was too fast. Even a high-level Supreme Expert would have a hard time dodging it. Boom! The ferocious Blood Demon King was finally hit. It let out a shocking explosion, and blood splashed everywhere. Ling Xiao, who had lost half of his blood essence, finally managed to burn the flesh tube with the help of the heaven flame. He could finally exhale in relief. His current appearance was incomparably disheveled. His complexion was incomparably pale, and his aura had become quite unstable. It was obvious that losing these blood essences was a great loss to Ling Xiao. If he could not replenish it, it would be almost impossible for him to reach the incipient God realm. Ferocious blood demon, I will kill you all today. Ling Xiao roared angrily. Chapter 1510. Ling Xiao was infuriated like never before. In the past, even if he was severely wounded, he could recover completely. However, blood essence was the hardest to recover. Especially now that he had reached the incipient God realm, each drop of blood essence was the most important. When his ancestor had taken his blood essence in the Xianling continent, he had at least received a lot of primordial energy as compensation. This helped him increase his cultivation base, allowing him to recover some of his blood essence. Later on, he had consumed many divine items to recover most of his lost blood essence. Now, this Blood Ferocity Beast King had taken more than half of his blood essence. This was no different from shaking his foundation. He couldn't help but be enraged. He knew that his divine Bodhi arrow could only injure this Blood Ferocity Beast King a little. It was impossible to make it disappear. Moreover, the nearby Blood Ferocity beasts had not completely disappeared yet. Indeed, the Blood Ferocity Beast King was only wounded physically. Very quickly, it gathered the scattered blood essence and reformed its body. It became even more furious. It used one of its flesh tubes to suck the divine Bodhi arrow that Ling Xiao's clone was about to retrieve, breaking the divine Bodhi bow in half. Ling Xiao felt his heartache. One of the 3 divine Bodhi arrows he had obtained from the ancient palaces on the God-sealing altar was destroyed just like that. Now, there were only 2 left. These were divine Bodhi arrows that were hard to obtain even with billions of crystals. Die. All of you die for me. Ling Xiao was enraged to the extreme. He finally used his killing move. The spatial ring in his hand turned into the shape of a cauldron. It grew larger and larger until it was as huge as a mountain. The Blood Ferocity Beast King didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to, but it didn't want Ling Xiao to attack again. The arrow just now had already made it feel extremely uncomfortable. All of its thousands of flesh tubes opened their mouths at the same time, and countless waves of blood sprayed towards Ling Xiao. Once again, a blood-red curtain of energy shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already prepared. He had already used his fastest speed to escape to the other side of the sky. At this moment, he was facing fierce Blood Demon King, and the mouth of his cauldron was controlled by him to face fierce Blood Demon King. What happened next was terrifying. Ping-ping. The cauldron emitted a muffled sound like a cannon, and an incomparably terrifying purple-black flame sprayed out from the mouth of the cauldron. Weren't these intense purplish-black flames the flames that Ling Xiao had collected in the Nirvana space? This purple flame was much more terrifying than his demon heaven flame. It was the flame nurtured by the Genesis Stone. Even a high-level incipient God realm expert couldn't endure this kind of flame. This piece of land was filled with demons and evil beings, and this kind of high-grade flame was the greatest weapon to restrain them. These purplish-black flames fell from the sky like countless meteors, rushing towards the Blood Dire Beast King below. The Blood Dire Beast King seemed to have sensed the threatening aura, and his face became stern. Nearly 1,000 bloody mouths spurted out a large amount of blood, trying to resist the purplish-black flames. However, its usually successful fire extinguishing technique was no longer of any use. The purplish-black flames even evaporated its blood waves, and countless purplish-black flames continued to charge downwards. The blood-dire beast king screamed continuously. There were more than 3,000 to 4,000 fierce blood demons around him, and Ling Xiao had only killed less than 1/3 of them. They all spurted out blood waves towards the purplish-black flames, trying to extinguish the flames that were about to destroy their territory. Otherwise, they would all be buried here. Swoosh! Countless columns of blood spurted out, and the scene looked incomparably strange, disgusting, and horrifying. Ling Xiao was afraid that these purplish-black flames weren't enough, so he produced more. At the same time, he summoned the heaven fire bead, which turned into a firebird and flew towards the fierce blood demons below to burn them. They had to destroy all of the fierce blood demons here. Sizzle! The purplish-black flames were indeed the most powerful flames in the world. No matter how the blood waves rushed up, they could not withstand the terrifying burning power of the flames, and were immediately evaporated upon contact. The purplish-black flames finally landed in front of the blood-dire beast king, and the blood-dire beast king panicked. It wanted to escape as fast as possible, or it would definitely die if it was touched by the purplish-black flames. However, it had underestimated the power of the purplish-black flames. This place was filled with the aura of death, and there were countless demonic aura and trees, which made the purplish-black flames a catalyst for the explosion. When the purplish-black flame touched the ground, it instantly exploded. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the flames turned into a prairie fire that spread in all directions. The fierce blood demons were immediately faced with the biggest disaster in their history. The surrounding tens of thousands of miles immediately turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying purplish-black fire grew fiercer and fiercer, and the nearby ferocious blood demons were incinerated into nothingness by the purplish-black fire. The ferocious blood demon king was no exception. It wanted to escape, but it was still caught by the purplish-black fire. It was impossible for it to extinguish the fire. It screamed and writhed as its body writhed. Its flesh tubes shrank and blood spurted out. However, it could not escape the fate of being incinerated to death. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief as he watched this scene. "I've finally killed all of you, damn it." But at this time, Ling Xiao glanced in the direction of the blood pool and realized that the purplish-black flames were spreading towards it. "Holy sh**T. You can't destroy my penis." Ling Xiao cried out in shock. He carried the cauldron and rushed towards the blood pool as fast as he could. At the same time, he put away the purplish-black flames that were spreading towards the blood pool. He also ordered the heavenly fire pearl to start expelling the nearby fierce blood demons. He could not let them escape. Ling Xiao landed next to the blood pool and smelled the thick blood scent. He really wanted to dive into the pool and soak himself in it to recover the blood essence he had lost. But before that, he had to put all the holy herbs and divine materials near the blood pool into the cauldron. "These good things are all mine, huh?" Ling Xiao laughed wildly as he put them all away. However, after collecting a little, he stopped and murmured, "The growth of the holy grass and divine materials here is so good, it must have benefited from the help of the blood pool. This blood pool should have changed the surrounding area into fertile land. If we dig up the entire land and cultivate it well in the future, I believe that we will be able to produce more blood-replenishing materials." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mind became active. He looked at this piece of land, looked at this pool of blood, and was excited to the extreme. He was actually going to dig up all the divine objects here together with the land. Even if it was the blood pool, he planned to take it all away. He didn't want to leave any of it behind. It had to be said that this guy's appetite was really big. There was no other way. This blood pool was something that any ancient race would covet. As a person between the Kim people and the Soul race, this blood pool was definitely especially important to him. If he could get it back, this trip would definitely not be in vain. Ling Xiao did what he said. He first found a blood demon flower king among the divine herbs and swallowed it. It was a supreme divine material with a powerful blood-nourishing effect. It could replenish a lot of the blood essence he had lost just now. At this time, Ling Xiao looked towards the burning mountain and discovered that the tens of thousands of miles of land was already barren. Countless blood-fierce demons had already been buried in the sea of fire. However, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the fire was spreading even further away. After all, this was the most primitive forest. There were many trees and weeds, and this purple-black flame was the most terrifying flame in the world. In this environment, it was absolutely not difficult to burn these trees and weeds. If the wind was a little stronger, this place would probably become a real sea of fire purgatory. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He couldn't let the purple flames destroy the forest that was the most perfectly preserved of all. There were still countless spirit beasts living in other territories. If this place was completely destroyed, what he did would be against the heavens. He also realized that the blood-fierce demons should have all been destroyed. Now was the time to take back the purple-black fire. After a shudder, Ling Xiao flew into the air with the medicine cauldron and shouted, "Take it back!" The medicine cauldron took back all the purple-black fire. Although the medicine cauldron was not a top-grade ancient godly weapon, it had many magical uses. As long as it was used properly, it was still a terrifying killing weapon. If the ancestors who had obtained the divine obsidian cauldron knew that Ling Xiao had actually used this godly weapon for alchemy as a killing weapon, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the purplish-black flames were completely withdrawn, the surrounding mountains were scorched black to the point of being incomparably scorched black, and it seemed extremely desolate. It was also because of this fire that there was one less evil monster in the demon forest. Ling Xiao returned to the bottom of the blood pool and summoned the prodigal again. The prodigal looked around and asked with a puzzled expression, "Boss, where are the demons?" "Boss has taken care of them. Look around and see if there are any left. Don't let any of them go," Ling Xiao instructed. The blood-fierce demons were really terrifying demons. It would definitely be a good thing if they could be eliminated. "Boss." The prodigal responded. His nose twitched and he left Ling Xiao to look for the blood-fierce demons that were still alive. Ling Xiao looked at the blood pool and the divine herbs around it. He started to think of a way to get them away. But before that, he wanted to enjoy the true power of the blood pool. He wanted to see if it could improve the power of his bloodline and replenish his blood essence. Chapter 1511. Before entering the pool, Ling Xiao had to carefully observe whether there were any more fierce blood demons in the pool. He let an immortal's corpse demon dive into the pool to test the situation. When the immortal's corpse demon fell into the blood pool, nothing happened. Ling Xiao observed for a while and said, "It seems like there won't be any more fierce blood demons here." Indeed, the fierce blood demons would not stay in the blood pool any longer. The blood pool could be said to be formed by the excess blood they excreted. Why would they stay here and absorb the excess blood? Moreover, this kind of blood was useless to them. What they needed was the blood of that kind of creature. Ling Xiao put away the immortal's corpse demon and jumped into the blood pool. This blood pool had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It was hundreds of meters wide and deep. He was immediately submerged when he jumped in. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt that the blood pores on his body immediately became smooth and the blood around him began to change. He saw that the blood around him seemed to be boiling. Blood bubbles kept surging, and a lot of blood essence went into the blood pores on his body. Ling Xiao felt that his blood was boiling as well. The intense temperature almost steamed him, making him unbearably hot. It should be working. I need to relax my body and mind. I can't reject it. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart, and then began to circulate the ancient emperor divine art, blood refinement, causing his blood vessels to become smoother and his mind to become relaxed, ignoring the impulsive heat. Quietly, Ling Xiao seemed to have fallen asleep. He allowed his blood to connect with the blood in the pool outside. The blood he had lost was gradually being replenished, and his blood qi had reached a more vigorous level. At the same time, the Kim people's blood in Ling Xiao's veins seemed to turn into golden dragons, and these golden dragons showed signs of strengthening and evolving. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation, as if there was a kind of stuffiness that could not be released. He couldn't endure it anymore, directly jumping out of the blood pool. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. A golden dragon that looked like a real dragon transformed into 100,000 feet tall. It roared and soared high up in the sky, appearing extremely mighty and valiant. The power of this sound wave wasn't much different from the roar of a divine dragon at low level of level 11. A low-level supreme expert at incipient god realm would be hurt badly if he got hit by this sound wave. Ling Xiao's power was so horrible. Was he stronger than he was in the past? There was no doubt about it. Although his realm hadn't changed, the power of his Kim people's bloodline had reached the perfect realm. It could be said that Ling Xiao's bloodline power was the strongest among the Kim people. With his ancient emperor's divine technique, his fighting competence had increased from 55 times to 70 times, which was almost 100 times the power of a divine dragon. Not only that, but his body and god soul were also enhanced. It was the heavy soul Tenbin of the Soul Clan, which made his sea of consciousness more spacious. It could hold more god souls, which gave him more space to advance. His soul energy attacks were much stronger. At his god soul at the peak of peak supreme realm, he just needed a little bit more soul energy to reach the mid-level incipient god realm. It was the magical feature of the blood pool. Ling Xiao was so thrilled. He had the dragon blood to activate his bloodline power. He used to have the thickest and most excellent bloodline in his clan. Today, with the enhancement of the blood pool, it had reached the perfect level. Although his realm didn't increase, his fighting competence was the same. With his original competence, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against a low-level peak great master. With the increase of 10 times, he could directly kill a low-level peak great master. Moreover, he would have the power to protect himself when facing a mid-level incipient god realm expert. When he reached the peak of low level, he would have the ability to fight against a middle-level incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao could feel the surging energy in his body. He wanted to find an opponent at a higher realm than him to practice. However, he couldn't be complacent now. He had to dig up the blood pool and the spiritual fields around and collect them first. He had to find Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongqua as soon as possible. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his palm. There were 2 blood-red beads on his palm, which emitted thick blood qi. These were the god blood beads condensed in the blood pool. He had picked them up when he rushed out of the pool. This kind of god blood bead was very useful to king god realm experts and incipient god realm experts. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, if Forefather can absorb these god blood beads, he can prolong his blood qi for thousands of years. Maybe he can recover to his peak state? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao scooped up many god blood beads from the bottom of the blood pool. He left most of them to nurture the blood pool. He was afraid that if he collected all these god blood beads, he would destroy the power of the blood pool. At this time, Wastrel came to Ling Xiao and said, "Boss, I found some small monsters. I burned them to death." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's good. If they escaped, it would be troublesome." After that, he didn't care about Wastrel anymore. He held the ice and fire sword and started to dig up the blood pool and the surrounding area. The ice and fire sword in his hand turned into a huge sword and directly pierced into the ground. He immediately flew around the area and forcefully drew a circle around the surrounding 10,000 meters of land. Then he stretched out his dragon claw and shouted, "Rise!" A powerful dragon claw clawed at the area he had carved out, and an abnormally powerful force pulled the area up. A supreme incipient god realm expert could break the stars with one punch and break the sun and moon with one palm. It was nothing for Ling Xiao to grab this piece of land with one claw. Rumble! Rumble! That piece of land was pulled up, causing the surrounding area to shake as if an earthquake was coming. The earth shook and the mountains shook. After a while, this piece of land was finally dug out by Ling Xiao. The blood pool and many holy herbs and divine materials were still safely on that piece of land. They weren't damaged at all. Ling Xiao put them into the top layer of the cauldron, where the rich origin energy was nourishing them. They would only grow better and there wouldn't be any problems. Looking at the huge pit that he had dug out and the black and barren mountain ridge not far away, he laughed bitterly. "I've helped the beasts get rid of the evil. I believe that in another 1,000 years, This place will regain its vitality. After saying that, he called out to the prodigal and dragon fifth. They continued to rush in the direction of the ghost tree demon. However, at this time, he took out the sound transmission stone and heard Yang Hai's cry for help. Master Alchemy God, come and save me. Ling Zhao's heart tightened. He immediately asked the sound transmission stone, Elder Yang, where are you? Tell me, I'll go find you immediately. Yang Hai seemed to be very nervous. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a scream from Yang Hai. Then there was nothing else. Elder Yang, please reply. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked a few times, but no one replied. Ling Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. If something happened to them, it meant that Ling Chen's situation was also very bad. If that was really the case, he didn't know how to explain it to his sister-in-law, Xiao Zhencai. Ling Xiao was at a loss. It wasn't easy to find a few people in this dense forest. After all, the desolate qi here was too heavy. There were also all kinds of obstacles created by giant mountains and ancient trees, as well as the chaotic auras of many holy beasts. It was not easy to find them just by sensing. However, he couldn't care less now. He put away the prodigal son and let Dragon Fifth transform back into his true form. He flew up into the sky and began to scan the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to see if he could find them. Where the hell are Big Brother and the others? Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. At this time, Dragon Fifth suddenly said, I feel a familiar aura over there. I don't know if it's someone who came with us. Humans could use their spiritual will to find others, but beasts also had a special ability to determine the direction of what they were looking for. Ling Xiao didn't care whether Dragon Fifth was telling the truth or not. He immediately shouted at it, I don't care anymore. Bring me over to take a look. Following his order, Dragon Fifth's body swayed and turned into a golden bolt of lightning, shooting into the distance. In a dark and cold stone forest, Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonggo were facing an unprecedented crisis. After they separated from Ling Xiao, they were chased by many holy beasts. Originally, with Yang Hai, a forest expert, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, Ling Chen always wanted to test his fighting power and have a good fight. It was also because of Ling Chen's reckless behavior that Yang Hai and Pang Tonggo were in a passive position. They had attracted more holy beasts to chase after them. They had been sneaking all the way, almost running away in a panic. Pang Tonggo was the strongest. In order to cover for Ling Chen and Yang Hai, he had to move forward. This made their situation even worse. In the end, they had accidentally entered the soul-chasing demon's territory without knowing it. The soul-chasing demon was an invisible monster. It was a strange existence that could attack any soul. Although the three of them were at the incipient god realm, they could still resist all the attacks of the soul-chasing demon. However, when they encountered those terrifying and powerful soul-chasing demons, they could only run away at the sight of the wind. Unfortunately, it was easy for them to break in, but it wasn't easy for them to escape. The three of them were being chased by the soul-chasing demon. At any moment, their god souls could be devoured and they would die. Chapter 1512. Rumor had it that not many people had seen the soul-chasing demon. Some people said that it was just a mass of soul power and did not have a physical shape. It could change into all kinds of shapes. Some people said that it was very small, like a mouse beast. It had the divine power of invisibility and could attack all living creatures with souls. Some people said that it looked like a human. In short, those who had seen the appearance of the soul-chasing demon were all dead. After all, this kind of strange attacking demon was absolutely impossible to guard against, and one would easily die a violent death. Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonggo were all at incipient god realm. Their god souls had strong attacking and defensive abilities. Those who had not reached the peak of level 10 could not threaten them. On their way in, they had suffered many soul attacks from the soul-chasing demon, but they could resolve them. It was just that they had underestimated the terrifying power of the soul-chasing demon, which made people tremble with fear at the sound of its name. Those old demons that had lived for tens of thousands of years had endless soul energy. They still had level 11 existences. It was not difficult to attack their god souls. Fortunately, among the three of them, Ling Chen cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique. His sea of consciousness was extremely strong and he could deal with it. Also, before he came in, he had prepared to give Yang Hai and Pang Tonga helmets that could defend against soul energy attacks. This kind of special divine weapon was rare in Dragon Gate. Ling Chen had taken it out to give one to him and one to Ling Xiao. However, before they came in, Ling Xiao had refused and he had not used it. Now, at the most critical moment, Ling Chen felt guilty for Yang Hai and Pang Tonga because of his impulsiveness, so he gave them the two helmets. This was also the reason why they could survive in the soul-chasing demons' territory until now. Just as Yang Hai was about to contact Ling Xiao, his helmet couldn't withstand the soul-chasing demon's attack, and it cracked. His god soul was attacked, so he could not help but scream. However, they were not dead yet. The soul-chasing demon's attack could not kill them in one hit. Unless it was a soul-chasing demon at the middle or high level of level 11, it could have such a powerful attack. Bring out your divine soul and fight them to the death. Yang Hai couldn't help but shout. However, Ling Chen shouted, we can't see them. Once the divine soul appears, we will only be attacked by more soul-chasing demons. Hurry up and run. I can't take it anymore. Pang Tonga kept attacking in all directions, but his soul was constantly being pricked by needles. It was driving him crazy. Yang Hai's situation was not much better. His eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't find a target to counterattack. He looked very aggrieved. On the other hand, Ling Chen might not be able to hold on for much longer. His defense wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The three sacred beasts by their side were safe and sound, but it was impossible for them to take them away. Because every time they wanted to leave, they would be restrained by something and forcefully pulled back to the surface. They could sense that they were like clouds and mist. They wanted to destroy them, but they were powerless to do so. After all, this power was traceless and couldn't be grasped. Furthermore, they were constantly being attacked by their divine souls. They were already overwhelmed. Ling Chen became more and more agitated. He kept attacking in all directions, wanting to completely destroy this place. Every time this happened, there would always be an invisible black hole that would forcefully absorb their power. This caused them to seem even more powerless, and their spirits were on the verge of collapsing. But Yang Hai had already fallen to the ground, clutching his head as he screamed in pain. Immediately after, Pang Tonga couldn't take it anymore. His facial features started to overflow with blood, and he fell to the ground in pain. Ling Chen wanted to help but was powerless. He suddenly regretted impulsively coming to the Thousand Demon Forest to search for the wood-type Genesis Stone. In the end, even his sea of consciousness was broken. Countless needles pricked his divine soul, causing him unbearable pain. Fortunately, the soul power attacks of these soul-chasing demons weren't like Ling Xiao's destructive consolidated attacks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Their divine souls already possessed powerful defenses, so they could still withstand it. However, if this continued, all defenses would be useless. In the end, they would definitely be killed by these soul-chasing demons. Quick, you guys quickly rush to the sky and ask Brother Xiao for help. Ling Chen shouted at his peak 10th level Golden Flood Dragon while maintaining his last bit of consciousness. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga could still hear Ling Chen's words. They knew that Ling Chen's method might be useful. They also summoned their holy beasts to rush to the sky and make some noise, so that Ling Xiao would know where they were. Because these soul-chasing demons were most afraid of the heavenly fire. As long as Ling Xiao was here, they believed that he could save them. It would be great if their holy beasts could bring them away. Unfortunately, there was always an unknown force that pulled them down, preventing them from leaving this place. However, they didn't know if their holy beasts could leave alone. They knew that the situation was critical. With a roar, they flew up into the sky. This time, they didn't encounter any obstruction and directly rushed out of this mountain range. They didn't care if they alerted the nearby holy beasts and roared as hard as they could. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth, who were rushing over from afar, sensed the commotion and rushed in this direction as fast as they could. Big brother, you must be all right. Dragon Fifth, hurry up. Ling Xiao was extremely nervous. He kept urging Dragon Fifth to speed up. Dragon Fifth's speed could be described as lightning. He crossed that distance in the blink of an eye. Those holy beasts that wanted to stop them were all left behind by Dragon Fifth. Finally, after a while, Ling Xiao arrived at the territory of the soul-chasing demons. He saw Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga's 3 holy beasts being surrounded and attacked by other holy beasts. Ling Xiao was so worried. He shouted at Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, you help them. I'm going down to check." When he arrived, Ling Xiao could already feel the feeble auras of Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga. He didn't care much and jumped down from Dragon Fifth's back. Just as he was about to land, he felt his sea of consciousness tighten as a sudden sense of danger descended upon him. His body seemed to be out of his control as he was forcefully pulled down by a powerful suction force towards the thicket. A supreme incipient God realm expert's mind was so strong. However, he couldn't bear the restraint of this force. He fell hard on the ground. At the same time, flows of soul power came from all directions, trying to enter his sea of consciousness. Is this the territory of the soul-chasing demons? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and screamed in his mind. The attacking soul power wanted to attack Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness but was blocked by Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. Moreover, it was absorbed and stored. It didn't harm Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He saw Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga not far from him. They were tortured inhumanly. They looked like they were about to go crazy. The soul power of the soul-chasing demons couldn't kill them all. However, it had tortured them to this extent. In the end, they would suck out their god souls. Ling Xiao rushed over and shouted, "Big brother, listen to my instructions, relax your body and mind, and follow my will." Ling Xiao's voice shook the trees nearby. It also shook Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga, who were rolling on the ground, for a short while. They followed Ling Xiao's instructions and didn't think about anything else. The moment they relaxed, they were all taken into the cauldron by Ling Xiao's thoughts. As long as they could avoid the invisible soul-chasing demons' attacks, they wouldn't be in danger for the time being. He would think of a way to help them recover later. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. He sneered, "I even killed the fierce blood demon. What can the soul-chasing demons do to me? They're perfect for me to advance." Ling Xiao's god soul had reached the peak of low level. Moreover, his sea of consciousness had expanded once again. His soul power attacks had increased greatly. As long as he could absorb more soul power, his god soul would break through to the power of mid-level supreme incipient god realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face a mid-level supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao stood where he was. At first, he received a lot of soul power attacks, but after that he didn't do anything else. This made him feel quite depressed. The Ling Xiao muttered to herself, "Could it be that you're hiding because you know how powerful I am?" Then Ling Xiao's green eyes flashed. All the invisible and tangible things appeared in front of him. At this moment his face changed. What did he see that shocked him so much? He saw many shadows that looked like demons swimming around him. They didn't have a physical form. They were like mist with strange facial features. They didn't have a physical body. They looked like the remnant souls of dead humans. They swam unceasingly. Most of them were circling around him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked especially ferocious. What shocked Ling Xiao wasn't their appearance. It was their terrifying number. However, there were at least tens of thousands of them around him. They were like wandering ghosts, constantly flying around here, causing people's hair to stand on end. As for the high-grade soul-chasing demons, they were relatively large in size and could transform into all types of shapes. The soul power fluctuations they possessed were extremely powerful, and 2 or 3 of them were currently shooting soul needles at him, stabbing toward his mind. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Ling Xiao was almost immune to these attacks. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could absorb the soul power of these attacks. It was the best tonic. Ling Xiao looked very excited. If he could absorb all the soul-chasing demons here, it would be easy for him to reach the god soul of a mid-level supreme expert. Chapter 1513. When Ling Xiao thought of this, he immediately wanted to take care of all these soul-chasing demons. He circulated the soul-controlling art, and the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop flashed with divine light. A powerful suction force was produced, sucking all the nearby soul-chasing demons into his spiritual sea. These soul-chasing demons weren't very high-leveled, so it was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao to deal with them. The number of soul-chasing demons instantly decreased by 3 to 4,000. Other than knowing how to use soul power to attack, they had almost no defensive power. They were simply too easy to deal with. However, they weren't too powerful. With Ling Xiao's current rank, he might only be able to break through if he sucked them all dry. However, just as he was about to increase the power of the sucking, the soul-chasing demons fled in all directions in fear. Looks like they also know that I'm not to be trifled with. They've actually all fled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't worried that these soul-chasing demons would escape and he wouldn't be able to attract them. This was their territory, and he could sense that there was an extremely powerful soul power existence nearby. It was precisely that powerful existence that could pull him down from the sky. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga were also suppressed by that terrifying soul power and were tormented by those small demons. If he could take down a soul-chasing demon of that level, Ling Xiao's soul power would definitely increase greatly. Ling Xiao walked in that direction. He hadn't even taken a few steps when he discovered that there were quite a few high-grade soul-type spirit herbs growing nearby. There were even quite a few that had reached the sage rank. Soul-type spirit herbs were extremely rare outside, and it wasn't easy to buy them even with divine crystals. However, there were quite a few of these spirit herbs in this soul-chasing demon's territory, which delighted Ling Xiao greatly. He couldn't use them now, but to the descendants of the soul race, they were definitely very good high-grade spirit herbs for cultivation. Ling Xiao never found these things prickly. He transplanted all the low-grade ones into the medicinal cauldron, while he separated the high-grade ones and prepared to bring them back to the soul race to assist in their cultivation. Right at this moment, there was a commotion in front of him. A life form with dense soul power was approaching him. Ling Xiao sensed the extraordinariness of the qi and immediately became vigilant. When he saw the creature in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This? Could this be the legendary ghost beast?" It was a translucent holy beast that looked like a horse. Its entire body was pitch black, and its black fur was incomparably shiny. There was a hard horn on its forehead, and its eyes flickered with a strange look as it constantly let out a whooshing sound. A person with poor eyesight would think that it was a mutated black horse, but in fact, it was a real ghost beast. The reason why it was called a ghost beast was that it had the ability to become semi-invisible, and its speed was extremely fast when it ran. It was as hard to catch as a ghost, and its horn could attack with soul power, so it was called a ghost beast. Back then, it was rumored that the ancestral land of the soul race was the resting place of the ghost beast, so it had always been called the Ghost Mountain Range. However, no one had seen a ghost beast for many years, and Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to investigate. Now, a ghost beast had appeared in front of him, and it wasn't an ordinary ghost beast, but an existence that had reached the middle stage of the 10th rank. If it was a few decades ago, Ling Xiao would have taken this ghost beast for himself no matter what. This was a unique mount that the Soul Race's army had in ancient times. It was called the Ghost Battle Squad, and it dominated the heavenly domain. No one could match it. If not for the many ancient races joining forces, this Ghost Battle Squad would definitely be able to dominate the universe. However, with the passage of time, the Ghost Battle Squad had long been wiped out, and all the ghost beasts had been killed by those who discovered them. This caused everyone to think that the ghost beast might have gone extinct, or that it existed in an unknown ancient mountain range and would never appear again. Now, in front of Ling Xiao, A ghost beast that wasn't of a low rank had appeared, which really made Ling Xiao very happy. It was a pity that with his current strength, this rank was still a little low. It would be great if it could reach the 11th rank and above. However, Ling Xiao also planned to try and see if he could subdue it. When the time came, it would be good to give it to his disciple Yun Tian as a gift. This ghost beast stared at Ling Xiao, and its nostrils kept snorting, its eyes filled with a strong hostility. It cried out in shock and ran towards Ling Xiao, moving like the wind as fast as lightning. This was the best way to describe the ghost beast's speed. Although it only had the strength of the middle stage of the 10th rank, its speed was not inferior to the speed of a high-level 10th rank holy beast. It was a pity that although it was fast, it was still not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spread out his palm, and a wave of spatial energy pressed down on it, forcefully trapping it in place. The ghost beast struggled and screamed, as if it had not expected that the human in front of it would be so strong. "Stop screaming, surrender and I'll spare your life," Ling Xiao said faintly, and pressed down with his palm, smashing the ghost beast to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust rose from the ground, and the ghost beast was smashed into the ground. It was not light. Ling Xiao had signed a contract with the Golden Wolf King long ago, but he had terminated the contract when he became the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His goal was not to find a new holy beast to be his protective spiritual beast, but because he and the Golden Wolf King had known each other for a long time, and they already had a friendship. Even if the contract was terminated, the Golden Wolf King would still be his protective holy beast, and would not have any intention of betraying him. And the main reason why Ling Xiao did this was so that if he was in danger again, he would not implicate the Golden Wolf King and die with him. Today, he wanted this ghost beast to surrender to him, but he didn't want to sign a contract with it. He wanted to use force to force it to surrender willingly. It wasn't easy to tame the holy beasts that were wild and hard to tame. Most of the time, they wouldn't surrender even if they died, unless the warrior could use the power of the origin to entice them. Ling Xiao was an expert cultivating soul power, so it wasn't hard for him to release the power of the origin to this ghost beast. Moreover, he had the mighty dragon's prestige, which could make many holy beasts surrender to him. Just as he was about to forcefully suppress the ghost soul beast, the ghost soul beast shot out a powerful soul power from its horn. Swoosh! This soul attack wasn't ordinary at all. Even a peak god king couldn't resist it, and even a half-incipient god realm expert had to avoid it. However, to Ling Xiao it was nothing. The dragon phoenix divine hoop easily absorbed it. "Don't struggle. Your soul power can't hurt me." Ling Xiao chuckled. The moment Ling Xiao wanted to use his soul power to force the ghost beast to surrender, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. Ling Xiao didn't know what it was, but he just backhandedly thrust his palm. Boom! A massive rock was smashed into smithereens by Shi Yan. However, it was just the beginning. Many withered rocks around seemed to move at the same time. They seemed to be restrained by something as they crazily stormed towards Ling Xiao. These attacks were like turbulent currents that came out of the void, and their power was extremely fierce and powerful. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and turned around. His legs swept out violently, sweeping away all the dead trees and rocks. At this moment, the ghost beast was freed. It bounced up from the ground and ran away in the direction it came from. Ling Xiao had already caught a glimpse of it, but he didn't stop it. As long as the ghost beast was still around, it would never escape from his palm. Now, Shi Yan had to subdue the soul-chasing demons around first. They were at the peak of level 10, which was very close to level 11. To him, they were good supplements. They knew how to manipulate objects to deal with him. They did have some tricks up their sleeves. If it were an ordinary half-incipient god realm expert here, he would have been smashed to death. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's palms continued to stretch out, pulling out the soul-chasing demons that were hiding in the surroundings. As they struggled, Ling Xiao sucked them into his sea of consciousness, temporarily storing them. When he calmed down, he would refine them in one fell swoop. Do these soul-chasing demons only have this many tricks? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and mumbled to himself. If it was true, he could do whatever he wanted in this place. Just as he finished speaking, another restless sound came from another direction. The commotion was so great that it caused the surrounding area to sway. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were attacking. It was another ghost beast. However, this time, it wasn't just one. There were 5 ghost beasts, and they were all at level 11. One of them was at the intermediate level of level 11, which made them strangely intimidating. Ling Xiao looked at the 5 ghost beasts, his eyes greedy. These were the holy beasts that he couldn't resist. Their handsome and mighty appearances weren't worse than the true dragon or the qilin. They were similar to the dragon horse that Ling Xiao had gotten. He liked them a lot. It was a pity that he had advanced too quickly all these years, leaving the few holy beasts that he had taken in behind. Other than the current dragon 5th, even the prodigal could rarely help him. If he could have such a ghost beast, of course, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. After all, this kind of holy beast could use soul power to attack just like him. It was exactly what he wanted. However, before he could subdue them, Ling Xiao had to pull himself together and fight with them. Bring it on. I will let you know how powerful this king is. Ling Xiao waved at the ghost beasts disdainfully and smiled. Before he could finish his words, for ghost beasts were already moving. They all stormed towards him, their hooves stomping on him. Their power wasn't any less than the attack of a low-level incipient god realm expert. Space cracks and turbulent flows appeared in the space. Chapter 1514. The 4 ghost beasts stomped down with their 8 hooves. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, their hooves were already in front of him. Ling Xiao's reaction was astonishing. He threw his head back and roared at them. The powerful sound wave dissipated the power of their stomps and sent them flying. At the same time, he moved like a ghost. His palms were like the wind, and his strength was like the sky. He was not afraid of killing them directly. His dragon-subduing palms slapped at them fiercely. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's palms landed and blasted them away. However, they did not suffer much damage and quickly stabilized themselves. Their bodies were definitely much stronger than the ferocious blood demons. After they stabilized themselves, they immediately turned around and stomped at Ling Xiao again. They split up to the left and right. They would not be satisfied until they killed Ling Xiao. They did not use their soul power attacks. They seemed to know that Ling Xiao was immune to soul power attacks, so they directly used their bodies to resist. It was already a gift from the heavens that they could use soul power to attack Tenbin. They also had the speed of the wind attribute, which was an absolute advantage. Therefore, they did not have any elemental attack abilities. They could only use these advantages to kill their enemies. Originally, with these advantages, no matter what kind of human powerhouse they encountered, they would have the ability to kill above their own level. But they had encountered a freak like Ling Xiao. Not only did he have the soul power of Tenbin, but he also had the speed of the wind attribute. He also had an insanely strong body and various elemental powers that they did not have. It could be said that he was superior to them in all aspects. If they wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, it would be almost impossible for them to do so unless they were far more powerful than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shuttled back and forth among them like a dragon. One by one, he blasted out his golden dragon palms and sent them flying again. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't just stop there. His body moved at full speed, creating several doppelgangers and bombarding them in a frenzy. These ghost beasts were beaten into a bloody mess by Ling Xiao, and they screamed incessantly. As for the mid-level 11 ghost soul beast, it looked on coldly and didn't launch any attacks, as if it felt that Ling Xiao wasn't worth it. It was only when Ling Xiao had beaten up a few of its companions to the point of almost ripping them off that a hint of anger flashed past its eyes. However, it still maintained its patience and was not anxious at all, because it knew that its companion would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, after they were dealt with by Ling Xiao, they retreated one after another. However, this didn't mean that they wouldn't attack. Instead, they planned to use their strongest attack to counterattack. Soul power attacks were their strongest attacks. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, they had to fight to the death. Swoosh. Several powerful soul powers transformed into soul-chasing needles that filled the sky and rushed towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. With so many terrifying soul power attacks, it was enough to completely destroy the divine spirit of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao could sense the direction of the soul power attacks, and he could also sense how terrifying they were. Even with the defense of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he became extremely nervous. What if he lost the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop? Wasn't his soul going to scatter and scatter? Fortunately, before all the soul power attacks hit his Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop still unleashed its powerful defense and miraculous abilities. Most of the soul power attacks were completely blocked by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop before they could enter his sea of consciousness. A portion of them was converted into usable soul power and absorbed into his sea of consciousness for him to refine in the future. Come on, I can still take a few more attacks. Ling Xiao smiled at them. The ghost beasts were obedient, and perhaps they were unwilling to give up. They launched a new round of attacks, but it was a pity that they were all useless. In ancient times, Hun Feng was a top-notch sovereign, and one of the most powerful people in the heaven region. His Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was one of the top-notch ancient god artifacts that he had personally forged. It was nothing much for it to block the soul power attacks of these low-leveled 11th rank ghost beasts. Even those who had reached the high-leveled 11th rank could block it. Only those who had reached the peak of the 11th rank could break through this defense. The ghost beasts were doing some useless things, and the mid-leveled 11th rank ghost beast that was sitting at the back finally roared a few times impatiently. The injured ghost spirit beasts unwillingly retreated, but they still stared at Ling Xiao with unwillingness in their eyes. They didn't understand. Didn't humans have souls? Why weren't they affected by their soul power? After all, in their eyes, only beasts wouldn't have souls, and wouldn't be affected by their soul power. The mid-leveled 11th rank ghost beast slowly walked forward and raised its arrogant head. Its sharp horn was slightly longer than the others, and it flickered with a strong soul power that others couldn't see. Hey, human, you trespassed into our territory, you deserve to die. However, since this is your first offense, this prince will spare your life. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, this prince will trample you to death. I believe you are not my opponent. The ghost beast spat out a mouthful of air and shook its front hooves as it spoke in human language. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the ghost beast, which was known for being cold-blooded, to be so kind as to let him go. In the eyes of humans, ghost beasts were much more terrifying than other holy beasts. They could kill people without a trace, but other holy beasts didn't have this ability. Therefore, their vicious reputation had long spread far and wide. The ghost beast naturally also wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but after observing for so long, it knew that this human was very strange. The soul-chasing demon and their companions couldn't do anything to him, so it understood that it was almost impossible to keep this human here. Moreover, it already knew that there was a terrifying true dragon divine beast circling above their territory, and it came together with this human. If it used all its strength to kill this human, then the true dragon divine beast would definitely come down to fight with them. Their soul power was unable to kill the true dragon divine beast, so it took a step back and let this human retreat. Ling Xiao looked at the ghost beast and muttered to himself for a moment, then said with a faint smile, "If you are willing to submit to me, I will leave. How about it?" The ghost beast roared angrily, and its front hooves stomped on the ground, creating 2 deep pits in front of it. It then said, "Hey, human, say it again. I am a noble prince, how can I submit to you?" "Hee, I specialize in taking in princes. Look at that true dragon mythological beast up there. If he's the younger brother of the dragon king of the dragon race, he'll still follow me. It's your honor to be able to follow me, ghost beast prince." Ling Xiao pointed at Dragon Fifth, who was soaring in the sky, and sneered. Dragon Fifth had already saved Ling Chen and the other 2's holy beasts and killed all the holy beasts in the vicinity. He didn't come down, but instead stayed high in the sky to provide support at any time. The ghost beast prince was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. It roared and no longer talked nonsense with Ling Xiao, and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and its forehead fiercely smashed into Ling Xiao's chest. Even though Ling Xiao was already prepared, before his battle prowess increased, his speed couldn't compare to this middle-stage 11th-stage ghost beast. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was instantly sent flying far away. His chest caved in, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The ghost beast prince didn't want to give up just like that. It continued to chase after Ling Xiao. The flashing shadows were dazzling, and before Ling Xiao could stabilize himself, the ghost beast prince's front hoof was already stomping down on him. Ling Xiao's body had already lost its balance, but he still counterattacked at this critical moment, and a dragon's roar escaped from his mouth. Roar! The terrifying power of the sound wave directly shook the nearby mountains and earth, and countless trees were smashed into pieces. The ghost beast prince that was about to step on Ling Xiao was hit by this powerful force, and its ears felt like they were about to be torn off. Its body also stopped moving. Ling Xiao took advantage of this moment to reverse the situation, and erupted with 70 times his battle prowess. The injuries on his body were quickly healed, and at the same time, a series of leg shadows swept towards the ghost beast prince. Wind God's kick was still Ling Xiao's favorite flashy move, and the leg shadows carried a strong yin qi of death, and directly attacked the ghost beast prince. The ghost beast prince was first affected by the dragon's roar attack, and the moment it stopped moving, it was immediately hit by Ling Xiao's storm-like attack, and it really couldn't take it anymore. It completely didn't expect this human to explode with such a powerful force in an instant, and it was actually not much weaker than itself. Ling Xiao also had to thank for strengthening his bloodline Tenbin in the blood pool, which increased his battle prowess. It already allowed him to have the battle prowess of a middle-level supreme being, and he had enough confidence to face the ghost beast prince. However, the ghost beast prince's strength was still higher than Ling Xiao's, and it was already not bad for Ling Xiao to be able to have a slight advantage over him. It was really not easy to use this to seriously injure the ghost beast prince. The ghost beast prince was sent flying far away, and the yin qi of death lingered around its body, making it feel a little annoyed, but this was not enough to kill it. It roared and once again rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its beast hooves were like the most powerful attack weapons, and it kicked out a terrifying force and clashed with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clashed with it with his feet, and directly hit it high up in the sky. In terms of pure strength, Ling Xiao was slightly inferior, and Ling Xiao's advantage was that his attacks were flexible and varied, making it difficult for the ghost beast prince to defend, but its speed was also able to dodge many of Ling Xiao's attacks. For a moment, one man and one beast fought in the sky. Dragon Fifth and the other 3 holy beasts watched the battle from afar, and there were also several ghost beasts below, watching the battle closely, waiting for the outcome of the battle to be decided. And there were 2 powerful auras surging from time to time below, and even Dragon Fifth had to be somewhat afraid of their power. Chapter 15:15. In the territory of the soul-chasing demons, there was a huge cave where gray fog was constantly surging. Waves of ghostly wails and cries could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. There were countless invisible soul-chasing demons floating around nearby. They were guarding this place like guards, and at the same time, there were dozens of ghost beasts resting nearby. Everyone only knew about the existence of the soul-chasing demons, but they didn't know that these soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts were existences that lived in the same domain. There was some kind of divine object that was rather useful for soul power nearby, and this divine object was also in this huge cave. It was quite beneficial to these 2 creatures. However, there were the most powerful soul-chasing demons and the most powerful ghost beasts guarding it, and not anyone could approach it. They were also the most powerful existences here, and could control anything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Previously, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were pulled down by them and forced to stay here. As for the few holy beasts of Ling Chen and the others, they could make them stay if they wanted to, but they didn't pay attention to them. Now that Ling Xiao was fighting the Ghost Beast Prince, they were all paying attention to it. Ling Xiao was naturally unaware. With his strength, he still couldn't detect existences of that level. He was currently fighting the Ghost Beast Prince, and he was having a great time. Other than being fast and having a strong physical body, the Ghost Beast Prince didn't have any elemental attacks, so the danger it posed to him was much lower. Furthermore, its soul power attacks didn't have any effect on him, which allowed Ling Xiao to deal with it. His combat strength had increased by 70 times, and the power he unleashed was extremely terrifying, close to that of a mid-stage supremacy. The more Ling Xiao fought, the more excited he became, while the Ghost Beast Prince became less and less confident. As Ling Xiao's powerful moves became more and more difficult to deal with, it also felt a strange power corroding its life force, making it extremely uncomfortable. It let out a cry and made a feint toward Ling Xiao. It actually stopped fighting with Ling Xiao and directly rushed down the mountain below. Ling Xiao shouted, "You want to escape? No way." Ling Xiao displayed the power of the origin of the universe. Various types of attacks enveloped the Ghost Beast Prince, wreaking havoc on its body. Even if its body was incomparably sturdy, it would still suffer greatly under all these attacks. When the Ghost Beasts saw that their prince was injured, they all screamed and rushed towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Dragon Fifth, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, immediately joined the fray. He displayed the might of an overlord as a beast king. With a shake of his dragon body, the ghost beasts were smashed into pieces. The Ghost Beast Prince didn't have anyone to help him, so he was completely overwhelmed by Ling Xiao. His body was bleeding profusely. It screamed and screamed. It seemed to be in great pain. "Submit to me," Ling Xiao said to the Ghost Beast Prince faintly. Compared to holy beasts of the same level, the Ghost Beast Prince's combat strength was not too strong, but its speed was enough to make up for everything. Moreover, its soul power attack was what Ling Xiao was interested in. It was the best choice to deal with his enemy. "Hey, don't even think about it, human," the Ghost Beast Prince roared. It kept struggling, wanting to break free from Ling Xiao's origin of the universe, but it was not that easy. "Looks like you want to die." Ling Xiao laughed coldly and continued to increase his attack power. At this moment, in the dark cave under the mountain, an extremely terrifying giant hoof appeared. This giant hoof was an invisible existence. It was condensed from soul power, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. It was as if it had stepped down from the sky, possessing an unparalleled terrifying power. By the time Ling Xiao sensed it, it was already too late. Bang! Ling Xiao was smashed down from the sky by the giant hoof that seemed to be smashing down from the sky. The Ghost Beast Prince got rid of it and quickly fled down, not daring to challenge Ling Xiao again. On the other side, Dragon Fifth was also bound by another powerful invisible force, making it impossible for him to kill the other ghost beasts. Dragon Fifth was completely agitated and stimulated his 100-fold combat power. The terrifying power directly broke free from this powerful binding force. His dragon body tumbled high in the sky, causing spatial turbulence to appear and flash constantly. Many golden rays of energy flattened the mountains below. At the same time, he quickly rushed towards the place where Ling Xiao fell. He could not let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was trampled on and smashed into a mountain, his body fiercely collapsing most of the mountain. His body was deeply embedded into the mountain, and his divine body cracked. He had turned into a golden-blooded man. Ling Xiao endured the pain of this cracking and smiled bitterly, murmuring, There really is an even more powerful existence in here, otherwise no one would have dared to set foot here for so many years." When Ling Xiao arrived at this place, he could sense a very strong soul power fluctuation in this place. Today, his god body was smashed, which proved his assumption was correct. Soul power attacks could not only attack the knowledge sea of others, but they could also be condensed to make various attacks. Those low-level soul-chasing demons only knew how to use a single soul-chasing needle attack, while those high-level soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts could make different kinds of condensed attacks. That shadowless giant hoof just now was obviously a soul power attack from a stronger ghost beast. It should have the strength of a high-rank 11th rank, otherwise it was absolutely impossible for it to use such a powerful soul power attack. This was something he could deduce from his earlier battle with the Ghost Beast Prince. The Ghost Beast Prince's soul energy consolidated form attack was something he could still withstand. Ling Xiao quickly repaired his body, and at the same time, he was thinking about how to deal with the next situation. The hidden powerful existence was so terrifying, it would not be easy for him to challenge the other party. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could only make him immortal, but it would not be easy for it to deal with such a powerful existence. Fortunately, he still had Dragon Fifth on his side. If Dragon Fifth used his source power, he believed it would be enough to wreak havoc here. But what kind of peace would he gain by doing so? At this time, Dragon Fifth had forcibly destroyed the nearby mountains, and he came in front of Ling Xiao and asked, "You won't die, right?" Dragon Fifth was the royal uncle of the Dragon Clan, after all. He treated Ling Xiao as an equal, but he was always a little arrogant. He wasn't like the 13th prince, who called Ling Xiao boss. Ling Xiao smiled and he recovered the last bit of his injuries, walked out, and shook his head. "I can still take it." In the end, soul power attacks weren't as strong as tangible attacks. The only reason he was injured was because he had collided with the mountain. If not for the mountain's momentum, his divine body wouldn't have exploded. Soul power attacks and elemental attacks had their own advantages, and they could not be discussed as one. "That's good. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to my brother." Dragon Fifth replied. Ling Xiao smiled and did not reply, but he sensed that there were many soul-chasing demons rushing towards him. Perhaps they thought that Ling Xiao had been trampled to death, and wanted to take the opportunity to scrape off Ling Xiao's divine soul. However, they were destined to come back shorn, and Ling Xiao did not hesitate to absorb them. Unfortunately, there were no soul-chasing demons that were strong enough. Otherwise, he could have tried to increase his god soul, which would have given him more confidence and protection. When Ling Xiao had absorbed less than 100 low-level soul-chasing demons, a flow of powerful soul power appeared again, and another giant hoof stomped on him. Nobody could see this hoof. Even incipient god realm experts couldn't sense it. Only warriors like Ling Xiao, who cultivated soul power, could sense it through the fluctuation of soul power. Just like Dragon Fifth, a god beast of this level was unable to sense the descent of this terrifying soul force. Ling Xiao called Dragon Fifth anxiously, "Dragon Fifth, run. Those attacks are coming again." Then he took the initiative to run away. Dragon Fifth didn't know what was going on, so he had to run away with Ling Xiao. However, this giant hoof chased after Ling Xiao as if it wouldn't be satisfied until Ling Xiao was trampled to death. After running for a while, Ling Xiao shouted, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Take this." Ling Xiao finally counterattacked. He shot out fiery fists that were as bright as the sun, attacking the giant hoof. The heavenly fire was the nemesis of monsters, and it was also the nemesis of souls. This kind of soul power attack could penetrate all kinds of attacks, but Ling Xiao could sense its existence, and the heavenly fire could completely incinerate this soul power. Rumble! The powerful fiery attack completely destroyed the shadowless soul power. Ling Xiao's attack succeeded, and he was thrilled. He knew that the heaven flame had helped him get out of danger one more time. If it were another kind of attack, even if he could sense the existence of the soul power, he couldn't destroy it. Ling Xiao stopped and sneered, "Dragon Fifth, why don't you come with me to raid their nest?" After that, he jumped on Dragon Fifth's back and once again returned to the territory of the soul-chasing demon and the ghost beast. Since the opponent's soul power couldn't hurt him, of course, he wanted to challenge them and absorb more soul power to advance his god soul. As for the ghost beast, it would depend on the situation. However, before Ling Xiao could come close, two flows of powerful soul power gushed out. One was the giant hoof attack, which was much stronger than the previous one. The other was a palm-sized soul attack, which shrouded Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth at the same time. Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end when he saw the two flows of formidable soul power. These two flows of formidable soul power could kill a mid-level incipient God Realm expert in a second. Even a high-level incipient God Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist them. Ling Xiao had to use all of his power to resist these two terrifying attacks. Chapter 15-16. In order to deal with these two soul power attacks, Ling Xiao could only use a two-pronged approach. He was afraid that the attack of heavenly fire alone would not be able to deal with these powers. A powerful suction force erupted from Ling Xiao's divine soul. He wanted to absorb these soul power attacks into the divine dragon phoenix hoop so that he could benefit from it. He wanted to weaken these soul power attacks so that his fiery fists could destroy them all. The dragon phoenix divine hoop was worthy of being a top ancient divine artifact. Under the command of Ling Xiao's divine soul, the powerful suction it burst out was really powerful. In an instant, most of the power of these soul power attacks was drawn out, and the rest was blown up by Ling Xiao's 9 suns heaven-burning fist. What kind of power is this? Even I can't sense it. Dragon Fifth said with a very sullen tone. He was the dignified royal uncle of the dragons, one of the most powerful mythological beast clans in the world. Unexpectedly, he couldn't know the existence of those attacks, and couldn't help Ling Xiao in any way. Naturally, he was very angry. The crisis had been resolved, but Ling Xiao had returned to the territory of the soul-chasing demon again, and directly fell towards the place where the soul power fluctuations were. He didn't dare to go to the place where the soul power fluctuations were the strongest. He knew that it was the most dangerous place, and he had to think carefully. He felt that he should first absorb these hiding soul-chasing demons in the periphery, and then find a place to refine them. These soul-chasing demons were hiding in some rocks, trees, and bushes, and ordinary people basically couldn't find them. Ling Xiao had green pupils, and could sense the soul power fluctuations. Naturally, he could find them one by one. Ling Xiao seemed to have become ruthless. He did not care about the powerful existence in the depths, and happily devoured all of the thousands of soul-chasing demon-s in the vicinity. Those soul-type holy grass and divine grass were all harvested by him. Ling Xiao only felt that the storage in his sea of consciousness was getting thicker and thicker. The soul power was already a lot, but he always felt that it was not enough. More, I have to find more. Ling Xiao was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, constantly wandering around the nearby mountains, looking for more soul-chasing demons to absorb. However, the soul-chasing demons seemed to have received some sort of summons, and all of them actually flew towards the area with the densest soul power undulations, allowing Ling Xiao to capture a portion of the low-grade soul-chasing demons. Ling Xiao couldn't catch much now even if he wanted to, which made him quite depressed. If he wanted to refine that bit of soul power that he had saved up, even though it might allow him to advance, it definitely wouldn't give him a feeling of absolute certainty. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carefully consider whether he should continue forward and head towards the place with the densest soul power undulations. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop couldn't eliminate all soul power. If there was an even more powerful existence in that place, he would be dead if his defenses were breached. But his goal for coming here was to obtain more soul power. As long as he accumulated a little more, he could leave satisfied and no longer be entangled here. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll burn the soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts again. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and prepared to continue forward. This was related to the advancement of his divine soul. He absolutely couldn't shrink back. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when two shadows appeared in front of him. These were impressively two ghost beasts. One of them Ling Xiao recognized. It was the ghost beast prince that he had fought with before. There was a black hair on its neck that was burned off by him. The other ghost beast appeared to be much stronger, and the soul power on its horn was constantly revolving, appearing incomparably dense and powerful. The ghost beast prince was half a body behind it, and it also didn't seem to have the lofty status of the other ghost beast. This ghost spirit beast was the true king of this place, a powerful existence of the 11th step. And previously, when Ling Xiao was repeatedly trampled by the giant hoof prince, it was also the masterpiece of this ghost beast king. Dragon 5th glared at the ghost beast king, then said to Ling Xiao, "It's very strong, come behind me." "Don't worry, I don't think they're disgusting," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. The two ghost beasts came to a distance of 500 meters from Ling Xiao and Dragon 5th, and the ghost beast king said faintly, "Human, we've already allowed you to leave. What else do you want? Just now, you stomped on them to your heart's content, and now you're saying that we're allowed to leave? You guys make it sound so easy." Ling Xiao refuted with a faint smile. They appeared here, but did not immediately launch an attack, presumably because they had their own considerations. No matter what their intentions were, Ling Xiao had to properly deal with them and see what benefits he could reap. Before the Ghost Beast King could speak, the Ghost Beast Prince screamed, "Do you think we're afraid of you? As long as our king gives the order, our army will flatten you immediately." As soon as it finished speaking, many ghost beasts appeared in the surroundings. Several of them had reached the 11th rank, while the rest were between the 10th and 9th rank. There were hundreds of them. At the same time, there were many soul-chasing demons surrounding them. Some of them were at level 11, and their soul power was tremendous. This made Ling Xiao's eyes redden. This kind of soul-chasing demon was enough to kill any incipient God Realm expert in a second. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, they could swallow their god's souls. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the strongest soul-chasing demon wasn't here. It should still be in the area with the strong energy fluctuations.
What?
"Do you want to scare us?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, Dragon 5th shouted in fear. His powerful dragon power sparkled with a dazzling gold light, which made all the beasts fear and submit to it. The ghost beasts around them were no exception. They almost wanted to kneel down. Only the ghost beasts at level 11 and above could not be affected by the dragon power. The Ghost Beast King roared, telling his people that they didn't need to be afraid of the true dragon's power. After all, it was the king of beasts here. "Dragon King, this is our territory. Don't even think about showing off." The Ghost Beast King stomped its front hooves, angrily staring at Dragon 5th. It was stronger than Dragon 5th, so it wasn't afraid of him. However, it knew that the true dragon clan couldn't be judged by common sense. If they fought, it wasn't sure that it would have the upper hand. However, in front of its people, it couldn't afford to be weak. As soon as it finished speaking, the nearby ghost beasts all roared in unison, as if they wanted to defend their king's dignity. Dragon 5th roared again. He couldn't stand these low-level races provoking his dragon power. He wanted to teach them a lesson. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because this is your territory? Then I'll completely destroy this place. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant." After saying that, he summoned the heavenly fire pearl and made it turn into a firebird that circled in the sky and screeched. A level 11 firebird's flame power was terrifying. It was the nemesis of these soul beasts and soul beasts. Previously, the blood-fierce demon could use the incomparably dense baleful death chi to suppress the heavenly fire, but how could these ghost beasts and soul-chasing demons suppress such a high-level heavenly fire? Bang bang! The firebird circled around and the area within a radius of several thousand meters immediately burst into flames. The flames illuminated the area red, and the temperature instantly rose. Those ghost beasts were shocked and immediately fled far away. Those high-level soul-chasing demon beasts were the fastest to escape. Some of the low-level soul-chasing demon beasts were touched by the fire and were immediately incinerated. The Ghost Soul Beast King and the Ghost Soul Beast Prince both leapt into the air, hissing non-stop, but there was nothing they could do. How could their soul power extinguish the fire? They didn't have any elemental power to use, and it was difficult to use the black hole created by their soul power to transfer the fire away. Ling Xiao also knew that enough was enough. He let the firebird return to his side. He really didn't want this place to be destroyed. "If I want to leave this place, I can do it at any time. If I want to destroy this place, I can do it at any time. What do you think?" Ling Xiao leapt up and looked at them with a wicked expression. The Ghost Beast King finally revealed a change in expression. If it were any other human, it could use soul power to kill them or use brute force to trample them to death. However, the human in front of it not only had the true dragon protection, but could also defend against soul power attacks. He also had the heavenly fire that could restrain them. It was simply helpless. "What do you want?" the ghost beast king roared angrily. "Hee, I don't want to do anything. Let the prince beside you accompany me to walk around. Also, find me some divine items that can increase my soul power, and we'll leave immediately. How about it?" Ling Xiao laughed. From the looks of it, he had grasped the weakness of these ghost beasts. He could take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. "Impossible! How can our prince follow you?" the ghost beast king shouted angrily. This prince was the future successor of their race. How could they let him follow this human? "I'll bring him around. It'll be beneficial for his growth. In the future, I can also let him return here. Look at Uncle Dragon, isn't he also following by my side? This way, he can increase his experience and knowledge. What's the use of always staying in one place?" Ling Xiao persuaded. "No matter what you say, we won't agree." The ghost soul beast king refused. Then it said, "We can let you pick any divine grass here. This is the biggest concession we can make. It's easy for me to pick the divine herbs here. Do you think you can do anything to me?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then he said, "If you don't agree, I'll immediately let it burn your place down. I believe you won't mind, right?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed to a place not far away that was shrouded in black fog and had an extremely powerful soul power fluctuation. He was sure that there was definitely an amazing soul power divine item there. He really wanted to go and investigate. "How dare you?" the ghost soul beast king shouted angrily. It really wanted to rush up and trample Ling Xiao to death. However, the true dragon was protecting him, which made it quite depressed. At this moment, the ghost beast prince said, "What benefits do I get from following you?" Chapter 15-17. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the ghost beast prince to take the initiative to ask. This was a prelude to proving that there was a chance. Of course, there are many benefits. Other than what I said just now, you can travel all over the world and see all the living beings in the world. You can also have many beast cores to swallow and advance. Maybe you can surpass the king beside you very soon. How about following me? I won't sign a contract with you. If you want to come back here, I can let you come back anytime." Ling Xiao said in an even more enticing tone. The ghost beast king was not having it. It stared at the prince and said, "Humans have been extremely cunning since ancient times. Don't fall for his tricks." At this time, Dragon Fifth also spoke up for Ling Xiao. "Do you think I will fall for his tricks? He is the human emperor born from the heavens. If you follow him, there will only be benefits. There are no disadvantages." Then it said to Ling Xiao, "Call out the Fire Qilin Prince as well. Otherwise, they won't believe you." Ling Xiao nodded, then summoned the prodigal and let him return to his true form. The prodigal was a little lower in level compared to them, but the power of the divine beast did not seem to be weak. Moreover, the power of the flames was also extraordinary. "Boss, do you want me to destroy them?" The prodigal growled at the ghost beast king, then asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao patted the prodigal's body and said, "We'll talk about this later. Let's see if they know what's good for them first." Then he looked at the ghost beast king and the prince and said, "This is the prince of the Fire Qilin race. He and I are brothers. I will never mistreat him. As long as you follow me, I will not mistreat you either." This time, the prodigal was a little unhappy and said, "Boss, what's so good about these black things? Wouldn't it be better if I found you a few more powerful ones?" The ghost beast king was unhappy. "Hey, say that again if you dare. Just say it. What's the big deal? You are an abandoned race. You don't even have the power of Tenbin. You are the weakest among all the races." The prodigal said arrogantly, "I'll stomp you to death." The ghost beast king could not stand others insulting its race and finally went crazy. Like a gust of wind, it appeared in front of the prodigal in the blink of an eye and stomped heavily on him. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth, who was at the side, was also on guard. He swung his tail and swept it towards the ghost beast king. If he continued to step on Ling Xiao, he would have to eat Dragon Fifth's tail. That would be a great loss. The Ghost Soul Beast King was extremely fast. In an instant, it leaped up and dodged Dragon Fifth's attack. At the same time, its giant hoof shadow continued to stomp down. Dragon Fifth was already in front of him, blocking the Ghost Beast King's attack. The Ghost Beast King's huge body had actually been stomped into the ground. The Ghost Beast King was as fast as lightning. Dragon Fifth could not bite it immediately. Instead, it stomped on him a few times, causing it to roar in anger. The Ghost Soul Beast King was as fast as lightning, and Dragon Fifth could not bite it in time. Instead, it stomped on him a few times, causing it to roar in anger. At this time, Ling Xiao shouted, "Ghost Beast King, if you continue to be arrogant, I will immediately burn your nest down." As Ling Xiao said this, the Firebird released a terrifying firepower. Many fire feathers shot out in all directions. The fire instantly burned half the sky, scaring the ghost beasts into scattering. What they were most afraid of was the power of the heavenly fire. No matter how high their level was, they did not want to come into contact with the heavenly fire. Otherwise, they would not be able to get rid of the fire. That would be a dead end. What they feared the most was the power of the origin heavenly flame. No matter how high their level was, they did not want to touch even the slightest bit of the origin heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would not be able to get rid of the flames and die. The Ghost Soul Beast King felt the burning of the heavenly fire and immediately retreated, no longer entangled with Dragon Fifth. However, Dragon Fifth refused to budge. He finally took out the Dragon Pearl, and a terrifying power exploded in the area. The boundless dragon's might was vast and mighty, and its power was close to the power of a Stage 11 expert. The Ghost Soul Beast King finally revealed a panicked expression. If Ling Xiao's heavenly fire and Dragon Fifth wanted to destroy their territory, they wouldn't be able to stop them. What should they do? "Stop, human! I'm willing to follow you!" The Ghost Beast Prince shouted. Previously, it had asked Ling Xiao what benefits it would bring him because it wanted to explore the outside world with Ling Xiao. At their level, their intelligence was not much different from that of humans. They were very curious about many things they did not know. He was also very interested in Ling Xiao. His previous battle with Ling Xiao had made him feel very refreshed. Ling Xiao was accompanied by a true dragon mythological beast. Even if he followed Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be a loss of face for him as the prince of the Ghost Beast clan. Now that it saw Ling Xiao summon the Fire Qilin clan's prince, it was even more tempted. Those who could be recognized by the Qilin clan had to have great luck to be qualified. Therefore, it believed what Dragon Fifth had said. The human in front of it should have a unique side. The most important thing was that this human also had a very powerful soul power Tenbin, which was very similar to the Ghost Soul Beast clan. This was the reason why it was willing to follow him. The current situation was extremely dangerous. If the human in front of them allowed the heavenly fire to destroy their clan's land, it would definitely be difficult for them to accept. It was better to just leave with this human. In any case, he had said that he could bring it back here at any time. It was unknown if Ling Xiao did not hear it on purpose or if he regretted it, but he did not reply. The Firebird continued to burn in all directions, causing the territory of the Ghost Soul clan and the soul-chasing demon to be on fire. Meanwhile, Dragon Fifth had forced the Ghost Beast King into a sorry state. After all, the Ghost Soul Beast King did not have any elemental power, and its soul power was simply unable to do anything to Dragon Fifth. Furthermore, when Dragon Fifth spat out the Dragon Pearl, its power would definitely be extremely terrifying. Whether it was in terms of physical body or strength, Dragon Fifth had surpassed the Ghost Beast King. Furthermore, his speed had also increased greatly. In such a situation, how could the Ghost Beast King have any chance of winning? The Ghost Beast King's body had been severely injured by Dragon Fifth's metal attribute power, and its counterattack against Dragon Fifth was completely useless. It was unable to injure Dragon Fifth at all. The dragon's might was vast, and its battle prowess was like the heavens. Dragons were the most powerful race in the world. They were the favored children of the heavens. Their unique advantage was definitely not something that any holy beast could challenge. The ghost beast prince became more and more anxious. It said to Ling Xiao again, "Human, quickly stop. I am willing to submit to you, as long as you are willing to let my king and my other races go." The fire had already burned everything in the vicinity. If this continued, this place would definitely be destroyed. No matter what the reason was, the ghost beast prince had no choice but to lower its proud head like Ling Xiao, who said that beasts had no feelings. For beasts like them, the more intelligent they were, the more emotions they had. Ling Xiao felt the sincerity of the ghost beast prince and felt that it was about time. He did not really have any intention of destroying this place. "All of you stop!" Ling Xiao shouted at Dragon Fifth and the Firebird. As his voice rang out, Dragon Fifth roared angrily with some unwillingness. He let the ghost beast king go, and the Firebird also stopped its fire plume attack. Ling Xiao gestured to the Firebird again, and it absorbed all of its flames. At this time, he looked at the ghost beast king. It had already been tortured by Dragon Fifth to the point that its flesh was bleeding profusely. It looked very pathetic. On the other hand, Dragon Fifth's momentum had plummeted. The Dragon Pearl was where his power was, and every attack had a great amplification effect. Naturally, the consumption was very high. "Can we have a good talk now?" Ling Xiao said firmly. The Ghost Soul Beast King coldly roared with unwillingness, then looked at the prince and said, "You decide for yourself, but you must not let other beasts look down on our race." "Oh, don't worry. I will definitely not weaken the prestige of my race." The Ghost Beast Prince replied seriously. The Ghost Beast King roared at the sky, and the nearby Ghost Beasts also roared in unison, as if they were all sending the Ghost Beast Prince off. The Ghost Beast Prince also roared a few times, then rushed over. After rubbing his body with the Ghost Beast King, he came to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Master, I will follow you from now on. I hope that you will give me a chance to return to my race in the future." Ling Xiao smiled happily, then went forward and caressed the Ghost Beast Prince's forehead. He said, "Don't worry, I said that I will not treat you badly. When you get tired of following me, I will let you return here." "Thank you, Master," the Ghost Beast Prince replied. Ling Xiao said, "From now on, you can call me boss like the prodigal. I will call you Ghost Beast. Accompany me to explore the world, so that you can become a stronger existence one day." The Ghost Beast Prince rubbed his forehead against Ling Xiao, then roared. This was his acknowledgement of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very excited. He had finally subdued a ghost beast, and it was a Ghost Beast Prince, an existence at the intermediate stage of the 11th rank. With its soul power attack, it was definitely enough to make people tremble in fear. However, when he was outside, he definitely could not let the Ghost Beast Prince show its true form. Otherwise, it would definitely invite a fatal disaster. Of course, there was no need to do so when facing an opponent that was not a threat. Now that Ling Xiao had the Ghost Beast Prince as his follower, everything else would be easy. With Ling Xiao's trickery, he told the Ghost Beast King that he was already a friend of their race. No matter what, he had to give him some special gifts. Otherwise, it would not be enough. The Ghost Beast King could not refuse, so he allowed Ling Xiao to go not far from the place where the soul power fluctuation was strong. He let Ling Xiao choose some soul-type divine grass nearby. Ling Xiao looked at the ghost beast grass that grew here and was so excited that he almost jumped up. These spiritual grasses couldn't be compared to the spiritual grasses he had encountered in the periphery. These spiritual grasses had a great strengthening effect on the soul and could also expand one's knowledge by several times. They were spiritual grasses that any cultivator would love to obtain. After all, the strength of the soul also greatly affected a martial artist's cultivation tenbin and comprehension. Chapter 15:18. Ordinary ghost grass naturally had no effect on Ling Xiao, but those that reached the divine level and above naturally had a considerable effect. At the same time, they could also help Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga recover their divine soul power and heal their injuries. Moreover, there were many soul-chasing demons wandering around nearby. It was precisely because of their existence that so many ghost grass could be nurtured. The Ghost Beast Prince had already told Ling Xiao not to attack those soul-chasing demons, because if Ling Xiao took them in, it was equivalent to cutting off the Ghost Beast clan's food supply. This was also why when the soul-chasing demons were being dealt with by Ling Xiao, the Ghost Beast clan came out to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally understood the reason and was embarrassed to attack these soul-chasing demons again. Ling Xiao walked around and did not find any existence above the 11th level among these ghost grass, which made him extremely depressed. As long as he had a stalk of ghost grass that reached the supreme level, he could make his divine soul power go up another level. He felt such a pity in his heart and really wanted to capture a few powerful soul-chasing demons to refine at all costs. Fortunately, the Ghost Beast King did not mistreat this friend of his. It returned to the cave abode with strong soul power fluctuations and took out some divine items that made Ling Xiao ecstatic. My clan's prince follows by your side, so you are a friend of my clan. These things are a gift from my clan to you. I hope that you can treat my clan's prince well in the future and wait for him to come back and take over my position one day. The Ghost Beast King said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the things in front of him and almost drooled. Okay. Don't worry, I will treat ghosts like my own brothers. Ling Xiao said and could not wait to receive those things in front of him. Why could these things make Ling Xiao so excited? Because it was a supreme divine material that could make his divine soul realm go up another level. It was also ghost grass, but the 3 stalks in front of him were definitely of the king grade among ghost grass. The soul power they emitted was very strong, making Ling Xiao want to swallow them immediately. Apart from that, there was also an inconspicuous black stone. Most people who saw this stone would definitely think that it was a very ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it and they would throw it away. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely a top-notch divine grade stone. It was a soul-nurturing stone that could compare to the 5-colored divine heaven stone. The soul-nourishing stone could nourish, strengthen, and gather souls. In short, it was definitely worth more than 10 billion divinity crystals to those who cultivated soul power. There were so many soul-chasing beasts here, and there were even ghost beasts living here. Sure enough, this place had unique natural conditions, and this soul-nourishing stone was the real existence that attracted them. This soul-nurturing stone wasn't too big. Obviously, it was just an inconspicuous stone in the cave. There were definitely bigger and more soul-nurturing stones there. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit Beast King and those level 11 soul-chasing demons would not be guarding there. Even though Ling Xiao had cultivated to his current realm, this soul-nurturing stone was still useful to him. It could help his soul power become stronger faster. However, Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art. As long as he killed enemies, he could absorb their souls to strengthen his own soul power. The help that this soul-nurturing stone provided him was much weaker. However, to the soul race, it could definitely be used as a cornerstone item to support their sect. With it, the soul race could definitely rise again. It would not be a problem to once again restore the prestige of the ancient race. Ling Xiao was absolutely satisfied with these divine items. This trip to the 10,000 demon forest could be considered to be worthwhile. Ling Xiao put them away and wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. He wanted to have a good seclusion so that his soul power could increase by another level. This way, it would be much safer in the myriad demon forest. Of course, before that he had to ask Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga to come out and heal their god's soul wounds first. Although they were at incipient god realm, their god's soul power wasn't really strong. Thus, the ghost soul grass at divine level was enough to heal their wounds. They didn't need to use the 3 supreme plants at incipient god realm. When their souls were completely healed, the dispirited look on their faces was finally swept away, and they all looked at Ling Xiao with incredulity. Ling Xiao touched his face and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" The 3 of them shook their heads. Then, Ling Chen took a step forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Xiao. Without you, we would have fallen here. Those soul-chasing demons are too strange." Yang Hai and Pang Tongga also looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude and admiration. They all knew that Ling Xiao was weaker than them, but he could save them when they were in danger and heal their soul wounds. This ability wasn't something they could compare with. At this time, they started to treat Ling Xiao seriously again. Before this, they all thought that Ling Xiao was just a supreme god alchemist. What he relied on the most was his heaven-defying alchemy skills. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao wasn't just good at alchemy. He also had something that they didn't know about. It was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the myriad demon forest. Looking around, the ghost spirit beasts that could attack the god's soul didn't have any hostility towards them. It was as if they didn't exist. They even thought that Ling Xiao was an amazing celestial being. This was an extremely ferocious beast race. They actually allowed them to stay here and even allowed Ling Xiao to pick the ghost spirit grass that they specifically ate. They really couldn't understand what method Ling Xiao had used to do it. Big brother, there's no need to say such words. We're all helping each other here. Maybe the next time I'm in danger, I'll have to rely on you guys to help me. Ling Xiao replied. He then said, "You guys walk around here. I plan to go into seclusion for a few days before heading to the Ghost Tree Demon's territory with you guys." The God Alchemist's master is going into seclusion at this time? Yang Hai asked in confusion. Pang Tongga also frowned slightly. He didn't understand which door Ling Xiao was going into. Ling Xiao's strength was still far from breaking through to the next level. Even if he went into seclusion, he wouldn't be able to break through to the next level. Ling Chen knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be judged by common sense. He immediately smiled and said, Go ahead. We'll wait here for you to come out of seclusion." At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Pang Tongga and found that his blood qi was much weaker than when he entered the demon forest. Thus he asked, "Pang Tongga, were you injured before this?" Before Pang Tongga could speak, Yang Hai said from the side, "Sai, after we separated from you, old Pang covered our retreat many times. He was injured many times and lost a lot of essence and blood. It was us who dragged old Pang down." Ling Chen also nodded and said, "That's right. Old Pang suffered a lot for us. When we return to the sect, I'll definitely compensate him. Brother Xiao, you have to thank him on behalf of Big Brother." However, Pang Tongga waved his hand and said, "Just like what Alchemist Ling said, since we're here, we have to protect and help each other. Otherwise, we might all die here. My loss is nothing. In any case, I don't expect to advance any further." Ling Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Pang Tongga had lost his essence and blood in order to take care of Ling Chen and Yang Hai's safety. No wonder his expression was so ugly. "We should indeed thank old Pang. He's already tired you out by accompanying us here. This is a god's blood bead. It should be able to help you recover your essence and blood," Ling Xiao said as he took out a god's blood bead and handed it to Pang Tongga. Pang Tongga's expression instantly became excited. He accepted the god's blood bead and said in surprise, "That's great. Thank you, Alchemist Ling. With this god's blood bead, my recovery won't be a problem." Although he said that he didn't care, in reality, he didn't want to lose his essence and blood for no reason. This would greatly affect his condition. Ling Chen and Yang Hai saw Ling Xiao casually take out a god's blood bead and were somewhat envious. The god's blood bead could increase one's essence and was a rare divine item for them. However, it was said that only the blood pool would condense a divine item. How could Ling Xiao have one? Could it be that Ling Xiao had already found the blood pool? However, that was the territory of the fierce blood demon. The danger was no less than the territory of the soul-chasing demon. For so many years, no one had heard of anyone finding the blood pool and coming out alive. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He took out another 2 god's blood beads and gave one to each of them. This was obtained by chance. Good things should be shared with everyone. Take it, Ling Xiao said. Ling Chen and Yang Hai were extremely excited. They were even more certain that Ling Xiao had found the blood pool. They were really envious. "Brother Xiao, these god's blood beads are extremely precious. You should use them sparingly," Ling Chen said. He was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know the value of the god's blood beads. It was not worth it to give them away. Yang Hai laughed dryly and said, "Yes, Master Alchemy God. You should keep these gods' blood beads for emergencies." It was obvious that his words were somewhat insincere. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Come on, don't talk nonsense. I can take it out for you. Of course, I have my own stock. Hurry up and put it away. Otherwise, I will really regret it." He said boldly in his heart, "How can I take back something that I've given away?" Since Ling Xiao said so, Ling Chen and Yang Hai no longer stood on ceremony with him. After Ling Xiao said a few more words, he opened a cave abode in a mountain and entered seclusion. He was striving to break through to the intermediate level. Only Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga were left. Yang Hai sighed to Ling Chen and said, "Sect Master Ling Chen, Master Alchemy God is really a godly person. This area is the territory of the soul-chasing demons, and we were tortured badly. His arrival solved the problem and stopped those soul-chasing demons from attacking us. He also let these ghost beasts live in peace with us. It's unbelievable." The reason why Yang Hai praised Ling Xiao in front of Ling Chen was because he wanted to use Ling Chen's mouth to test Ling Xiao's talent and how he could do this. Chapter 1519. Pang Tongga was also interested to hear what Ling Chen had to say. They had been at the supreme incipient god realm for many years, so they didn't pay much attention to the young talents. Even though Ling Xiao had become the #1 supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region, they didn't know much about him. After all, Ling Xiao's rise was too fast. It was hard to believe. Ling Chen revealed a proud expression and said with a smile, "To be honest, my little brother Xiao is a freak. I don't know how many trump cards he has." After Ling Chen sighed, he started to talk about some of Ling Xiao's glorious deeds after he returned to the Kim people. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga didn't have any of the dignity of a supreme incipient god realm expert. They sat on the ground and listened to Ling Chen talk about Ling Xiao's deeds. After they heard it, they were shocked by Ling Xiao. They respected Ling Xiao even more. He didn't have a god body, but he had a cultivation speed that was faster than a god body. In less than 100 years, he had reached the supreme incipient god realm from the Holy Emperor. He was also one of the Senjin of Goguryeo. He was also the honorary vice hall master of the Medicine League. All these things that ordinary people couldn't do were discovered by Ling Xiao. They finally understood why Ling Chen said that Ling Xiao was a freak. He wasn't wrong at all. Originally, Yang Hai had chosen to follow Ling Xiao for the time being. After he received the supreme god pellets from Ling Xiao, he would choose a chance to leave. He believed that at that time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He had to admit that Yang Hai was also a cunning person. However, after listening to Ling Chen talk about Ling Xiao's deeds, his heart quietly changed. If he loyally followed such a monstrous master, would his future be even more prosperous than it was now? Or perhaps it would not be a big problem to take 1 or 2 more steps forward. As for Pang Tongga, he also had the same thoughts. He felt that perhaps attaching himself to Ling Xiao and serving him as his master was not a bad choice. It was just that he was used to being free and unfettered with his wife. He really wasn't used to following around others. However, he thought that even if he did not follow Ling Xiao, he had to take the opportunity to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already entered a short period of seclusion, so he naturally did not know the changes that Yang Hai and Pang Tongga had made to him. Ling Xiao had been waiting for his spirit to break through to the intermediate supremacy realm for a very long time. Although he had the help of the soul-controlling art, he didn't know how long it would take for him to make a breakthrough by simply relying on cultivation to strengthen his soul force bit by bit. Along the way, he had been absorbing the souls of his enemies or absorbing soul-type spirit herbs to strengthen his soul force. This was also why his soul force was able to advance faster than his physical body. Right now, he was prepared to absorb the soul-chasing demon's energy and the ghost beast's soul power attacks. Coupled with a stalk of supreme ghost soul grass, he would definitely be able to advance. After all, his soul force had been stuck at the peak of the elementary supremacy realm for a long time. He had already accumulated enough soul force and was just lacking a bit of energy support. Ling Xiao sat down and entered a meditative state. When he adjusted his state of mind to the most optimal state, he began to refine the soul force that he had absorbed and stored up. The balls of soul force that could not be seen or touched continuously glowed and were forcefully added to Ling Xiao's soul, allowing him to strengthen his soul force bit by bit and increase his soul force. As more and more soul force was swept up by him, his soul force finally had a feeling that it wanted to break through the shackles and undergo a new transformation. Ling Xiao operated the soul-controlling art and constantly created opportunities for a breakthrough, causing his soul force to flicker with waves of refined energy. His aura continued to rise. Just as his soul force was about to advance, Ling Xiao quickly threw the ghost spirit grass that he had prepared earlier into his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of pure and powerful soul force instantly rushed into Ling Xiao's soul force, causing his soul force to instantly become incomparably powerful. The soul force's aura instantly broke through his neck and reached the intermediate supremacy realm. However, even after reaching this realm, the power of the ghost spirit grass was still not completely absorbed. There was still a lot of energy that continuously rushed into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's soul force did not reject anything that came, absorbing all the energy cleanly and converting it all into his own strength. At this moment, the power of Ling Xiao's soul force once again skyrocketed. Ling Xiao's soul force had originally been stuck at the peak of the low-level supremacy realm for a long time. While his body was becoming stronger, his soul force had never broken through. The reason for this was that he lacked an opportunity. Now that he had absorbed the power of the soul-chasing demon and the ghost spirit grass, not only did he directly break through, but he also reached the intermediate supremacy realm in one step. Don't underestimate the small gap between the initial supremacy realm and the middle supremacy realm. It was a huge gap in terms of strength. After all, when one reached the incipient god realm, it would take more than 1,000 years of accumulation for every small step up. It was really gratifying that Ling Xiao could reach this realm in one fell swoop right after he had just broken through. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and a bright smile appeared on his face. His joy couldn't be concealed at all. Finally, I broke through again. It's been so hard. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh and muttered to himself with a smile. With his soul force at this realm, he had more confidence. Ordinary supremacy incipient god realm experts or level 11 holy beasts couldn't deal with him. With his 70 times combat power, he could even fight against a peak supremacy realm expert. With his trump cards, he might even be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's smile grew wider and his confidence grew stronger. He believed that it wouldn't take long before his name, Ling Xiao, would be carved on the supremacy list. Ling Xiao calmly left the seclusion. Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Ling Xiao's smiling face, they already knew that Ling Xiao must have gained something from this short seclusion. Big brother, Elder Yang, Elder Pang, we should be on our way again. This time, we definitely can't make any mistakes. Ling Xiao said to them seriously. Ling Chen revealed a bit of shame and said, "You're right, Big brother is too impulsive. From today onwards, we'll try our best to avoid those powerful holy beasts and rush to the Ghost Tree Ridge as soon as possible." If he hadn't wanted to challenge some holy beast to test his strength, they wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. "All right, then let's go now," Ling Xiao replied and then called out, "Ghost, come here." As his voice fell, the sound of hooves came from afar. A handsome ghost beast rushed over quickly and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The ghost beast had the divine power of being semi-invisible. Under the night sky, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see its existence with the naked eye. This was the best mount for fighting at night. Ling Xiao gently stroked the ghost beast prince's neck and said, "We're about to leave. Do you have any more questions?" "Boss, I don't have any questions," the ghost beast prince said with excitement. The ghost beast clan had been living here for a long time. As the ghost beast prince, he rarely left this land. At most, he would wander around the forest for a few days. Now that he could leave the clan's land with Ling Xiao and travel around, He was extremely excited to see all kinds of beasts and broaden his horizons. That's good, Ling Xiao replied and then said, do you know where the Ghost Tree Demon's territory is? Ghost Tree Demon? Boss, are you talking about those ghost trees that can attack? The Ghost Beast Prince asked in surprise. Ling Xiao was happy when he heard this. He could feel that the Ghost Beast Prince should know where the Ghost Tree Demon's territory was. He immediately nodded and said, yes, those ghost trees that can attack. The Ghost Beast Prince said, boss, that place is very evil. I think it's better if you don't go there. Once you're tied up by them, you'll be strangled to death. When I was young, I accidentally barged in. If it wasn't for my king saving me, I would have died a long time ago. After pausing for a moment, he revealed a worried expression and said, I heard that the illusory demon race also lives there. They are even more lethal to you humans. What? The illusory demon is also at the Ghost Tree Ridge. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga both revealed expressions of shock. Just as the Ghost Beast Prince had said, the illusory demon was even more lethal to humans. Once their minds were controlled, they could only die or become the illusory demon's puppets. If the illusory demon and the Ghost Tree Demon were together, they would be in even more trouble. The Ghost Tree Demon itself had a strong elemental attack. It was already very difficult for them to deal with it. Adding the illusory demon, one could imagine how terrifying this lineup was. The Ghost Beast Prince ignored Ling Chen and said to Ling Xiao, boss, if there's no need, I think it's better not to go. Ling Xiao laughed and said, other than knowing a bit of illusory arts, the illusory demon doesn't have any killing power. They're nothing to worry about, and those ghost trees are even less of a threat. My heavenly fire can completely burn them. When Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga heard Ling Xiao's words, the unease in their hearts immediately disappeared. They didn't know why, but they suddenly had a great sense of confidence in Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao said he was nothing to be afraid of, then he was nothing to be afraid of. Every single one of them here was at a higher realm than Ling Xiao, but now they were following Ling Xiao's lead. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was born with the temperament of a leader, and it gave people the aura of an emperor to worship. Alright, since boss has this confidence, I'll bring you guys on a trip. However, it's still quite a distance from here, and we'll have to pass through the lands of many other races. You guys must be careful, don't provoke them, or else there'll be big trouble. The Ghost Beast Prince replied. And, don't worry, we won't provoke them. If they provoke us, then they'll be in big trouble. Ling Xiao said confidently. Immediately after, he flipped over and sat on the Ghost Beast Prince's back, leading the way to the Ghost Ridge. Chapter 1520. The territory of the Ghost Tree Demon was quite far from the territory of the Ghost Beasts. With the Ghost Beast Prince leading the way, Ling Xiao and the others avoided many detours, and also avoided conflicts with many holy beasts. But sometimes, when Ling Xiao saw some divine objects, he couldn't help but take action and put them away. From time to time, they would cause trouble. Fortunately, their group was strong enough, and with Dragon Fifth, the true dragon divine beast, they didn't encounter any great danger. As for existences that were more powerful than them, the Ghost Beast Prince would take them around and avoid provoking those terrifying existences. After half a month, they finally arrived near the Ghost Tree Demon. At this time, the undying tree LV Weng in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness continuously transmitted its aura to Ling Xiao. It actually had a great affinity with the aura here, and really wanted to come out and take a look. Now that Ling Xiao didn't let it out, he comforted it for a while, and it finally calmed down. The Ghost Beast Prince stopped at a place, looked at an extremely dense forest in front of them, and said, in front of us is the territory of those ghost trees. They look the same as other trees, but every one of them can attack people, and they can also run. It's really too difficult to deal with them. The illusory demon king is also nearby, and there will be illusory demons coming out at any time. Other than Ling Xiao, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga's expressions all became serious. They knew how terrifying these two monsters were. Once they came into contact with them, it would definitely be fatal. Why don't you all stay in my medicine cauldron, and I'll personally deal with these monsters? Ling Xiao asked them. Ling Xiao said this for their own good. It didn't matter if he was alone, but if he had to take care of them, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Ling Chen clenched his fists and said, besides using illusions to confuse people, illusory demons aren't that strong, and ghost tree demons are a little more troublesome. I'm afraid that even ancient divine weapons can't kill some high-level ghost tree demons, but, since we're already here, it'll be a pity if we don't take a look. Yang Hai also laughed. That's right, illusory demons and ghost tree demons can't deal with us. If others know that we're here and don't dare to face them, they'll laugh their heads off. Yang Hai used to be the mercenary king. If he didn't have some courage, of course, he wouldn't. Of course, Pang Tonga didn't need to be mentioned. He was a middle-level incipient god realm expert. His power determined everything. No matter what situation he was facing, he had absolute confidence. Pang Tonga didn't need to be mentioned. He was a mid-level supreme expert at incipient god realm, and his power determined everything. No matter what situation he faced, he had absolute confidence. However, if you meet the illusory demon king, this hallucination-breaking potion will not be of much use. When the time comes, everything will depend on whether you can guard your hearts. But don't worry, with me around, no illusion technique will be a threat. Ling Xiao said and handed each of them a bottle of potion. There were all kinds of divine items in the heaven territory, and this hallucinogenic dispelling potion was concocted by Ling Xiao from some of the strange things he had collected over the years. He had stored it and rarely used it. Now that they were here, it was time to put it to good use. Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were very happy. With this hallucinogenic dispelling potion, their fear of the illusory demons was greatly reduced, and they could see through all illusions without being confused. However, encountering a level 11 illusory demon, this hallucinogenic dispelling potion was really useless. After all, that kind of existence could directly confuse their souls, and not just their eyeballs. Also, they had to cover their eyes here, and could only use their divine consciousness to sense everything. They definitely couldn't look at the illusory demons, or else they would still be in danger. As for the ghost tree demons, they could only use brute force to deal with them. They just hoped that they wouldn't encounter those at a higher level than them, so they wouldn't be afraid. After they were ready, they went to the ghost tree ridge. If there really was a wood genesis stone here, then it should be in the middle of the ghost tree ridge, occupied by the strongest ghost tree demon. At this time, Ling Xiao had already put away the ghost beast prince, and instead summoned the prodigal. As for Dragon Fifth, he didn't enter the cauldron again. With them here, the illusory demon's illusions couldn't do anything. The prodigal had a divine fire that was as powerful as the heavenly fire, and Dragon Fifth's level was extremely high, and his power was like the sky. Those ghost tree demons couldn't easily capture them. Ling Xiao and the two beasts took the lead, while Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga followed closely behind. Ling Xiao's green pupils opened, and he stared at the ghost tree ridge in front of him. He suddenly saw that the green trees had turned into black demonic trees, and on the main branches, there were demonic faces, which looked extremely terrifying and deep. In front of them was a sea of vitality, and it had all become incomparably dark. If they were in the Nine Serenities hell, the demonic energy would be extremely dense. Ling Xiao's first thought was that this ghastly place couldn't have a wood genesis stone, or else how could it produce such monsters? They seemed to have been affected by something, and they couldn't feel any vitality of the wood attribute. When they first set foot in this place, they were all shocked by the scene here. Corpses and skeletons were tied to those trees, making people feel as if they had entered a strange execution ground, and their hair stood on end. At this time, Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to them. These are all ghost tree demons. You must prepare for battle. They can attack us at any time. No matter what, you must not leave within 100 meters of me. That way, I can use the heavenly fire to protect you at any time. The three responded to Ling Xiao, and they all took out their ancient god weapons, ready to fight at any time. At this time, Lu Wang, the immortal tree in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness, became even more excited, as if there was something here that could attract his attention. "Old Lu, what is here that makes you so excited?" Ling Zhao's divine soul asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang anxiously replied, "These tree demons all have the origin energy that I want. I want to absorb them all so that I can advance quickly. They are all infected with evil energy, and they have become monsters. Can you absorb them too? Then won't you become a monster like them?" Ling Xiao asked. Lu Wang revealed a proud expression. "As long as they have wood essence, this old man can absorb them. Moreover, they have already deteriorated. This old man doesn't feel any guilt absorbing their essence. Alright, since you want to come out, then come out. However, can you tell me if there is a wood origin stone here?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang was one of the 9 divine trees, so he naturally had a unique perception towards the origin energy that they needed. This was why Ling Xiao asked this question. Lu Wang frowned. This place indeed has a very powerful wood essence, but it is also being invaded by another power. Presumably, it is not the wood origin stone you are looking for. Otherwise, if they were nurtured by the wood origin stone, it would be impossible for them to become like this. Alright, you can leave now. However, let me tell you, there is an illusory demon here. Don't get controlled by it again, or else you will be out of luck again. Ling Xiao reminded Lu Wang. Sure enough, when Lu Wang heard the 2 words, illusory demon, his old face turned even greener. Back then, when it was growing up in the mystic spirit continent's illusory valley, it had been bewitched by a mere rank 2 illusory demon, causing it to be lost for hundreds of years. It had even committed many heinous crimes. Now that he thought about it, he felt very vexed. He was one of the 9 divine trees, but he was actually controlled by an illusion. This was simply a humiliation. Don't worry, this old man has already found a way to break through its bewitchment. It can forget about bewitching this old man again. If this old man meets it again, I will not forgive it. Lu Wang said angrily. Alright, it's fine as long as you can protect yourself. Why won't you forgive me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he released his sea of consciousness and had Lu Wang turn into a dot of green light, descending into the vicinity. The people around Ling Xiao were all blindfolded, but they could still sense the abnormality. They all became vigilant. Following Lu Wang's appearance, he immediately attacked the ghost tree demons that had been biding their time. The nearby ghost tree demons' levels were still very low. Before they could react, they were all torn to pieces by Lu Wang's green vines. Bits of wood attribute essence scattered and were all forcefully absorbed by him. When Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga heard the commotion, they all became nervous. Don't be anxious, it is helping us break the balance here first. I believe that something worthy of our action will appear very soon. Ling Xiao said. The battle between the tree spirits and the tree demons was incomparably strange. They both used their branches and vines to create their strongest offensive weapons. Entangling, sweeping, or twisting, the nearby mountain ridges became restless. Countless ghost tree demons moved in unison with the intention of dealing with this foreign invader. However, Lu Wang's battle prowess was extremely great. The nearby ghost tree demons were all destroyed by him, their demonic spirits dispersing. Many ghost tree demons seemed to have realized Lu Wang's strength and actually fled into the distance in a comical manner. They didn't look like plants, but more like beasts. Many ghost tree demons turned their attention to Ling Xiao and the others. The black branches seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around them, trying to capture them all. Not only did they know how to capture people, but they also knew how to forcefully strangle and kill people. These low-level ghost tree demons weren't worth Ling Xiao and the others making a move. The prodigal let out a roar and immediately spat out a mouthful of flames at them, burning them to ashes. Lu Wang, who was fighting with the other ghost tree demons, jumped in fright and hurriedly distanced himself from the flames. Fire subdued wood, this was an unchanging law since ancient times. Especially when facing this kind of origin flame, he had no choice but to carefully avoid it. Chapter 1521. In just a short while, the ghost tree demons in the nearby mountains were all eliminated or chased away. Lu Weng was extremely excited and had already chased towards the depths of the ghost tree ridge. It seemed like it would not stop until it had absorbed all the ghost tree demons. Moreover, it was not afraid that there would be stronger existences there. After all, it was one of the divine trees. Compared to other beasts, it was equivalent to Dragon Fifth and the Prodigal Son. It had an absolute advantage. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Ling Qin, "Big brother, there might not be a wood origin stone here. This trip is destined to be fruitless." Ling Xiao told this news to Ling Qin so that he could be mentally prepared. He was afraid that Ling Qin would be in a bad mood if it was all for naught. Who knew that Ling Qin would smile bitterly and say, "I know it's not that easy to find a wood origin stone. I was just trying my luck." "It's good that big brother can think like that," Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, "Then should we continue to go in? Since we're already here, let's go in and see what kind of divine items there are." Ling Qin replied. Bang bang. At this time, a series of earth-shattering sounds came from afar. Two trees were actually growing taller and fiercely tangling with each other. Yang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really an eye-opener. Even trees are fighting." What's so surprising about that? They've already become demons. They're not ordinary trees. Pang Tonga said from the side. "That green tree seems to be helping us. Little brother Xiao, could it be one of your helpers?" Ling Qin asked Ling Xiao in confusion. "Hee, I know it, but it's not a tree demon." Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep them guessing. He didn't want to tell them about Lu Weng's origin. Otherwise, they would definitely be extremely jealous. At this time, Lu Weng was fighting against a ghost tree demon of similar strength. Initially, it thought that it was going to win, but suddenly, two more powerful ghost tree demons appeared. They worked together to bind it, trying to tear it into pieces. However, as expected of a divine tree, Lu Weng's vines and branches were much tougher than those of the ghost tree demons, and its growth rate was countless times faster than the ghost tree demons. The three ghost tree demons couldn't restrain it. Instead, their origin tree essence was drawn out by its branches. Although it had manifested great power, the ghost tree demons were emerging one after another. Moreover, the levels of the ghost tree demons were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Lu Weng was forced to flee, and he even ran back towards Ling Xiao and the others. "Little friend, there are too many of them. I can't hold them off anymore. Help me take the brunt." Lu Weng let out a strange cry and hid behind Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Chen, Yang Hai, Peng Tonga, and the others looked at this human-like tree and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of them, more than 10 towering trees had moved. Their main branches hadn't moved, but their branches were already growing and entangling towards them. The prodigal took the lead and continuously spewed flames from his mouth, burning the entangling branches and causing them to shrink back. These ghost tree demons were still making strange noises. They didn't dare to come any closer and quickly retreated. At this time, a few shadows were chattering on the branches of the ghost tree demons. Taking a closer look, it was actually a few illusory demons. Their levels were not low at all. They had human-like heads and strange organs. The most eye-catching thing about them were their demonic green eyes and their bloodthirsty big mouths. Generally speaking, illusory demons' levels weren't too high. However, this 1,000-demon forest had existed since ancient times. It possessed desolate chi and some special energy that allowed them to strengthen and advance. It was unknown what they were communicating about. Then, they all headed towards the top of the branches and looked towards Ling Xiao and the others at the same time. Several green lights flickered, and a strange illusory power was being applied to Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He was completely immune to these soul power attacks and illusory bewitchment. He wouldn't be attacked. Meanwhile, Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga felt something strange. Their hallucinogenic potions also took effect. They were temporarily lost, but they quickly woke up. The illusory demons have appeared. Prodigal, capture them. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The prodigal replied, "Don't worry, boss. They won't be able to escape." With that, he leaped towards the ghost tree demons in the distance. The terrifying flames instantly burned in all directions, forcing the ghost tree demons to retreat again. The prodigal didn't want to let them go. He directly leaped onto the ghost tree demons and attacked them with his divine flames again. The moment the ghost tree demons came into contact with the flames, they were immediately burned and emitted strange sounds. The illusory demons on the branches were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. They all jumped down from the branches and wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, other than illusory spells, they were extremely weak in other aspects like Tenbin. They couldn't be compared to the prodigal at all. It was impossible for them to escape. They were all hit by the prodigal's claws one by one. They were all badly mutilated and screamed non-stop. When Ling Xiao and the others rushed over, the 4 illusory demons had already been subdued by the prodigal. Looking at the 4 illusory demons that looked like babies, Ling Xiao felt disgusted. Thinking back to the illusory demon that he met in the illusory valley, it specialized in eating human brain matter. These illusory demons are really ugly. They look like little babies. It makes people feel uncomfortable just looking at them. Pang Tonga said with a slight frown. Elder Pang is right. However, they still have some good stuff on them. Ling Xiao responded and immediately used his energy to kill them. Then, he took their demon crystals and demon eyes. These 2 things were good stuff. They were exactly what Ling Xiao needed. However, after Ling Xiao killed these illusory demons, he finally got into big trouble. In the depths of this place, there was a rocky hill. There wasn't a single ghost soul tree here, but there were many illusory demons. They were all kneeling on the ground, and their mouths were chattering non-stop. On the rocky area, there were 2 of the oldest illusory demon kings beside a protruding boulder. They squatted beside this smooth boulder. Looking at the smooth and shiny surface of the boulder, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. On that boulder, there were actually various scenes of Ling Xiao and the others rushing over. This boulder's surface was as smooth as a mirror. With such strange scenes, it was really strange. If the people who recognized it saw this boulder, they would definitely be wild with joy. Because it was the illusory eye mirror stone that Nonsense had mentioned. Not only could it receive any scene within 100,000 miles, it could also use it as an illusory eye to set up a heaven-defying illusion. Even if a supreme incipient God realm expert was trapped in this illusion, he would only have a slim chance of survival. Not only that, this illusion could also confuse the eyes of any beast, causing them to fall into the illusion without even realizing it. When these 2 illusory demon kings saw their illusory demons being killed, their faces were filled with anger. They also knew that these humans were not ordinary, and they even had the fire Qilin divine beast that they were afraid of. They had no choice but to prepare this illusory eye mirror stone to set up an inescapable net, waiting for Ling Xiao and the others to come. After they turned around and screamed at the other illusory demons, they sent them away. Then, these 2 illusory demon kings shot out 4 green beams at the illusory eye mirror stone at the same time. Swoosh swoosh. Wisps of strange illusions that could not be seen started to spread out from the illusory eye mirror stone. Everything within a 100,000-kilometer radius began to undergo a completely different change, and it was inconceivable to all. Ling Xiao and the others did not realize that as they walked, the scenery in front of them had completely changed. Moreover, they also realized that their companions had all disappeared, as if they had lost their way. They became incomparably confused. Ling Xiao had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but he also fell into the same predicament. In front of him was a familiar scene that had appeared before. It was the scene of the desolate mountain range on the Xianling continent. Not only that, but in front of him appeared the Golden Wolf King, Wastrel, Dragon Lady, Yun Mingqi, Wei Dyer, Ling Shi and the others. They were actually all attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Is this illusion so real? As he retreated, his green eyes kept emitting green light, but it was still useless. The people and beasts in front of him were still there. I can't see through it, how is this possible? Ling Xiao's expression turned serious as he exclaimed. Ling Xiao, you heartless man, I have waited for you for so many years, but you did not come to find me, and even found so many women to be your wives. I will kill you. Yun Mingqi raised her blue sword and charged towards him with a face full of anger. Wei Dyer also wielded her sword and slashed towards him, exclaiming, "Little brother, do you not want big sister anymore? You haven't come back to see me for so many years. Do you hate big sister?" Although Ling Xiao had always thought that the people in front of him were illusions, he did not know why they felt so real, and he felt a sense of guilt and heartache. On the other side, Leng Shi, the Golden Wolf King, Wastrel and Dragon Lady were all charging towards him, showing no mercy at all. All of them wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao kept retreating, his expression kept changing, and his eyes kept shooting out rays of light. He was getting more and more anxious. He did not expect the illusion to be so real that he could not see through it, and the power that was attacking him felt so real. If he did not retreat, he would definitely be injured by the fierce attack. Just when he couldn't help but kill them, a heart-wrenching pain made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had really killed his lover. "You are so cruel, you even want to kill us, we were all blind," Yun Mingqi said as she came back to life. Wei Dyer also said, "Since you don't want big sister anymore, I don't want a cruel little brother like you either." They attacked again, and this time, they were even stronger than before. "I don't believe that I can't break through all of you." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and exclaimed. He directly used his soul power to sense the reality of everything. Chapter 1522. The illusory eye mirror stone was a very rare magical stone. It had the ability to see through everything within 100,000 miles. It could also be used as the eye of the formation to create a heaven-defying illusion. The illusions created were definitely not as simple as ordinary illusions that could confuse the eyes or souls of others. In addition to the above magical effects, it could also enhance the authenticity of the illusion, making it impossible for any god's eye to see through the illusion. It could also arouse the emotions of humans and beasts in the illusion, making them gradually lose their direction without realizing it. If it was an illusion created by an ordinary person or an illusory demon, it might not be this powerful. However, the illusions created by the two illusory demon kings were even more terrifying. Even a supreme incipient god realm expert would not be able to get rid of this illusion easily. Even though Ling Xiao had the green pupils, he couldn't see through this illusion. This showed how terrifying it was. Without a choice, Ling Xiao could only close his eyes. He wanted to use his god soul to sense everything. He wanted to ignore all the illusions and see through the truth. However, even though he closed his eyes, he could still feel the murderous attacks. All the illusions he had created before were still real and didn't disappear. How could this be? This can't be real. Ling Xiao screamed and dodged their attacks again. However, they seemed to have become extremely powerful. They could actually catch up with his speed and attack him cruelly. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that their elemental attacks were actually the same as the attacks of real people. Yun Mingqi blasted out water elemental attacks, causing many turbulent waves to surge towards them like tsunamis. Wei Dyer, on the other hand, used fire elemental attacks, causing all kinds of meteors to fall from the sky. Surprisingly, they had all reached the realm of incipient god realm, and Ling Xiao found it hard to resist their attacks. Ling Xiao was forced into a corner. He had to fight with them. However, he felt that they were real existences and he didn't dare to kill them. In fact, Ling Xiao's mind was already disturbed, which was why he was in such a situation. And at this time, he wanted to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to get rid of this illusion, but he found that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop actually didn't move and didn't listen to his command. Could this be an illusion technique used by the illusory Demon King? But even so, it's impossible to force the Dragon Phoenix Godly Hoop to no effect at all. Ling Xiao thought in confusion. In a moment of carelessness, a few sword wounds appeared on Ling Xiao's body. Yun Mingqi's battle prowess was the strongest, and she had injured Ling Xiao the most. They didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Every move they made was overbearing, and every sword was deadly. Ling Xiao was really forced to the point where he had no choice but to unleash all sorts of powerful powers to parry their attacks. Ling Xiao gradually lost her sense of direction. Her eyes became scarlet red, and a vicious aura suddenly appeared. She even forgot their identities, and wanted to kill them completely. Come on. You're all illusions, I don't believe that you can't be killed. Ling Xiao roared, and unleashed the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, wanting to completely destroy them. Ling Xiao's strength was like the heavens, and his fists shook the heavens and the earth, causing their divine bodies to explode one by one. But his body was also cracked by the true dragon divine beast's attacks. That kind of painful feeling made Ling Xiao feel that this was definitely real. Ling Xiao fought with them until the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark. His divine power was greatly depleted, and his divine body exploded again and again. His aura continued to drop. Just as he was about to collapse, Yun Mingqi's longsword was already stabbing towards his face, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to enter his brain. Ling Xiao was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his body seemed to be bound by some kind of power, and he couldn't move at all. It's over! Ling Xiao instantly regained some clarity and exclaimed in his heart. At this critical moment, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead finally moved. Swish! Ling Xiao only felt his eyes light up, and all the illusions actually started to disappear, allowing him to see the essence of the scene clearly. The one stabbing towards him was not Yun Mingqi, but Pang Tongga. His eyes seemed to have turned red from killing, and he attacked recklessly. Elder Pang, stop! Ling Xiao roared and caught Pang Tongga's ancient divine sword with both hands, preventing it from stabbing towards his face. But the accompanying power of the sword also caused Ling Xiao's face to feel incomparable pain. After all, Pang Tongga's strength was that of a true intermediate stage sovereign, and his strength was incomparably powerful. Pang Tongga gave a low roar, and the ancient divine weapon in his hands spun rapidly, cutting Ling Xiao's palm, and then kicked Ling Xiao's abdomen. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and wanted to fly backwards, but he was tightly bound by the vines of many ghost tree demons, preventing him from retreating much. Pang Tongga once again attacked Ling Xiao, as if he did not recognize Ling Xiao at all, and wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Ling Xiao was injured and bound, and it was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. His soul avatar had no choice but to come out and save him. His soul avatar was already at the intermediate stage sovereign realm, and was not weaker than Pang Tongga at all. If he fought with all his might, Pang Tongga would definitely lose. But Ling Xiao did not want to hurt him, so he could only draw him away first, and wait for his real body to escape before doing anything else. After all, other than Pang Tongga, there were still many ghost tree demons madly attacking him. The tree branches kept whipping at his body, trying to strangle him to death. These ghost tree demons were very powerful, and they were tree demon kings that had reached the 11th level. But Ling Xiao had already seen the true nature of everything with the help of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, and this time, he regained his clarity. All of this was no longer a problem. It was just that he did not understand why the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop did not react to his command. Ling Xiao's avatar restrained Pang Tongga, and the danger was greatly reduced. His real body instantly burst forth with a powerful heavenly fire, and immediately burned the tree branches of the ghost tree demons. Papa! The tree branches of the ghost tree demons instantly broke under the burning of the heavenly fire, and they all retracted back. The tree branches and vines all revealed looks of extreme panic, and they wanted to hide far away from Ling Xiao. On their tree branches stood a few illusory demons, as if they did not understand how Ling Xiao was able to escape the illusions set up by their king. They wanted to use their own illusion techniques to confuse Ling Xiao again, but they could no longer do so. Ling Xiao had suffered a lot, and his aura had plummeted, but it was still possible for him to deal with these mere illusory demons. He casually pointed at them, and the finger gleam was like a shooting star, directly rushing above them, and immediately exploding and destroying them. And Ling Xiao's finger gleam flames also quickly burned these ghost tree demons, causing them to continuously make strange noises. They quickly cut off the parts that were on fire, and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them. He had to save the others first. The most dangerous one now was the prodigal. he was actually beaten half to death by Dragon Fifth, and Ling Chen and Yang Hai were also fighting with Dragon Fifth, and were also being beaten up badly. If Dragon Fifth was not also entangled by many ghost tree demons, the prodigal, Ling Chen, and Yang Hai would have all been killed by it. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as no one died, it was a good thing. Ling Xiao knew that if he went over to help any of them now, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. Instead, they would attack him. Unless he broke the illusion here, he would not be able to save them. After Ling Xiao hurriedly swallowed a divine pill, he immediately thought of a solution. His green eyes continuously shot out, trying to find the source of all this. Just now, he had destroyed a few illusory demons, but this illusion still existed, which proved that it was not an illusion set up by them. It seemed like there were more powerful illusory demons, or else they would not be able to set up such a heaven-defying illusion, and even he was confused. At this moment, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead transmitted a message to him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and followed the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to sense. Indeed, there were many weak auras of illusory demons in that direction. "You're saying that the formation's eye is over there?" Ling Xiao murmured. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop flickered with a few rays of light, in response to Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao looked at the others, and saw that they would not die for the time being. He immediately soared up, and quickly shot towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was a top-notch supreme divine tool. Although it had acknowledged Ling Xiao, it had not shown its artifact soul to communicate with Ling Xiao. It was not because Ling Xiao was not compatible with it, but because Ling Xiao's strength was too weak previously. Even if it had acknowledged him, it would not have taken the initiative to communicate with Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the strength of his spirit became more and more powerful. It had gradually acknowledged Ling Xiao as its new master, and had begun to take the initiative to share some of Ling Xiao's burdens. The reason why Ling Xiao could not command it just now was because it was looking for the illusory eye, and finally found it. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and with the green pupils and the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, he could see through all the illusions here, and was no longer troubled. When he was rushing towards the location of the illusory demon king, towering ghost tree demons attacked him one after another, not allowing him to take even half a step forward. Countless tree branches continuously entangled and whipped towards Ling Xiao, forming an inescapable net that wanted to completely trap him. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand, and he began to wantonly destroy all these tree branches. But when his ice and fire sword slashed on these tree trunks, he found that these tree branches were actually extremely tough, and could even block his ancient divine tool. Only a few sword marks were left on them. If not for the burning flames, they might have taken down Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Although Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably strong, and his attacks were extremely fast, he still could not withstand the countless tree branches of the ghost tree demons. He was continuously whipped several times, and his divine body felt like it was about to crack. It could be seen how terrifying these ghost tree demons were. Chapter 1523. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to charge towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop with irresistible force. However, he had underestimated the power of these ghost tree demons. Even if every strike of his contained unparalleled power and numerous blazing heavenly flames, he was still unable to force them to flee like before. They seemed to want to do everything in their power to keep him here and prevent him from rushing to the important place where the illusory demons were. Actually, these ghost tree demons had long been bewitched by the illusory demons and were all listening to their instructions. This was also the reason why they were desperately trying to stop him from advancing. However, Ling Xiao felt that saving people was like putting out a fire. He did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. "Demon, come out." Ling Xiao had no choice but to summon the heavenly fire orb and let it transform into the form of a firebird to increase its firepower. Whoosh whoosh. Just as the firebird appeared, It immediately turned into a fiery shadow that swept towards those ghost tree demons. The intensity of its fire increased greatly and quickly turned into a huge sea of fire that enveloped the sky above this area, causing the entire sky to be dyed red and the temperature to become incomparably scorching. Those ghost tree demons were instantly incinerated by the heavenly flames, and their branches continuously shrunk and broke. These trees continuously let out crisp crackling sounds, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Ling Xiao was instantly freed. He no longer paid any attention to the firebird, allowing it to continue ravaging the ghost tree demon. At this time, Lu Weng once again disappeared from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. He sent a message to Ling Xiao, telling him that he needed to discuss with the demonic heavenly fire bead. He couldn't allow everything here to be destroyed. This place contained the wood attribute essence that he needed, and it would be very useful for his advancement. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about it. He quickly rushed to the rocky hill. At this time, there was no longer a single illusory demon on the rocky hill. They had no idea where they were hiding. Unfortunately, no matter how well they hid, they could not hide from Ling Xiao's senses. After all, they did not know how to restrain their auras. They were merely hiding in the cracks of the rocky hill. As for the two illusory demon kings who still wanted to secretly cast illusions on Ling Xiao, they only saw several green lights shooting towards Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could react, the green light had already landed on his body. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Ling Xiao was no longer confused. Hence, the illusory demon king's illusory technique still lost its effect on him. Illusions are useless against me. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He wanted to kill the two illusory demon kings. However, just as he was about to make a move, he found that the power in his body had been restrained by the green light. His body was tightly bound, making him unable to move at all. Moreover, the green light was getting tighter and tighter, as if it was going to crush his divine body. This was the strongest power of the two illusory demon kings. Other than being able to set up powerful illusions, they also possessed some special godly powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not have the ability to protect themselves at this level. But Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable being restrained by the tighter and tighter power, causing him to cry out in pain. Only now did he realize that he had been careless. He had thought that he could easily destroy these weak illusory demons. Who would have thought that he had fallen for their trap and was now in danger? One of the two illusory demon kings shot out from the crack of the rocks. Its speed was astonishing. In less than a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. This illusory demon king was as tall as a human. That huge head, two demonic green eyes, and that bloodthirsty mouth all exuded a terrifying aura. After letting out a strange cry, it opened its huge mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's head. It wanted to suck out Ling Xiao's brain. It had to be said that these illusory demons were a very cruel race. Facing this terrifying bite, Ling Xiao was really worried that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop would not be able to withstand it. This illusory demon king would directly bite through his defense. What if that happened? At this critical moment, Ling Xiao still displayed his calm mind. Scram! Ling Xiao roared angrily at the illusory demon king. That terrifying dragon roar instantly rushed out. Ling Xiao's fighting power had increased to 70 times. That dragon roar was absolutely terrifying. A golden true dragon directly rushed towards the illusory demon king, sending its body flying far away. It left a trail of blood in the air. The illusory demon king had the illusory demon technique Tenbin. This caused its body to be greatly weakened. Even though they had reached the terrifying high level of level 11, their true fighting power was not as strong as a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert. Therefore, Ling Xiao's roar directly injured the illusory demon king. The other illusory demons were also shocked by Ling Xiao's roar. Some low-level illusory demons even fainted. The others were shaken until they fell to the ground and screamed miserably. It had to be said that the power of Ling Xiao's roar was really earth-shattering. It was extremely frightening. It was also this jolt that affected the two illusory demon kings. The strength of the restraints was visibly weakened, and they were shaken off by him. Ling Xiao was able to escape. He held the ice and fire sword in his hand and immediately started a massacre. Swoosh swoosh. His long sword danced unceasingly. Countless sword energies shot towards the rocky hills in all directions. They directly stabbed towards the illusory demons who were still rolling around in pain. In just a blink of an eye, the rocky hills were immediately thrown into chaos by Ling Xiao's bombardment. Stone chips splashed everywhere. Waves of smoke and dust filled the air. The illusory demons were mercilessly killed by him. The uninjured illusory demon king and a few of the Type 11 illusory demons leapt up in panic as a number of green attacks flew towards Ling Xiao. These green light attacks weren't weak. They could be compared to the power of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Especially the illusory demon king's attack, it was even more powerful. It made Ling Xiao feel the pressure increase. Ling Xiao roared in fear. His origin of the universe instantly appeared. It enveloped the green light attacks and dissolved them. Only the illusory demon king's power was stronger than his. It directly attacked his chest and sent him flying far away. 2 wounds appeared on his chest. Damn, this guy is so strong. Ling Xiao exclaimed. His wounds were instantly healed. Just as he was about to counterattack, the illusory demon king pounced towards him. Its speed shocked even Ling Xiao. It revealed a ferocious look. It directly clawed at Ling Xiao. Those slender claws carried incomparable sharpness. If he was grabbed by the neck, he would definitely be beheaded. Ling Xiao used the same trick, and the dragon's roar rang out once more. However, this illusory demon king had learned its lesson from the previous one. It was actually on guard. Not only did it seal its hearing, it quickly retreated. Its eyes also took the opportunity to shoot out 2 beams of green light. This retreat and attack made it look like a peerless expert. It made people exclaim in admiration. Ling Xiao swung the ice and fire sword in his hand and blocked the green light attack. At this time, many more green light attacks came from the surroundings. Their power couldn't be underestimated. Ling Xiao continued to use all his skills to neutralize these attacks. At the same time, he slashed at them with terrifying power. Other than the eye sorcery attacks, these illusory demons were extremely fast. Other than those low-leveled illusory demons that escaped far away, these 11th-level illusory demons could barely dodge Ling Xiao's attacks. Ling Xiao's doppelganger still knew that the illusion was not broken. Ling Xiao's real body had to continue to increase his power. He had to kill the illusory demon king here. Only then would the illusion be broken. Ghost, come out. Ling Xiao had no choice but to summon the Ghost Beast King. The Ghost Beast Prince was a middle-leveled 11th-level illusory demon. Its speed was unparalleled. Distracting the attacks of these illusory demons would be extremely helpful. It would allow him to kill the 2 illusory demon kings. The Ghost Beast Prince received Ling Xiao's instructions. It immediately turned into a gust of wind and stomped towards the other illusory demons. The Ghost Beast Prince's speed was extremely fast, and its power was definitely much stronger than the illusory demons. Without the help of the Ghost Tree Demon, the illusory demons naturally could not withstand the Ghost Beast Prince's attack. Very quickly, the other illusory demons were smashed into pieces. 2 of them were even stomped into meat paste by its huge hooves. The pressure on Ling Xiao was greatly reduced. He could finally face the illusory demon king head-on. The illusory demon king that was heavily injured just now had also recovered. The 2 illusory demon kings were already together, ready to deal with Ling Xiao together. This time, other than using eye sorcery attacks, they actually displayed another kind of attack, Tenbin. They turned into a sky full of illusory demon shadows. Every shadow was like a real existence. They all surrounded and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's green eyes actually could not distinguish which was the real body and which was the doppelganger. Their illusion doppelgangers had actually reached the highest level of passing off the fake as the real one. However, it was still not enough to deal with Ling Xiao. The fact that their attacks were weak could not be changed. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. I also know the doppelganger technique. This time you're dead for sure. At this moment, Ling Xiao also turned into many doppelgangers and charged towards the illusory Demon King. Boom boom boom. This rocky area was completely turned upside down by Ling Xiao's attack. Countless stone shards flew and shattered. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Moreover, there was a lot of his power flowing in all directions. The illusory demons that were watching from afar were all killed. The two illusory demon kings were also forced to destroy all their doppelgangers by Ling Xiao. The real body finally revealed an incomparably panicked expression, and actually wanted to escape from this place. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He pointed out two twin dragon fiendish wind finger beams, and quickly shot towards the direction where they scattered. Squeak squeak. The two illusory demon kings finally had nowhere to hide. Struck by the terrifying finger beams, they both cried out in shock and died on the spot. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.